Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Jesse Minter Day here in Northeast Ohio. We'll celebrate by welcoming a storm. Oh, wait a minute. That's Grant Udinski Day. Isn't that when the storm hits tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Or is that coming up on Saturday? I think it's on Saturday. That's nobody's day.
I didn't realize that's not until they bring somebody in, and then it'll become somebody's day.
I don't think they're bringing anybody in on Saturday.
How do you know? Why?
Because everything that's been reported is it's Jesse Minter Day today and Grant Udinski Day tomorrow, and then Nate Shieldhouse week. He gets a whole week.
Yeah, I didn't understand that.
Make it be your number one candidate so you can snow them in and they can't leave.
See? Don't let him out of town because you canceled all the flights. You wanted to keep him here.
And then he's going to have to call his agent from the bathroom.
You wanted to keep him here.
What do we know about Jesse Minter, Jeff? I mean, like, really, what do we know?
He says he doesn't have an ego.
Yeah.
Says he doesn't have an ego.
I can tell you why the Ravens like him. Do you want to know why? Because they wrote a story about it on their website. Five things to know about Jesse Minter.
That's what I was just reading from.
Yeah, I know.
That quote about the ego.
I know.
This guy's background is interesting.
He knows Baltimore.
Well,
according to them.
Some guys you can tell are like coaching lifers. This guy's a coaching lifer.
Well,
because he went from Cincinnati as a graduate assistant to Indiana State, that power in football as a linebacker coach, then DC, and then moved on to Georgia State.
Yeah.
And went from Georgia State to the Baltimore Ravens. Good for him. Got hired in as a defensive assistant and then became defensive backs coach, then went to Vanderbilt, and then went to Michigan for 2 years, and then Jim Harbaugh hired him in Los Angeles as defensive coordinator. And he's done a nice job there. He's probably one of those guys who's going to get a head coaching job in this cycle, I would think.
I would think so, too.
And I'll bet he is a pretty good head coach. But is he the right guy here? You know, Mike McDonald in Seattle, I think, has given everybody a different look at young defensive coordinators at a time when the league is screaming about offense and screaming about the hotshot young offensive coordinators. And yet McDonald goes up to Seattle after being in Baltimore, hires a good young offensive coordinator in Clint Kubiak, and they go win. Is that what the Browns are thinking?
I'm still trying to figure out why Kubiak's name isn't on anything here. Like, I don't see Kubiak's, other than the gambling sites.
Well, there's one thing maybe. His father, Gary Kubiak's prize student, Kevin Stefanski.
And that's why he wouldn't be?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. You're Mr. Kubiak.
Tell us.
Is that valid?
I would say Stefanski is a student. I wouldn't go prized. His prize student is Kyle Shanahan.
Okay.
Kyle will tell you that he learned more from Gary Kubiak than he did from Mike Shanahan. So.
Wow.
My dad stunk.
I don't know the other part about
it. He doesn't do my dad stunk, but there's definitely a lot of it that's like Gary had a very big impact on me more than my father did when it came to coaching and coaching philosophies. But nonetheless,
Do you think that's why Clint Kubiak might not be mentioned here, though? Because
I wonder
of
if
the
it's they're waiting for the
connection?
Seahawks to get out.
Yeah, but his name has not even been mentioned here. So Shieldhouse's name has been. His team's still playing.
I have also always been told with Clint Kubiak is that he doesn't exactly have the most dynamic personality.
All right.
We'll go with that.
All right.
Oh, so you'll love those press conferences.
Exactly. I've always been told that he doesn't have the most dynamic personality. I wonder if that's maybe playing into it a little bit.
216-474-0092, number to join us. Diane is in Cleveland. Hello, Diane.
Hey, Di.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Having a great day.
That's good.
It's Jesse Minter Day, Diana.
I hear.
Did you get your T-shirt?
No.
Oh, we don't have them either.
Not yet. Hey, guys. I was one of probably the few people here in Cleveland that did not want them to get rid of Kevin Stefanski. I wanted them to run it back one more year, but hey, that ship has sailed. I think they should hire Jim Schwartz.
Okay, why?
I really do. Why?
Yeah.
Because he's been here 3 years, shown his loyalty. that defense is, I mean, if we had an offense, we probably would still be playing in the playoffs right now.
Fair.
Love the optimism.
Yes, always. I don't know. I got a feeling about him that, he'll get us, if they give him the chance, he's learned from, what happened in Detroit. And, this could be, I don't know. I got a good feeling about him if they hire him.
Okay. I understand that thought, Diane. But and thank you for the phone call. Always good to hear from you, by the way.
Thank
Good
you.
to talk to you guys, too.
Thanks, Diane.
Fearless Leader was just here in the studio.
It's a little ditty
A what?
to talk to Diane. Jack will call next.
2 American kids.
Yeah, just growing up in that. Maybe that's the Indiana State part of Jesse Minter Day that you need to look at. John Cougar Mellencamp, John Mellencamp, anything you want to call. I mean, I can't tell you there hasn't been one
He was
time.
at Indiana State.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I cannot tell you any time that I have not driven into the state of Indiana and not heard at least one John Cougar song as I was driving through there.
John Mellencamp. He dropped the Cougar.
Yeah, well, he'll always be John. He'll be Johnny Cougar to me.
Johnny Cougar from way back in the day.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, sitting outside
Fearless Leader just came into the studio.
watching the highway. In front of
Fearless
his house.
Leader stops into the studio to adjust cameras and then drops stuff on us and then walks out.
Oh, what did he drop on us? I missed it.
He Well, good to see you. And he's
I
listening
was
to the
reading.
boss.
I was reading.
It was this. And here's another arguing point. Diane's not going to like this. So Jim Schwartz has been here. They kind of figured they were going to get rid of Kevin.
Yeah.
And Jim Schwartz hasn't been hired as the head coach yet. If he was your guy, what are you waiting for?
Rooney Rule, due process, making sure that you.
Fearless Leader. Well, if they knew that, they would have gotten all that taken care of already. Fearless Leader. If you need a quarterback and your offense is not good, why in the world would you hire a defensive guy like Jim Schwartz?
Maybe you already know what you're doing. Maybe you know.
Because you bring in your coordinator and then he gets hired away.
But you let Tommy Reese go. So maybe you have
And
an
that
offensive.
interview went well, huh?
Well,
For the
maybe
head
you have an
coaching gig?
offensive game plan that we don't know about yet. Maybe there are things going on that we don't know. Maybe we're
we
not
have
all
an
knowing.
offensive game plan all lined up, even though we don't have a head coach with an offensive background or an offensive coordinator anymore, or a quarterback.
No,
that you're sure is
here's
your
where
starter.
this is where I think you're putting your foot on the gas pedal and assuming
No, this is
that you
Fearless
know
Leader.
how
I'm
fast.
just giving you
Either one
Fearless
of you
Leader.
guys, you're assuming that you know what the Browns are doing. You don't. No one does. I'm sorry.
Are you assuming that the Browns know what they're doing?
I think they know what they're doing. Is it the right thing to do? That I don't know.
The only thing I find interesting here, but the Browns aren't alone here, is their search is bringing in a lot of different guys with different backgrounds, which makes me wonder, are you hoping to get lucky, or are you thinking Udinsky or Shieldhouse is going to be your offensive coordinator
And assistant head coach.
and
Yeah.
assistant head coach?
Yeah. I absolutely think that's one of the things they're trying to do here.
All right, let me make
They're
this sales
interviewing
pitch.
for both positions as
Hey,
we
young
speak.
man, we're not interested in you as the head coach.
You're
but
not saying that.
We'd like you to come in and be the offensive after you hired Jim Schwartz. Let's just
Yeah,
say.
okay. Now you've hired Jim Schwartz, and now you call them.
Nate.
Yeah.
Hey, Nate. We know you're working with the genius of geniuses in Sean McVay. And we know Matthew Stafford might be the MVP. And we know that they have Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams at your disposal as the
Overthinking.
passing game
You're
coordinator of the
overthinking.
Rams.
Yeah.
But you'd love to come here and work with our wide receiving crew and our quarterbacks who are not really sure who the starter is yet, probably Shador.
I'm sorry.
You're
Can
in,
I show
you're
you?
in, right?
Can I show
'Cause
you-
That'll be a nice step for your career.
Well, let me tell you this, Jeff. Let me show you this. Would you rather have a player you need to develop, draft picks that could become wide receivers, or the checkbook that sits in front of you? Where do you want to go there, Monty Hall? Pick a door. Because one of those doors has a checkbook behind it.
Was Carol Merrill hot?
You know what? That name to me feels old.
Yeah.
I can't do the.
Yeah.
So I don't remember Carol Merrill.
Yeah. She was
She
what's
had
behind
blue
what's
eyes.
behind box number 3.
Oh, was
There
she
it is.
the one that was behind?
Yeah, that was it. Well, she was in front of
I
it.
bet Monty Hall
Waving
played
her.
hockey too. By the
I
way,
bet he did.
Good
Jeff's in
Canadian.
Medina, home of the Bees.
Jeffrey.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
Morning. We're good.
Hey, I just want to throw this out to you guys. I was just thinking to myself, what if the Browns already told Jim Schwartz if they wanted him as the head coach, and they brought Tommy Rees in to let him know they want him as the offensive coordinator, and Tommy may not have been wanting that, and then the other guy coach.
All right, but Jeff, the only thing I would think about that, because I think it's a real possibility, why are they interviewing Jesse Minter? If they think Schwartz is the guy, I wonder what they're doing today. I really do.
Can I quote the great Mark Shapiro?
Sure.
Due diligence.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take that. And I just look at it like Seattle, like you guys mentioned earlier. That defensive guy, man, he hired a good offensive coach.
Yeah, he did.
And he's one of those guys that seems like a team guy, like not just defense. Even though he's a defensive-minded guy, those defensive-minded guys seem to be more team-oriented. They seem to be more into special teams, into even just the offensive, just letting the offensive coordinator do his job, and then they run the team. Those guys like Mike Tomlin, the Harbaughs, like they may specialize in something, but their overall thing is the team, and we need a guy like that that's going to be like, okay, this is this, I'll coach the coaches and let the coaches coach the players. We don't have that. So hopefully Jim Schwartz can be that guy, or one of these young guys can show that McVay talent I guess you guys keep talking about, or whatever. I hope something happens out of that.
All right, Jeff, thank you very much. Jeff and Medina. You can sit here and make the case for Jim Schwartz, but that, to me, screams the question, well, then why is Jesse Minter coming here if they thought Schwartz was the guy? And then I can ask, why is Jesse Minter even here? Because if you're going with an offensive-minded head coach, it's not like you're interviewing Jesse Minter and saying, we'd like you to come in and be the DC under Jim Schwartz or under Scheelhaus or whatever.
Well, maybe you would.
Yeah, but he's already got a DC job. He can't
Maybe you're making him DC and assistant head coach.
And why would he do that?
Money and being the assistant head coach. You're another step closer. Unless
do you think, and I don't know the answer to this, do you think being an assistant head coach is anything other than a title that would allow you to hire somebody?
Depends. It gets you let's just say the
Better
Ravens.
parking spot?
Let's say the Ravens aren't sold on Minter either, but it gets you an inch closer to being a head coach if things are successful here. We all know it's a copycat league, so if you have success here, you're going to be able to move on. Although Kyle Shanahan's probably the most successful guy to leave here since '99, right?
Yeah, I've always had the feeling the assistant head coach title is nothing more than, hey, we want to hire you away, so here's the money, which you mentioned.
Right, the money.
And the title.
Yeah.
So, to get you, we have to give you the title, but the reason you're coming here is for the money. I don't see that with Jesse Minter. He sounds like a really intriguing candidate. I'm befuddled as to why he's here. 216-474-0092. Want to hear from you. Also wondering this. Tommy Rees interviewed for the head coaching job here. And all of a sudden, he's not even here anymore, according to reports. What does it mean? It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. FanDuel is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. You know that's coming up on Sunday. Each game day during
Back after losing last night to Chicago 6-5 in overtime. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows. You can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Our buddy Daryl Ryder is going to join us at noon. He'll be firing out things. That'll be fun.
Has he ever not? Seriously. Has there ever been a day in Daryl Ryder's life where his hair has not been on fire?
I don't think so. It's one of the things we love about him. You always think Daryl needs a hug, don't you?
I think one of the greatest.
Daryl, you need a hug?
Oh, no. He's so full of energy and so full of passion. And
All right, let's go with that.
I'll
he
never
needs a
forget
hug.
the first day Daryl got a new camera to take pictures for the web. And I don't know if do you ever go to somebody's house and they're like, hey, I want to show you this picture of my kids. And you're like, oh, that's a really cool picture. And you're good for about one or two,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, at about 70.
And then all of a sudden you got to look through every picture they've ever taken in the history of their lives.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, okay, cool. That was the day he got his camera.
I hope he's listening because I want to bring that up.
Oh, you have to.
That's Andy Baskin.
He's got no problem with that.
I'm Jeff Phelps. It's Jesse Minter Day here in Northeast Ohio.
It's be careful walking around town because there's ice all over the place.
But Andy's hoping that he slips and falls and then can hire a lawyer and sue.
Well, I'm just saying, if I was a lawyer, I'd be downtown with paper, pencil, and incident report in hand.
Jesse Minter Day, the defensive coordinator of the Chargers, interviewing with the Browns a second time. Even though the Browns have a fine defensive coordinator here who has head coaching experience, who could be promoted.
Can we be super?
And the best head coach out there on the market is a defensive guy, background-wise, Sean McDermott.
Does Jesse Minter sell tickets? I don't think he does.
Oh, heavens, no.
None. Zero,
you know,
right?
You know what sells tickets?
Hey, if I said to you, 216-474-0092, tell me why Jesse Minter is your guy and you're going to stand on the soapbox and you're going to live and die by this hire or non-hire. I want to know. And I want you to convince me.
Riddle me this, Andy. I'm gonna list names, and I'm gonna say tickets. Okay. Tickets. Nate Shieldhouse.
No.
Grant Udinsky.
Absolutely no.
Jesse Minter.
No.
Jim Schwartz.
Possibly.
Todd Monken.
Teeny bit.
Why?
Because he was here before.
Oh, nobody knows he was here before.
Okay, then none.
He sat in a booth with Freddie Kitchens calling the down. Oh, no.
No. All right,
So
none.
in other words,
I
don't worry
gave you-
about selling tickets. You know
I
what
gave you
sells
a teeny.
tickets? Winning football games. Winning football games. Winning football games.
Ready? I'm going to sell tickets right now, regardless of the outcome. I can do it in 2
Browns
seconds.
are trading for Josh Allen because he's disgruntled in Buffalo?
No, two coaches.
Please.
Two coaches sell season tickets today.
Who?
Deion Sanders,
Oh, God.
John Gruden.
Frank is in Grafton.
Am I
Hello,
wrong?
Frank.
Am I wrong?
Hi, Frank.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Also results in wins, though, which will be ticket sales in
listen-
December.
Just saying.
Hey,
Go, Frank.
listen, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
I've been a Browns fan probably longer than maybe when you were born. So
I'm guessing that's true.
Well,
Yeah.
how about I listen to the 6-hour championship game on the radio?
That's outstanding.
Anyway, I don't care who they
You win.
pick for coach, but it should be a coach that's been a coach before. You have a dysfunctional organization, the youngest general manager, and if I was the new coach, I'd look at Andrew Berry and say, are you ever going to trade 3 first-round draft picks for one person? Because availability is the best ability.
True.
Bo Nix is not going to help Denver. Mahomes couldn't help Kansas City when he got hurt.
True.
And our running back can't help us. So you're trading one guy for 3, and any one player can get hurt at any time in that game. No?
True.
Correct?
Okay, so I just wanted to pick a coach that's had coaching experience before.
I'll buy that too. I have no problem with that. I totally agree. I want someone that understands the pressure of
Right.
making a high stress call at the end of the game.
Especially in this city.
Yes.
Frank, let me
Frank, I will concur with you. I was listening to that 64 game prenatal. You
Nice.
win.
And,
You
and
win.
let me add to what you said, Frank.
Yes, sir.
I'm all for hiring the young coordinator who becomes your star coach. But in this situation, the idea of a guy who has some experience in dealing with all that, knowing where our team is, and as you mentioned about the young GM and the ownership and everything else, there's some level of peace of mind for me if the guy who comes in here has head coaching experience. I'll agree with you on that. I would think it would maybe calm things down a little bit, and we would all think, okay, now let's see what this team can do, rather than, gosh, I wonder if this guy can be a head coach.
Right, and it's a learning process, and it's like starting all over again. You're trying to teach somebody the whole process. It's just difficult.
Frank, thank you for the phone call.
Well done, Frank. Well done.
Yep. I do think peace of mind would come with hiring a coach with experience. I do. And then it would, I think, be a reset for the organization, because you have a very unproven offensive side of the ball. And if you have an unproven talent base on the offensive side of the ball and an unproven offensive-minded young whippersnapper head coach, wow, keep your fingers crossed. I don't think you'd have to keep them crossed as much. Tommy Rees interviewed for this job. He was the Browns offensive coordinator. A year or so ago, 2 years ago, when the Browns brought him in, Andy, he was the boy wonder. And all of a sudden, he interviews for the head coaching job. Colleges wanted to hire him as their possible head coach. We heard all that stuff. And now all of a sudden, hey, Tommy, thanks a lot. Yeah, you can go with Kevin. What's that mean?
It means that this is, truthfully for me, I think they want to bring in somebody offensive-minded. I think if they had their way, Jim Schwartz would be the defensive coordinator, maybe elevate him to assistant head coach too in some way, and they bring in someone offensive-minded with a younger offensive coordinator who probably wouldn't be calling plays. That is like when I saw that they, first of all, they had to release Tommy Rees from his contract.
He's under
right?
contract. Yeah.
And he made a lateral move, right?
Completely lateral move.
As far as we know.
As far as we know, yeah.
So if it's a lateral move, that meant that they felt comfortable knowing in a world where we have 6 openings still, that in the others, that they feel like they can do better at offensive coordinator, or they feel like the next head coach they bring in should have the freedom to take in anybody that they want at offensive coordinator other than Tommy Rees. And because we had Tommy Rees here, they could have just kept him.
Okay. In
And I wonder if that's come up in interviews before.
In theory.
Hey, how do you feel about Tommy Rees?
Okay. In theory, let me float 2 scenarios to you. You've already had second interviews with Jim Schwartz. He's worked with Tommy Rees for 2 years. If you're leaning toward Jim Schwartz, I'm sure he was asked, hey, what are you thinking about offensive coordinator? Maybe he said, I'm not locked in on Tommy. You know, he watched it for 2 years. 1 year with Tommy as offensive coordinator. He watched it. Maybe he said, nope, I don't want him. Or maybe Todd Monken knocked your socks off. Todd has the offensive background, and Todd said, I got it. I'll take care of the offense. We're kind of looking past Todd Monken here.
Yeah, we are.
Maybe Todd knocked their socks off, and they said, yeah, Tommy, you can go ahead and go to Atlanta with Kevin. Because those are the only 2 guys they've talked to twice.
But are you bringing Todd in to be the offensive coordinator, or are you bringing him in to be the head coach?
I would think Todd Monken ends up as the offensive coordinator of the New York Giants with Harbaugh. Apparently, one of the things with Harbaugh in Baltimore was he did not want to move on from Todd Monken.
Okay, well then I would agree then. So that would mean that if he did come here, he would be your head coach, based on what you just said. Is that fair? Why would he walk away from Harbaugh while you'd walk away to be the next head coach of another team? Right?
Or he's just saying, hey, John, I'm coming there unless Cleveland hires me.
Or another team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Darnell is in Painesville. What's
Hey,
up, Darnell?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's up, man?
So it was actually mentioned a little earlier, but we're looking for a leader of men.
Yes.
Someone that can motivate.
Got to have one of those.
Yes. General Patton is going to be our new head coach.
he
Deion
available?
Sanders
I think so.
with a good staff. Who's
Deion's
gotten the
been
most out of
Deion's
Shador
been
out
the
of his
leader of
career?
kids, right? Deion's been the leader of kids.
But he's coached Shador everywhere. He's always gotten the most out of Shador. And with a good staff behind him, he might be able to motivate somebody.
Mennigan is groaning in the other room.
You should hear him.
Turn on your mic, Dan.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear it. Here it
Dan's
comes.
not even going to turn on his mic.
Wow, he is just
I'm
flabbergasted.
not interested in Deion being the head coach of the Browns.
How do you think that plays in an NFL locker room? Hey, Dad, what play do you want to run here? How's that play?
I mean, that
I'm
may
just
be
curious.
a little obstacle to come overcome,
Yeah.
but with the respect that
Darnell, that was
With the
well said.
respect
That
that-
was well said.
with the respect that Deion has in the NFL, would he get the respect from the players?
Do you have any concern about his health? The guy's had multiple toes removed from his feet. He's also
Yeah.
dealt with various cancers. Well,
He's been a
cancer
mess.
for sure.
Poor guy's been a mess.
Might be dealing with another.
Does he want to be a head coach? I don't know.
don't know.
The last thing I want as a head coach, I got to worry
In the
about
NFL, I should be NFL head coach.
But see here, Darnell, the one thing that about what you just said is this: are you convinced Shador Sanders is going to be a better quarterback than Baker Mayfield? Because they moved on from Baker. Baker wasn't good enough for them.
I got another question for you, Darnell. You still there?
Yep.
Are you a season ticket holder now?
No.
Let me just say I gave you disposable income, and Deion Sanders became the head coach. Would you consider using that disposable income to buy season tickets? Would you consider it?
Potentially. I think it would be interesting to see.
I'm telling you,
It would be.
he moves the needle on ticket sales. I don't think there's any question.
That,
Andy, and Darnell, thank you. I'm not going to say you're wrong on this.
I'm not going
going
to
to say you're wrong.
I mean, do I want him to be the head
You
coach?
always
No.
concern yourself with ticket sales.
No, I'm concerned with making money.
But if you win football games, you make money. Browns fans, they show you. They'll absolutely pack the place if there's half a chance that your team's going to be adequate. All you got to do is win. That's it. You don't need a star head coach. You need wins, and Browns fans will pack that stadium. Or do you just need a GM who loads the team with talent? I have a scenario for you coming up next.
I can
Because
prove you wrong on the other side of the break too.
oh, great! That'll be great fun.
Yes.
Next on Baskin and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Buffalo Bills made the
really, really, really respect Jim. I think that he treats them sternly. I think they respond to that on defense. I think that he treats them with excitement. I think they respond to that on defense. I think that you have a lot of guys on that defense that he empowers them to lead themselves.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Daryl Ryder is going to join us at noon. Chris Rose joining us at 1 o'clock. I'm Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin sitting to my right, Dan Mennigan behind the glass, and taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. Mr. Matt Corrali.
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm a little tardy to the segment. I'm now currently buying more spirit wear for my local pharmacy.
If you missed that joke, you missed the earlier part of the show.
I mean, is that where you go to buy your spirit wear now? Do you ever think about it?
What's wrong with a local drugstore trying to make a buck? There's a high markup on that stuff.
I know, but it's like
shirts cost like $4 to make.
Oh,
tops.
They don't even. No way. There's
well, there
no
you go.
way.
Exactly my point.
There's no way a screen T-shirt costs $4 to make. You buy those T-shirts in bulk. There's a great place in town that makes the designs for you. You can get a great deal on those. Or on the east side. Hey, you know what though, Jeff? Let me tell you something much more important than buying spirit wear at your local pharmacy. You know, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app, or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. You actually like to say, Jeff, play 92.3 The Fan. It works that way. Now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10. I guess apparently Baskin and Phelps from 10 to 2. Isn't that awesome?
Sure is.
As we both say hello to our friends watching on YouTube. And then Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7. That's live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for how much?
That would be free.
Free. That's an excellent choice. Yes.
Give you more money to go and buy that spirit wear at your pharmacy.
You never know what you can find at the pharmacy now. I'm just saying you can buy a lot of things there. And you can also watch the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan Live and on demand now. I'm always impressed with the new products they're selling at the local pharmacy.
That's Baskin.
I'm just saying.
I'm Phelps. You're looking for a head coach here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we know that. In New England, they were looking for a head coach. And they hired Mike Vrabel.
Who is this Mike Vrabel person you speak of?
Well, I made me do a little thinking. Take a look at the Patriots. Boy, did they turn things around nicely when they brought in Mike Vrabel.
True.
But if you go back a ways, it made me ask this question. How do we let these guys out of the building?
Are we really going to go through this?
No, but it's because of which one would you rather have? Mike Vrabel was hanging out in 2024 and helping the Browns coach.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yep. Elliott Wolf was the assistant general manager of the Browns in 2018 and 19. John Dorsey. And he's now general manager of the Patriots. He left our team, went to New England, and after a couple of years got promoted to GM. And that Patriots team has some good young talent. They also made some really good free agent signings. And they went from 4-13 to, 13-4 this year. That's pretty good. What's more critical for the Browns here? What's more critical for the Buffalo Bills here? Is it to have the general manager or is it to have the head coach? And I don't mean to downplay some of the great coaches that we've had throughout NFL history. But Andy, I've never seen a great coach go win a Super Bowl without players. And I think, and I'm stuck on this guy because he could have been here. Should have been here. Team should have been here. Man, John Harbaugh succeeded for a very, very long time in Baltimore because he's a good head coach, but was provided with really good players by Ozzie Newsome. If you have a guy running your organization who has a vision, knows what he wants in a football team, and is able to stock it with talent, there are a lot of guys who are qualified to coach a football team and could do a good job with good talent. And though I think coaching is very, very important, being a GM and stocking your team with talent is even more important. Finding the guys who, in free agency, maybe didn't rise to the occasion with their other teams, maybe didn't get the opportunity that they needed. The guy in the draft who, most people think he's a fifth-round pick. We're going to take him in the fourth because we think he can play, and then he can. And that's if I'm a coach right now, I'm looking at this Browns roster, and I'm asking one big question. And you weren't in earlier in the week, Dan and I.
Right.
Dan and I did a little shtick. If you were getting this second interview, what would you ask the Browns? And we had some really good thoughts, and folks really helped us out on that. But I wonder this. How in the heck do you have such good talent on the defensive side of the ball and your offense doesn't have that same kind of talent? How did that happen? That's where I think a GM is the guy that you have to have, and a good GM leads to a really successful organization.
I feel like the Browns thought their GM was more important. It's obvious. I mean, they kept their GM and fired their head coach.
Or at least thought the GM was doing a better job than the current head coach.
I'll buy into what you're saying.
Buffalo thought the same thing.
I also think that players, star players, with a relationship with the owner are more important than the head coach or the general manager.
What do you mean about relationship with you?
I think if a star player, especially a top-notch quarterback, which we don't really haven't seen or really worry about around here, if you have a quarterback who has a better relationship with the owner than the general manager or the head coach, then the head coach and the general manager are irrelevant.
Are secondary to the quarterback?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I think owners look at it as, well, this guy helps me win on the field, and I'm paying him probably way more than I'm paying my general manager, and I'm paying my head coach. And I think the proof about the head coach is, Jeff, how many coaches in the NFL have been coaching their teams more than 10 years? Want to guess?
Right now, it's Andy Reid, right?
It's Andy Reid.
Yeah,
that's it. The two longest tenured coaches both got fired or left their job, Mike Tomlin.
Yeah.
No matter how you want to look at it. So, and then you have to go back to 2017, and that was the year McVay and Shanahan got hired. So, this league is volatile. I'm looking at all the coaches and how long they've been around, and it's not easy. It is not. I mean, and Andy Reid's on a second stint, right? They didn't think he was good enough in Philly.
Yeah, they thought he had worn out his welcome there, and it was time for a different voice, and that happens sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's worked out fine for the Eagles. Doug Peterson was there for a while, won. Nick Sirianni there now has won.
If you're
Chiefs
Andrew Berry,
won.
Jeff, what kind of a coach do you want? I keep hearing leader of men. I don't want to hear about the leader of men. Do you want someone that's going to listen to you? Also, what's the hierarchy going to be?
We don't know that.
What is the hierarchy going to be when the next head coach comes in?
Is he responding or reporting to Jimmy, or is he reporting to Andrew Berry?
Yeah. Do you think that's interesting?
Let me give you a thought, and you tell me if this is cheap.
Okay.
If you're Andrew Berry, should you want a head coach who you know is not going to erode your power base? Now, that sounds a little slimy, and I don't even like saying it, but I wonder. I mean, you just won what turned out to be a power struggle with your head coach.
And you were on equal footing.
You were on equal footing, and you were both responding to the owner and reporting to the owner, and you just said you own the record from the last 2 years. Yeah, you might own it, but Kevin got fired over it. You didn't. So
you can only walk into that press conference so many times and say, this one's on me, this one's on me. You knew that every time he walked in and said, this one's on me, they were just keeping score.
What's he going to say? Hey, you know what? This one's on Andrew Berry because look at the I got on offense.
What was that? Wow. Okay. New word. I'm smarter.
I mean, we might have liked for Kevin to say that. He'd have been fired the next day.
Kevin's not throwing anybody under the bus. Would it have been great?
Seriously.
You know,
You saw
what if
that
it would-
offense today. Boy, that line was terrible. Our wide receivers can't catch, and our quarterbacks can't throw. Our quarterback, who I had to play at the end of the year, had the second lowest completion percentage in the NFL. But that's on me. What was
It's not on him.
Right. What was he supposed to say? He took the hit on everything.
He did, and he will again in Atlanta.
Yeah, he will again in Atlanta.
Yeah.
But though a head coach can be so valuable and a good one is worth every penny you pay him, look at Andy Reid. Can Andy coach?
Yes.
What happened to his team this year? They
lost his quarterback.
They got beat up. They didn't have depth. And you could make the argument they didn't have the right talent. Their running backs, lacking. Their wide receivers, suspended and injured.
Can't go to Kelsey as much as he used to.
Couldn't go to Travis as much because Travis is 35. He can still play, but he's not like he was 29.
If you were rebuilding the hierarchy here, would you have the head coach report to the owner or report to the general manager?
This has nothing to do with Kevin Stefanski here, okay? I kind of like what they did in Atlanta. And that is they went out, and whether it's the right guy or not, they went out and hired a guy to run the football team. I am running the football team. I am the president of football. I am Matt Ryan.
Okay.
And the coach and the general manager will be reporting to me. And that way, the guys who are busy, they have a lot to do. General manager is a busy guy.
Right.
Head coach is a busy guy. And then you've got one guy who is overseeing the whole thing. Kind of
Isn't
like
that what Mike Holmgren was?
Kind of like what Ozzie did in Cleveland or in Baltimore.
But
That's what Ozzie ended up being in Baltimore.
And what was Mike Holmgren here? Allegedly.
That he was that guy.
Yeah.
But it didn't really work.
No, it
Because
didn't
he had
work.
Tom Heckert, and then he had a couple of head coaches, Mangini and Shermer. But it didn't work.
Do you have Chud too?
It just didn't work. But I kind of like that setup better than anything. Look, this is not about Jimmy and Dee Haslam. This is about any owner. And it goes back to a soundbite we played last week from Arthur Blank of the Falcons when he had his big press conference at the end of the year before they hired Kevin. And he said, because I have authority does not mean I have knowledge.
It's an interesting quote.
Well, it's a brilliant quote. He has authority, but it doesn't mean he has knowledge. So he puts somebody in charge. And if things go wrong, he can say, hey, Matt, what the hell's going on here? What the hell's going on? And Matt Ryan's running his football team. I love that structure. I don't want my head coach reporting to the owner. The owner doesn't know enough. Any owner. I don't want my general manager reporting to the owner. You know what? We really like this guy's blocking technique, Jimmy. Oh, good. Well, let's take him then. Nothing against Jimmy, D, any other owner. They don't know. That's why I like the idea of a president of football. But I do think the general manager is even more important than a good coach. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan.
season. In 11-plus seasons with the Warriors, Kerr's won no less than 4 NBA titles. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Daryl Ryder's going to join us at noon. Chris Rose, 1 o'clock, right here on Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. To my right is Andy Baskin.
Yes, hello.
We've been chatting a little bit about the Browns coaching search. Not just today, but like since they fired their coach. And it's Jesse Minter Day in Northeast Ohio because Jesse's in for a second interview. But last segment, we brought up this situation. The New England Patriots right now have 2 guys running their show who used to work for the Browns. One is Mike Vrabel, who's a difference maker as a coach. But the other is Elliott Wolf, who was an assistant GM with the Browns and left after 2 years when John Dorsey was removed and they brought in Andrew Berry, and went to the Patriots, and in a couple of years got promoted to GM. And they got a lot of talent. And what's more important, the right GM or the right coach? And I do think it's close, but I'll take the GM. Nate's in West Salem. Nate.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey,
Good
Nate.
morning.
Could not agree with you more. I think the worst single person we have had on our team since we've returned since 1999 is the person who picks the players that play on this team. It has been debilitating. The players that we could have had that we chose not to have could have been franchise changing. Regardless, I really like also what you said about the new situation down at Atlanta with Matt Ryan. And I think you guys interviewed the person yesterday who should fulfill that role, and that was Mike Martz. Listening to him yesterday, I don't care how old he is. That man has got the fire to lead the rest of this organization and can, if he was overseeing both GM and coach, I think we'd be immediately put onto the right track.
Isn't he fun to listen to?
Oh, honestly, I'd take him as a coach right now. If he was younger and wanted to, he'd be the man for this job. You could tell it. You could just hear it in his voice.
I think you'd take the job now if you got offered the job.
I just like how mellow he is about stuff, too.
Yeah.
It's not like he's mellow but commands respect. When you listen to him talk, you get a sense of purpose that you're going to learn. And I don't know, I like talking to him because he also recognizes, like, when you have a valid point. There's something about him. He's like the kind of guy you want to work for.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I'll tell you this. Andrew Berry, either both Stefanski and Berry should have stayed or both should have gone. And I think it's unfair that Berry, who gave Stefanski the players, is the one that got to stay. I don't think he deserves to be the man calling the shots right now. I think there needs to be someone above Berry who can look down on him to maybe make him sweat a little bit. I don't think Berry's sweated enough. And he got a real gift by keeping this job based on one draft. And boy, I'll tell you, Mike Martz would be the man to look down on, I think.
Was
All
Steve
right, Nate,
Podesta that guy? That's my question.
Well, maybe. It doesn't matter now, though, because the thought partners are down to 1.
Well,
I mean,
it's just thought at this point. There are no partners.
Jim wants to follow up what we talked about with Mike Martz. Hey, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Andy, good to see you're back. And
Thank
yes, I am a Will Howard fan, but that's water under the bridge right now. We can come back around to that if I have time. Anyway, The guy that just called, that's exactly what I wanted to say. He just beat me to the call, beat me to the draw. I missed Mike Martz's interview yesterday. I heard the one a few weeks back or whenever it was. The guy's phenomenal. I mean, absolutely football genius if you want to talk football smarts. But I missed the interview, but I was out of the car because I deliver up here. And
I have great news for you,
Yeah, listen
my
up,
friend.
Jim. We're not hanging up on you. Listen up.
Not only can you listen to us here, but you can always listen to our show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts, and that also means that you can go back and listen to the interview, my friend. So take Odyssey wherever you go.
There you go, Jim.
Okay, well, he would be the guy, and I'm with the other caller. Andrew Berry gets about a C+ for the one draft. They should have got rid of him, brought in another GM, and kept Kevin. But that didn't happen. So I think Jim Schwartz is the guy, and I think he would be comfortable with an assistant coach that would run the offense, but somebody that can run an offense. And man, oh man, football operations guy like Mike Martz, wow, I could see stars, maybe even a Super Bowl.
There you go, Jim. Now you're talking.
If Martz got hired, do we take credit for it?
Yes.
Do we?
Yeah.
Dan?
I mean, if he pops on the show every so often, it'd be nice.
If he's working there, he's done. We won't get him anymore.
It would be pretty fun, though.
Yeah.
Would you
for him to go? Wait, you gonna fire me? We're winning.
Would you?
I'd love to hear him in the opening press conference. I'm really excited to be here in Cleveland, as you've heard me say
on
plenty
Baskin
of times
Phelps,
before. On Baskin and Phelps. And by the way, before I even go any farther in this
I'd like
press
you to
conference,
introduce.
I really, really would like to thank Jeff and Andy for all of their support over these years, where no one in Cleveland really knew who I was, but Jeff and Andy really put us over the top.
And
put
I
me
would
and
like,
my family
I would
over
like
the top.
to. I would like to introduce my assistant president of football operations, Andy Baskin.
Yes, and then the assistant.
And the other assistant president of football operations.
And the
Jeff
assistant
Phelps.
to the assistant to the general manager, Dwight Schrute.
Oh, that's fun. Look at where the Browns are right now. Look at where their structure is. Whatever Paul DePodesta was doing, he's not doing it anymore. You don't have a head coach.
You don't have that position anymore.
You have at least not now. You have a general manager who has taken on some of whatever Paul's responsibilities were. And I'll ask Daryl this coming up at noon. What if the Browns went out and hired a president of football and he became Andrew Berry's boss? Would you be okay with that?
Sure.
Yeah, I would too.
I have no problem.
I love the structure.
This organization is not scared to hire people to help out with football if they think it's going to help. Let's not forget that I think it was just a year ago, 2 years ago, they had 22 coaches listed on the website.
Very impressive.
Meaning that every position had its own coach.
We got that fixed.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think that that's going to happen, though. The president.
Although if you run two running backs or two tight ends, is that
because
how does that count?
Andrew Berry is clearly the guy in the ear of ownership right now, and I don't see him being removed from that situation. I honestly, and it's not the Haslams, it's anybody. I hate the fact that an owner might be the guy who's, like giving the final yay or nay on stuff. Let that be your president of football operations. Let that be that guy.
I don't know,
and
Jeff.
If it doesn't work, you blow him up.
I don't care. But in any business, if you're writing the checks, you're ultimately going to be the yay or nay guy.
I understand that, but if it came down to like a big deal like Deshaun Watson, the owner clearly has to sign off on it. But the owner doesn't have to be involved. And should we draft this guy to play tackle or should we draft that guy? That the owners don't know that stuff, Andy.
Jeff, you never know who you're going to run into on draft day as you're walking into the venue. Someone may just turn and say to you, Jeff, you need to draft this guy. And then his words become reality.
Okay, wise guy. Dan's in Cleveland. Hi, Dan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is the second time I'm calling your show. You guys are pretty much on pretty good.
Hey, thanks.
We appreciate it.
You're pretty sensible. I want to bring your attention. You were talking about tenure of coaches in the NFL
Yeah.
a little while ago. I go back watching the Browns in 1957. So I came in watching the Browns when they were the greatest show. They were advertised as the greatest show in football with Paul Brown. For 16 years, Paul Brown was coach and general manager of the Cleveland Browns.
Yes.
And reporting to the owner. And then when Art Modell came in 61, he was a 32-year-old flash-in-the-pan kind of guy out of New York, sort of like Barry is out of Philadelphia, okay, hired by Haslam. So what we need
except
is
Art
the
did
coach
own the
that's
team.
both the GM and the coach that makes all the decisions. Now, it's going to be hard to find Paul Brown again, but that's how this team should be run. You can't have Andrew Berry and Haslam obviously, like you guys have been saying every day, they basically destroyed the Browns, and they're at the bottom. They don't know where to go, and it's a rudderless team.
The Paul Brown situation, that obviously the NFL was a very different league, and it was a different deal then. They had 12 teams back in 1957.
Right,
greatest show on dirt.
You can only coach when you're living when you're living, you know.
That's true, Dan. Hey, Dan, thank you for listening. We appreciate it.
Yes.
Obviously, that was a very different era. And Paul Brown arguably was the greatest general manager who ever lived, because look at the teams he put together. First in the All-American Football Conference in '46 when it started, and then continuing on into the NFL. But things changed. Obviously, the league changed. I don't think you could have a coach be the all-knowing guy again, although Jimmy Johnson came pretty dang close in Dallas, and that worked. That worked for him.
Andy Reid's the only guy that's kind of in that spot.
Well, he's got a GM, though.
Yeah.
A GM who's responsible for the talent.
I have great respect for the Hunt family, too, with Clark and, before Lamar, only because.
And you know what they say? What do you football guys think? Great, pick him.
Yeah, Clark did a great job with the crew when the crew first started. So you could see, especially as a young owner in the league, what kind of an owner he would be at some point, knowing that he probably would take over with the Chiefs. And he's done, I think, everything that, for sure what his father wanted. So.
Steve is in Strongsville, home of the Mustangs. What's up, Steve?
Hey, good afternoon or good morning, guys.
Steve, to you.
I've been an Indiana fan since the 60s.
Nice.
So I'm telling the Browns fans.
That is the greatest Hoosier resume I've ever heard on the show. Congratulations.
So if somebody says coaching doesn't matter.
Nobody here has said that.
I know that,
okay.
But I'm just emphasizing that coaching matters and picking the right players matters. Indiana had, I think, 5 or 7 4- and 5-star.
I think it was 8 4- or 5-star recruits.
And how many did Miami have?
I don't know, but I'll bet 25 or 30.
50, 45 or 50. So coaching matters.
Yes,
the right coach
without question. But keep in mind, what they did at Indiana was look for a different kind of player. And I thought it was awesome, and I hope it changes the game, because they were looking for guys who had been around, might have a little chip on their shoulder, and showed they could be productive, Steve. And I thought that was great, what Curt Cignetti did there. And he's, along with being a head coach, he's obviously the GM of the football operation. They might have somebody who's titled GM, but Cignetti's the guy who's laying all that out. It was beautiful, and I hope what they did changes college football.
Over 20, by the way, reports say they had over 20 4- or 5-star recruits, over 20. And their next class has 21. For whatever that's worth, you have to trust whoever's giving out the stars. Like, I think Jeff is a 5-star. Jeff is a 5-star reporter now.
Huh.
Most people are 15,
so
20 stars. Yeah, just depends on how many stars you have to get.
Who knew?
Congratulations, Jeff.
Daryl's going to join us. Daryl's going to join us at noon. Coming up next. Can we talk about something that you touched on yesterday? It was nice to get a win for the Cavaliers.
Yeah.
Against their big rivals.
Oh, man. How could you not see it any different? Red Sox, Yankees.
Next on Basket.
Bears, Packers.
for a rematch against the Chicago Wolves. The Monsters looking for some payback after losing last night to Chicago 6-5 in overtime. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
We'll get back to our celebration of Jesse Minter Day probably at noon when Daryl Ryder joins us, our Browns beat reporter. I'm Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin to my right.
Yes.
Dan Mennigan in front of me behind the glass.
Yes, he is.
Matt Corrali takes your phone calls at 216-474-0092. He'll be trying to replace Jeff Thomas on 2020s. Coming up next. Not that anybody can replace Jeff Thomas on 2020s.
No one can.
Just ask him.
He's the GOAT.
Yeah. Well,
he has been 3 decades now. He's been at least 3 decades now the GOAT of 2020s.
Yeah.
Maybe even, is it? Yeah, 3 decades. I don't want to say it's more than that.
Hey, NBA Eastern Conference, you win a game, you jump up 2 spots in the standings.
I said that to you yesterday. I was like, they're sitting in 7th, and then all of a sudden,
you win
boom.
one game, and all of a sudden you're in 5th. So guess what?
It's the beauty of the East this
no
year.
No more
isn't
play-in
it?
tournament, baby. No more play-in tournament.
I slept way better last night. I was only up every 45 minutes.
Teams 2 through 8 in the Eastern Conference are within 4.5 games of each other. So in other words, what does that mean? It means
it's wide open, baby.
Yeah, it's wide open. Somebody's going to get hot. Could the Cavaliers win the East? Yep, sure they could. They could. Could the New York Knicks, who are in 3rd place? Yep, they could. How about Toronto? Yeah, Toronto's in 4th right now.
Half game behind those guys.
Could the Celtics? Boy, would I be surprised. But you never know. Never know.
They're in
Miami?
second.
I'd be surprised.
Yeah.
Magic? I don't know. What we do know is this. I love the way the NBA tries to market things, Andy.
Oh, of course.
You know, that like the whole NBA Cup thing where they keep telling us this is a really big deal. And when we ask why, they say, well, because it is.
Because it is. That's true.
It's a really big deal. Well, what are they playing for? Well, the guys get $500,000. Okay, that might mean something to Cubby at the end of the bench.
Hey, Dan, do you think professional soccer players in this country covet? Would you rather win the MLS Cup or the U.S. Cup? I find it because the U.S. Cup ends up getting these like
that was a direct right turn from what I was talking
AAA.
about.
No, you were talking about the Cup, and I'm like, would there ever be any thought that NBA Emeritus Cup would mean anything? And the only place that I can find a reference point in my mind is in Emirates Cup. What I call it.
You call it like, Professor Emeritus.
Yeah, Emeritus Cup, whatever. Doesn't matter. Although, have you ever seen those airplanes? Whew. Man, they're nice.
I hear, yeah.
But do you in soccer? Do you think
I had a whole
they covet
basketball
that
thing going here?
I know. I'm still with you.
Soccer cups.
I'm with you, man. Chill.
Do soccer players wear cups?
Just let them swing it back.
I'm asking you. Do you think that?
I have no idea. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, no idea.
If you're playing like the AAA team from anywhere against an MLS team, how could that ever feel that you want to win the MLS Cup, right? Then you want to win the World Cup. That'd be like the creme de la creme.
I mean,
but you're not playing with those guys on that team, so.
I don't know. That's a better question for somebody who's played in that whole thing. I don't have the knowledge base for that. I apologize. I've let myself down.
Man,
I've let my family down.
You're done.
And I've let both of you down.
That's it, man.
I understand my role, and we'll do my best to make sure it doesn't happen.
You are now forced to go sit in the corner and watch every great soccer game that's ended in a tie.
We'll get it fixed.
Congratulations.
So the NBA and its never-ending marketing attempts, and good for them.
Yeah.
This was labeled, and I don't know for sure. Is this labeled by the NBA or was this labeled by ESPN?
It smells like the E in ESPN.
It does, yeah. Rivalry week, and the Cavs get to play the Charlotte Hornets. So that one is interesting.
Well, I mean, when you think about it, though, right? Yankees, Red Sox, Celtics, Lakers, Ohio State, Michigan, Cavaliers, Charlotte. I mean, they're all right there.
Ball brothers.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Yeah.
Ali, Frazier, Cavs, Charlotte. But Duke, North Carolina, Cavs, Charlotte. I mean, it's about the same.
Sure is. Are there enough shots to go around on the Cavaliers when Darius Garland is healthy?
Sorry, Canadians, Maple Leafs, Bruins, Canadians. I know.
Andy.
I was just thinking of great rivalries. Are there enough shots to go around? Last night was just an interesting game. Are you specifically referencing last night's game, or are you?
No, I'm looking bigger picture here, and I've made my thoughts real clear on the situation with Darius and Donovan.
Jeff, do you think that two-guard situation that they're in is going to work? I've never asked you that question.
What I'm really wondering now is, and I liked him last year.
The answer is no.
This year he's getting more run. Jalen Tyson is a guy that I think we all need to see more of and needs continued opportunity. I won't say more opportunity, but continued opportunity. And I just wonder if there are too many guys on this team who you kind of want to have the ball in their hands and have them getting a lot of shots. Because if Darius is playing, well, he's a good shooter. You want him to shoot. Maybe not as much.
So when you say
Donovan's terrific,
Jeff, though, when you say more opportunity, he's fourth in the team in minutes.
Yeah, I know. I know that, Indy. But
you're just saying get the ball more so he can take more shots.
Well, as I said, he's getting opportunity, but in the last 3 games, and Darius has been out, he's got a 39-point game, a 16 and a 14. And he's got a lot of double-digit scoring games all year. In fact, most of his games. And I'm not sure. It's why I ask. Are there too many guys who need shots?
He's averaging 5 points less a game than Garland, but he's played in 40 games and Garland's only played in 26.
I just wonder. You want Evan Mobley to get? I'd like Evan to get more shots. Personally,
okay,
as you know, but part of that's on Evan. We've reached the point where it's not just, hey, Kenny, you got to scheme it up. Well, Kenny's been trying. And it's not just on Darius and Donovan, hey, get him shots. Okay, try that. But Evan's got to be more aggressive. But Jalen Tyson, at his size and his ability, I think he's a guy that you just want to see more of.
He's fourth on the team in minutes right now. And you're saying more shots. I just want to make sure you're clear on that.
More role. Maybe a little bigger role where he becomes one of the core 4. I don't think this team's going to make any trade to bust up the core 4 this year. If it doesn't succeed this year, I don't think they have any choice. Whatever route Kobe Altman decides to take with that, he'll have to take. But if they don't get out of the second round this year, they don't have a choice but to bust it up.
Yeah, but can you be financially?
I wouldn't bust it up with trading Jalen Tyson. I would help. He would be one of the guys I build with.
So what are you busting with? Mobley out, Mitchell out.
No,
Garland out.
It would be Darius in my estimation. Yeah. And again, it's nothing against Darius. I think he's a tremendous basketball player. It's all about fit. And I think,
you have 3 guys.
The fit of a 6'6" wing guy is better than another smaller point guard.
You have 3 guys on this team that average more than 30 minutes a game. Garland, Mobley, Mitchell. Now you have to ask yourself how you're going to get, because they have so many guys in that 27 to 22 range, from Wade to Merrill to Hunter to Allen to Tyson. All of those guys are anywhere from 22 to 27 minutes per game. Tyson leads the way with 27.5.
Okay.
So I think he's getting that opportunity. Yeah, but you think he is.
But there are other guys ahead of him, Andy, who might be in his way.
Well, I mean, he's the third guard on a heavy laden guard team.
Yeah, that's my point. Maybe he shouldn't be the third guard. That's my point completely.
Somebody's got to be the 6th man, don't they?
Well, what'd you get DeAndre Hunter for?
To be the 6'7". It's for the kids out there.
Yeah, you're being cute. That's fun. I just wonder, because this is a young guy who's showing he can do a lot of things out there. And I would like to see even more of him. Ryan is in Tampa, Florida. Hello, Ryan.
Rhino.
Hey, Andy, Jeff, and again, how you gentlemen doing? I want to chime in on, obviously, the conversation. Yeah, man, you alluded to, Jeff, obviously, I don't think Kobe Altman's going to change up anything prior to the NBA trade deadline.
Neither do I.
Unique.
I don't think he can. Man.
I'm in agreement. There's so much money locked up, and I don't see anything out there. Again, there's probably a lot of plethora of different things that could occur, and we're going to see shortly with the rumor mills, et cetera, that could be proposed ideas. At the same time, I just love chemistry. I feel that chemistry is numero uno. Obviously, steering clear of that, knock on wood, that injury bug obviously is the key scenario. But again, you can't see it coming. No one can. That's just part of the game. It stinks. But at the same time, I just feel this chemistry and this nucleus, my God, we are locked and loaded everywhere if injury wasn't a part of it. I mean, with Merrill and Tyson just coming out of the woodworks and just D-Wade, et cetera. A lot of guys coming off the bench are just being key role players, et cetera. And then on top of that, we have all-stars. This is an NBA caliber championship team again. And again, I don't think we're being written up by anybody, especially in the NBA, other teams that is, because we can't shoot up the standings very, very shortly. We've seen it before, and looking forward to seeing them play in Orlando Saturday. I just feel that this team, sky's the limit again. I just hope there's no letdown. And again, we can't see these letdowns happen. They just come at us out of left field. With that being said, if hypothetically everything's copacetic with non-injury bugs, off-the-court incidences, etc., sky's the limit, man. And I feel this team is an NBA championship caliber team again. But anyway, guys, great show as always. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Rhino. Appreciate it. The team is positioned to try to make a run. Again, I think this will be the last time they're positioned with this group to make this run. You know, if it doesn't happen this year, I don't think they have any choice but to change it up. You've had two very good coaches try to coach this team past the second round. And if they don't at least get to the Eastern Conference Finals this year, you can't point at the coach. You know, J.B. Bickerstaff is doing a fine job in Detroit. J.B. can obviously coach. Kenny Atkinson, phenomenal last year, doing the best he can this year. He can obviously coach. If it doesn't happen this year, Andy, I think you're looking at at least one big move.
Let me ask you this. What if it does happen this year?
Well, congratulations.
You're going to keep it together?
Well, why wouldn't you?
Because you're in the second apron?
Well,
and everyone's sitting around complaining about this team right now?
Yeah, but so what?
I agree. What?
Answer the complaints. Go win. Go get out of the second round. If you don't get out of the second round, there will clearly be changes.
I think
maybe if they, not just on the roster.
I think if they could, they would make changes at the trade deadline.
Well, they'll be able to make some little moves. You might be able to trade, and we all know they can trade 1-for-1, bringing back less money. Okay, so there are things they can do. I just don't think they'll do anything with Darius, and Donovan, and Evan, and Jarrett.
The only team, and I'm just looking at what, according to Spotrac, the only thing this team can do right now is re-sign their own free agents, sign draft picks, sign players to minimum contracts, and make trades where one player's salary is sent out and equal to or less than the salary that comes back. They can do it for a 1 or for 2+ trade. And that's exactly how it's defined.
Well, they can do some things.
Not
a lot, but you can do something. We'll see. Congratulations, though. Now 5th place. There you go. That's what we're talking about.
That's what we say.
Win a game, jump 2 spots. Daryl Ryder is our Browns beat reporter. Daryl covers all kinds of goodies for us here at The Fan. But we're going to talk a little Browns coaching search. Why? Because it's Jesse Minter Day here in Northeast Ohio.
Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin for FanDuel, and FanDuel is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day, each game day during the championship round. You are ready for Sunday, aren't you? You'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you.
live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Happy Jesse Minter Day to you and yours. Right here in Northeast Ohio. Sun is out because Jesse Minter is in town.
They're going to dinner, don't you think, somewhere?
Well, they can cater in.
Oh, why would you do that? Go.
They have a fine catering staff right there.
Remember, this is Jimmy Haslam can tell a lot about you when you go. And I agree with this.
How you order?
How you order and how you handle yourself while you're eating.
Like I like crispy French fries when I get French fries.
Yeah.
And I always ask to have them like cooked really, really crispy.
Yeah.
I don't like to say well done because if you ordered a steak or something, they see the well done and they cook your steak that way.
Yep.
But I always, so what would that say about me?
No, what the trick is when you order, you say, I would like my steak rare. I would like French fries crispy. That way you're proving to whoever you're sitting with that you can make decisions, you know exactly what you want, and you're confident in your own decisions.
Or you're a royal pain in the ass.
Well, you know what you want, though. I would hire you.
I want Daryl Ryder to talk to us right now.
But you don't want
to us by
somebody
Scheiben
wishy-washy.
Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Hello, D.
Hey, Daryl.
Hello, boys.
How are you?
Happy Jesse Minter Day.
Thank you. And thank you. How are you celebrating?
I'm celebrating by speaking with you, fine gentlemen.
Ah, nice. That's the way to go. We chatted about this early on. Thoughts, and I understand, I kind of understand why. Why do you think the Browns would talk to Jesse Minter when they have a defensive coordinator that they like very much who has already interviewed for the head coaching job and a guy who was a defensive coordinator just got kicked out of Buffalo with the 15th best winning percentage in NFL history for a coach?
Because they're exploring all their options, just because they interviewed Jim Schwartz, just because they would like to retain Jim Schwartz doesn't necessarily mean that Jim Schwartz is the best option going forward as the head coach. So this is just all part of the due process that they're doing. And I know fans and some media are frustrated that this is taking forever, but that's how these things go. And, certain people are only available at certain times. And, Nate Shieldhouse isn't available to talk till next Monday at the very earliest. So that's just the way she goes. So hopefully by this time next week, we'll have a head coach.
I'm cutting right to the chase. Daryl, who do you want and who do you think is going to get it?
I don't want any of them, but I think it's going to come down to Nate Shieldhouse and Grant Udinski.
What happened to pitcher?
He did not get a second interview.
I know. Are you surprised at that?
A little bit.
Given his background with Andrew Berry as well.
Yeah, I mean, and, also within division and whatnot, but he did not advance to the second round.
Daryl, let me go backwards here. Who do you want?
I told you, Andy, I don't want any of them.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. You got to pick somebody, then go off the board.
Well, the guy I wanted's in New York, so...
Yeah, that was easy, and I agree with you completely.
I wanted the search to begin and end there.
That would have been a nice move, but it didn't happen.
I don't think any of these guys are coming in here and changing anything. I really don't. They might run a different scheme or what, but nothing's materially going to change if you hire any one of these kids. They're still going to do business the same way, and the way they do business leads to double-digit loss seasons all the time. So,
the Buffalo Bills fire Sean McDermott. He's available. His name's not been out there very much yet for anybody. Daryl, would he be a good new head coach of the Cleveland Browns?
Well, obviously, he's the most accomplished, right?
Yes.
Of the people that are available. And if you hired him, I don't think you're keeping Jim Schwartz. And I think part of the goal here is if they don't hire Jim Schwartz as the head coach, then they're going to want to keep him as the defensive coordinator, and whether that comes with a bump in pay or a bump in title, we call him assistant head coach or something like that, remains to be seen. But if you bring him in, McDermott, that is, then you're probably, and the same thing goes with Jesse Minter. Like if they hire Jesse Minter ultimately, right, after they complete the Rooney Rule process and all their interviews, and they go with Jesse Minter, I don't think Schwartz is staying either, because he's going to look at that and say, listen, I interviewed twice for this job. Well, technically 3 times, but I interviewed 2 separate cycles for this job. You went ahead and hired another defensive-minded guy after I produced very good defenses the last couple of years, and I turned the franchise defensive player from a perennial All-Pro, perennial Pro Bowl player into a future Hall of Famer. And this is my thanks. Why am I going to stay here? So
I agree completely.
I think that while I don't think it'd be a terrible hire if they went with McDermott, and I think of what is available to them right now, it might be the best path forward, but it would come at the cost of losing Jim Schwartz, which is something I don't think that they really want to do.
But Daryl, you tell me, that could get in the way of hiring the right guy, couldn't it? I mean, if you don't want to hire Jim Schwartz as your head coach, you can't worry about whether he's your defensive coordinator or not.
Well, just from this standpoint, though, Jeff, whoever you bring in, right, if you lose Schwartz, you want them running the same system as he does.
Well, I would agree with that.
Because you spent 3 years building a roster and investing in that scheme, and it has paid dividends, right? This is, I've said this before, this is one of the very few times since 1999 where the Browns have had stability in an area, been able to invest in that area, and see tangible proceeds from that, okay? And I don't that doesn't need to change. And I think that this one of the driving reasons behind their desire to keep Schwartz is they recognize what a good job he's done on that side of the ball. They recognize, not only the progress but the results on that side of the ball. Their problem is on the offensive side. That's where the issue is. Well, we'll throw special teams in there as well. But, the issue, and listen, that's been a problem for the most part since 1999. 8 times since this team has come back, 8 times in 27 seasons. This stat's going to blow you away. 8 times in 27 seasons, the Cleveland Browns have averaged more than 20 points per game. 4 of those times occurred under Kevin Stefanski. Wow. Okay? By the way, 20 points is average in the National Football League. That's a C grade. So that means just 8 times since they came back, they have had an average producing offense. The rest has either been below average or complete abject failure. So, and obviously we know the reason why. They're 42 quarterbacks deep. So they got to fix the quarterback. I understand that, but the issues with this team going forward need to be addressed on the offensive side of the ball. And again, I think that is why they seem so intent on wanting to retain Jim Schwartz. I kind of feel like if he becomes the head coach, it's a fallback option. Also, too, it's not going to be a long-term solution. They'll be replacing him within a year to 3.
So, Daryl, what can we read in then to the fact that Tommy Rees is heading to Atlanta with Kevin Stefanski? Given the fact that they've said, okay, these guys we're going to release Tommy Rees to go and take a lateral job. What do we learn by that?
Well, that they're not going to keep Rees here, and obviously Kevin believes and feels that the problem was not with him or his system or, the guy he put in charge of his system, Tommy Rees, right? Mm-hmm. The problem was personnel related. And quite frankly, I think Kevin Stefanski's got a pretty good argument there. Be interesting to see how things work in Atlanta as he kind of gets the band back together. Bill Callahan's going down there, obviously one of the best in the business when it comes to offensive line coaches. We saw what Stefanski did successfully with Nick Chubb, and let's put Kareem Hunt into that mix as well. Bijan Robinson is a hybrid of both those players, right? And he's already a great player. So it's going to be interesting to see if Stefanski is able to elevate what Bijan Robinson already does great. So, but that's what I take from that, is that clearly he is of the belief that Andrew Berry did him absolutely no favors the last 2 years.
Daryl Ryder joining us. He's our Browns beat reporter. He's our Cleveland beat reporter. Covers everything there is to cover in Cleveland sports for us here at The Fan. This situation here in Cleveland feels so close to what is going on in Buffalo right now, except the Bills have a quarterback and the Browns don't.
And they've made the playoffs on a more consistent basis than the Browns have in the last 40 years.
But with structure and what just played out. The GM won what apparently was a power struggle, and the GM won the same thing here.
And everything was the coach's fault, right?
Everything, well, with both guys, everything was the coach's fault, apparently.
By the way, the Browns have had some whoppers of press conferences over the years.
Nothing like yesterday, huh?
I got it. You know what? Standing ovation to the Buffalo Bills. Welcome to the club. Very well done, Terry Pagula. Very well done.
Was it weird to you when he came out and said the coaching staff pushed for Keon Coleman like absolute crazy, and then within like an hour, all over the internet, everybody posting Brandon Beane saying, boy, I really want Keon Coleman. He's going to be my guy.
Wasn't that classic?
It's like, oh, my God, please.
Oh, it was beyond fantastic.
With that in mind a little bit, we were chatting earlier, Daryl. Right now, it appears of the three thought partners, the only one left is Andrew Berry, and that it would appear he's taken on a little more responsibility because Paul DePodesta is not here. Would this team benefit from what Atlanta just did, where you hire a director of football, basically a football president like Matt Ryan, and the GM and the coach report to that guy who talks to the owner? Or do you like the idea where a coach is talking to the owner and a GM's talking to the owner and everything else? Which is what John Harbaugh now has in New York.
Right. I do like the Falcon structure. That's what I'll say. I like the Falcon structure.
Yeah, me too.
All right, Daryl, I want to dive into this just because I want your take on it. What'd you think of the Baker Mayfield tweet after Orlando Ledbetter said that Kevin Stefanski had a dumpster fire at quarterback, Baker Mayfield, Deshaun Watson failed, and then...
I think he was wrong on that, though, don't you?
Yeah, he was. Baker
fail.
got to the playoffs, won a playoff game. Yeah. I don't know necessarily you can say Baker failed, but he did fail in the sense that the organization moved on from him. Okay?
Well said.
Nick and I had an argument about this yesterday. Here's my whole take on the situation. I have problems with people that treat people with disrespect, then complaining about not being treated with respect themselves. That's the issue I have with it. Okay? Did hindsight being 2020, the Browns probably should have stuck with Baker. He obviously would have been better than what we've had the last couple of years with Deshaun. The Browns the Browns were 100% justified in moving on from Baker Mayfield. The Browns are 100% justified in not wanting to invest $35+ million per year in him, okay? The manner in which they did it was complete garbage. They did not handle that situation well, and they brought in the wrong guy, right? You can't put out a stand, and I'll give Nick, and if you missed it, I'm sure you can go back and watch it on YouTube or on the Odyssey Rewind there, but Nick was right when he said, hey, you can't put out there through sourcing that you wanted an adult in the room and then you go out and bring in somebody with the baggage that Deshaun Watson has. And he's 100% correct in that. So the execution of how the Browns moved on from Baker was wrong. They handled it poorly. They brought in the wrong guy, okay? But I do feel like they were justified in moving on from Baker. And to your guys' point earlier about, hey, you take him to dinner, see how he treats the wait staff, see how he orders food, right? Same thing, right? It comes down to how you treat people. And I witnessed a lot of stuff with my own 4 eyes, and I heard a lot of stuff with my 2 ears in which that Baker expressed a tremendous amount of immaturity, okay, and disrespect towards people. And I realized, again, to Nick's point that he made with me yesterday, quarterbacks aren't Boy Scouts, players aren't Boy Scouts. I get that. That doesn't justify it. That doesn't make it right, okay? And also, too, your production equals tolerance. If you're a great player, they're going to look the other way. They were willing to look away at all the baggage Deshaun Watson came with because they felt he was a great player, and this move was in the best interest of the franchise. They were willing to look away with all of that. And, oh, by the way, so were Browns fans, okay? I saw the lines at training camp that first year of the women with their little girls and the guys that could not get in line fast enough to get a picture and an autograph with Deshaun. And that's what the Browns were banking on. the issue was not available to play, and when he did, or was available to play, he didn't play very, very well. So that's just where I am with the Baker thing. He's still obviously thinking about his time here in Cleveland and his departure in Cleveland. By the way, the Carolina Panthers didn't want anything to do with him. Wasn't he running scout team defense at some point? And then he ended up in Los Angeles with the Rams, who also let him go, and now he's found a home in Tampa. And I think that's where Baker Mayfield's focus ought to be, is in the present and what he's going to do to continue to win divisions for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But made for great content, made for great conversation and whatnot. But again, you don't get to play the "I've been disrespected" card when you spend the better part of your day being disrespectful to people.
Daryl, thank you.
Thank you, Daryl.
You bet, guys.
Daryl Ryder, brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, when I asked him about the Buffalo Bills situation, he said, and I said, Josh Allen, he said, yeah, and the fact that they've won. What's going on in Buffalo feels really familiar, Browns fans. We're going to talk about what happened in Buffalo and some of the comments that Bills players are making that might make you think, it's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
back at Rocket Arena this evening, taking on the Carolina Hurricanes affiliate Chicago Wolves. The two squared off last night in Cleveland with Chicago winning 6-5 in overtime. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content and daily live streams of our shows each and every weekday from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Phelps here, Baskin there, Mennigan over there, Corrali in the back as we celebrate Jesse Minter Day here in Cleveland. The defensive coordinator of the Chargers in town for his second interview, according to all reports. Brown's interviewing a defensive coordinator of another team when our defensive coordinator has already interviewed twice, but I guess that's neither here nor there.
Is that why you wore Cincinnati Bearcats? Did you really do that in honor of Jesse Minter Day?
You tell me, did I?
I think you did.
No, it wasn't actually.
It just happened?
I put it on, and then I thought as I was driving to work, hey, wait a minute. Okay, that'll work. So there you go.
And then it just happened to work out.
Yeah, it just happened to be that way. The Buffalo Bills earlier this week fired Sean McDermott. We've talked about his success there, and we've talked about his failures there. He did not get to a Super Bowl, which was very, very, very much a big deal in Buffalo. And a lot of fans there thought, he's not the guy to get us over the top. Maybe not. But I know we as Browns folks would love to get to the point where Buffalo's been, where, as you said yesterday, his playoff record's only 8-8. And we both said, hey, great, he coached in 16 playoff games. Thank you. Thank you.
I'd be happy to root for a franchise that's lost the Super Bowl somewhere along the way, if not many.
The situation there, and we just chatted with Daryl about it for just a second, it screams Browns right now. Because you have an ownership that picked the general manager over the coach. The big difference is, and as Daryl said, A, they have Josh Allen. B, Browns don't know what they're doing at quarterback quite yet. They're still looking. And A, Bills have won big. Browns haven't won big. So we have
Wouldn't that have been C?
No, we have two different things, an A and a B on each item there.
All right.
On each item.
Sorry to follow along.
I want to give Andrew Berry a thought though.
Okay.
If he's looking for extra help on the defensive line at tackle, and I think he's done a nice job adding pieces to the defense.
Here comes a joke.
The Bills the Bills' Jordan Phillips will probably be available if he's interested. He's a free agent at the end of the year. And after Sean McDermott was fired on Monday, he put out a social media post, and he said, this beep here is so stupid, honestly sickening. The best coach I've ever been around. So he won't be going back to Buffalo. Right?
I don't know. I thought Myles Garrett wasn't coming back here, so.
Well, yes.
Yes.
There is that.
Mm-hmm.
There's also this. Bruce Arians. We like Bruce, don't we?
We like Bruce Arians.
Yeah, Bruce was here.
He wanted to come to Cleveland.
He wanted to come here.
And they wouldn't hire him.
They wouldn't hire him.
Nope.
He was on Pat McAfee's show. And Bruce Arians said, this one baffles me, talking about the Bills. How Brandon Beane got elevated and Sean McDermott got fired, that just blows my mind because they didn't have any damn players.
No.
Could you insert?
What's interesting is that's a coach saying that. That's not a player
coach
saying that.
Now, remember, coach is going to back the coach. Don't you think, over a GM?
Yeah, always. Always. It's the whole, it's the Moneyball scene. Again, they're paying you to be here kind of thing.
That's where, again, there's a similarity, I would think, between the Bills and the Browns. Because, and I still don't quite get this one. Andrew Berry, I own the record for the last 2 years. Okay, great. It didn't get you fired. It got Kevin fired. But
he's only said it once.
Well, he only had to say it once. Well, stuck in my head.
But your head coach was saying it every game. It's on me. It's on the coaching staff.
Oh, what's he going to do,
Got to coach
Andy?
better. Got to play better. You don't say it. You just
went
stop
out. We
saying
lost
it
today.
after
You know
a while.
why we lost today? Because our players stink.
All right, I'm okay with that.
We don't have as good of players as the other team, and that's on Andrew Berry.
I think Terry Pagula would say that after a game.
Well, Terry doesn't coach.
I know, but he would call out. I actually think Mennigan would even play Terry Pagula press conferences. and drool over them.
Bruce Arians.
Owner press conferences, I'm all for because those people have no filters.
So selective you are.
If you do you want noise-filled air? Is that what you're looking for? You just want somebody going.
No, I want to be informed. I want to be informed.
Informed my butt.
Come back, guys.
Why does Jeff always feel like he needs to do that?
Bruce, well, you told me to lead the show today, so I'm leading the show today. And I'm trying to keep on stay on the path.
You chose to lead the show.
Trying to stay on the path. I'm talking about Bruce Arians and what he told McAfee about Sean McDermott.
I don't like when he doesn't let us play.
I continue. Oh, you play, but you were suddenly talking about something else.
I wasn't talking about anything. I was talking about Terry Pagula. You were talking about the Bills.
You were talking about owner press conferences.
Yes.
I'm talking about Bruce Arians talking about Sean McDermott.
Yeah. Sean McDermott, where? Bills. Pagula. Bills. Same story.
Pagula's daughter's a big-time tennis player.
Come on, Oprah.
It does truly make me feel like the dog that sniffs the fire hydrant and gets yanked. That's really what this feels like.
I mean, there were 1,000 dogs there before. What's the difference?
That's why it's so attractive to you, Dan.
It is kind of weird, though.
Yeah. Arians continued about McDermott. I mean, the guy's one of the best coaches in the league. Andy, ready? And a great leader of men.
Oh. Hired.
He's taken that team as close as you can get. Couldn't beat Mahomes. McDermott didn't throw any damn interceptions. And the referees screwed him bad. And he gets fired? Come on, man. And Brandon Beane gets a raise? I don't get that one. That one blows my mind.
Wait, he swore there too?
Oh, it's a word that's...
It's BA. Yeah, Bruce Arians has a lot of...
It's a word that started with the letter after E.
I like Bruce Arians.
Yeah, he's got a lot of four-letter words that comes out of his mouth quite often.
Well, he clearly was a fan of Sean McDermott and clearly not a fan of the powers that be moving on from Sean McDermott. And if I'm Sean McDermott, based on the similarities between what happened in Buffalo and what happened in Cleveland, I don't think I'd even interview for the Browns job. And that's nothing even against the Browns as much as it is against the situation, because it's exactly what he just left.
I have a question that's been burning, and I'm not trying to take a right turn. But
get a shot for that.
I know. But with McDermott getting fired in Buffalo, do you think, this is a deep question, ready? With all of the openings in the NFL for head coaches this year, and let's not forget, the Browns were like number one in the... Who jumped in the water first? We were like number one, weren't we?
No.
Well, I mean, after
there
the
were
season.
existing Titans had one.
Yeah, on the Monday after the regular season.
Giants had one.
Yeah. I wonder if the Browns, knowing that there would be this many vacancies, would the Browns have done it again?
Would they have kept Kevin?
Yeah, would they have kept Kevin?
I have wondered the same thing.
Oh, so I'm not alone on this.
No, you're not alone on that.
Yeah, I heard Wendy say it on ESPN last night. Was talking about they were kind of riding him a little bit about it was after the Cavs game, and actually it might have even been after the late game, after Oklahoma City's game last night, and they threw a couple bonus questions at him about the Browns, and he was like, well, I wouldn't have fired my coach the same year that everybody else was firing their coach, and I was like, huh, it's an interesting point.
I wouldn't have fired him in the first place, but then, and we talked about this when you were out. It's this. Wait a minute. The guy I just fired is at the top of everybody else's list.
It's an awkward feeling.
Well, I wonder if they had second thoughts or if they thought we absolutely made the right move because it wasn't working here anymore. And Andrew Berry's comment about it was more than just the wins and losses. It was about, Dan, what was it exactly kind of?
It was about things going sideways after you traded Joe Flacco, is what they really should say. Again, I would, when Dan and I the other day asked questions that the second interview guys would ask the ownership, I would have so many questions for these guys. Like, again, what was the thinking? And I know that they had benched Joe Flacco. What was the thinking of bringing in Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco and then getting rid of them and leaving the coach with the two rookie quarterbacks? Why'd you trade Pickett without ever getting him on the field? And I don't want to hear it. And what kind of answer do you want? Well, I don't know. I want to just hear what they say. Why
Kenny Pickett traded before he ever played? And we've heard injuries. Okay, well, the Raiders picked him up and immediately made him active and was their backup quarterback.
I know you're asking that question.
I'm not saying Pickett's the greatest guy ever. I just would have been better than what we had this year, wouldn't you? Same with Flacco.
I get it. It failed.
And Joe wasn't your future, but...
No, I get it, but and I'm just putting yourself in the situation here. Jeff, if you're asking questions like that in the second interview, are you hiring? Oh, my God. Am I going to get questioned on every move I make as a general manager?
Yeah. Yes.
From the head coach?
I hope so.
Oh, man. Do I really want to work in that atmosphere? I want to?
Which is why you're going to get coordinator du jour who's 31 years old and is more worried about how
many of those guys? How many of those guys would ask that question? Only the vets?
I hope Jim Schwartz did. Jim might have known.
But Jim probably had the answer. I'm just saying, if you turn around and ask...
the first question...
you are trying to... You're not being... Are you being recruited or are you interviewing for a job? Much like we talked about with Shedeur. It's the same situation.
You're being recruited and you're interviewing for a job. For instance, if I'm Sean McDermott and the Browns want to interview me, let's just say that happened. I'm not coming in trying to sell myself. I'm not. Because I'm thinking, I'm sorry, I got a lot of jack in the bank, and I'm going to get a job next year if I want one. I might get a job this year if I want one. So I'm going to grill you guys. The first thing I asked in our little exercise, just tell me your philosophy in drafting two quarterbacks in the third and the fifth round.
Maybe there's a reason why we haven't heard about McDermott and the Browns in the first place then.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe for that very reason.
What kind of a guy do you think they want? Do they want a yes man? Or do they want someone who's going to challenge them? If you were hiring somebody and it was your money on the line, do you want to be challenged? Does that make you think you're going to make more money somewhere down the road? Is that going to make you a better owner if the guy you're bringing in is going to challenge you? Or are you creating more drama?
Of the 5 guys who are getting the second interviews now, there's only one guy I think would be a major challenge to them and would challenge them in a major way.
And there it is.
You know who that guy is. He's your coordinator on defense.
Jim Schwartz, that's it, yeah.
Yeah, that's who that guy is. We're going to talk more football coming up at 1 o'clock.
Maybe Munkin?
Maybe, but not like Jim would, I don't think. Coming up at 1, Chris Rose, John Boy Media is going to join us. In case you haven't been paying attention to anybody on any broadcast outlet or anything on the internet, we're due for something this weekend that's going to apparently be bad. The bad winter continues this weekend.
Yes.
But it's continuing in parts of the country that have weather people saying silly things.
That would be the United States.
Next on Baskin and Phelps.
Chicago Wolves. The two squared off last night in Cleveland. Chicago won 6-5 in overtime. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Carrawley.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. I look outside right now, Andy. You know what I see?
I believe that thing is called the sun.
That is the sun. Now, will it be here coming up this weekend?
It was weird. I was up at I think it was out the door by 5 o'clock this morning, and
good Lord,
it was warm.
Yeah, no,
it was kind of warm when I woke up.
When I walked out of work yesterday, I thought, wow, this is really nice and warm. And I got in the car, and it said it was 28.
Yeah, it's amazing
That's
what
where
the
we
sun
are right now.
So Montana was like this a lot, where you'd get. It would
Tons
be
of
cold,
snow and then the sun comes out.
But as long as there's no wind and the sun is out, it's kind of, I don't know, an illusion.
That's really true. We're going to get back to talking about the Browns at 1 o'clock. Chris Rose is going to join us from the NFL Network, John Boy Media, Browns preseason television, as the Browns are looking for a head coach here on Jesse Minter Day in Northeast Ohio. But we've seen the weather forecast for this weekend. If you haven't, well, here you go. It's something like this. It's going to be bad.
That's good stuff.
I don't know if we need anything more than that. It's going to be bad.
I'm hearing also once the sun goes down, widely scattered darkness. So
nice.
Thank
you. The forecast can change a little bit, and who knows what it's going to be and where it's going to be and everything else. But it's starting in Arizona, this storm system, and going all the way up through us into the East Coast. And it's supposed to be bad in a lot of places where it usually isn't bad.
Does it have a name yet?
Yeah, it does.
It does?
It's Winter Storm Fern, I believe.
Is that what it is?
Fern, F-E-R-N.
Can we blame the Weather Channel for this?
Naming storms?
Yes.
How about it's going to snow and going to be cold? And again, this is going to happen in places where it doesn't usually happen. This system is starting in Arizona. And, Dano, that includes the great state of Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a weather guy in Texas at a great television station, WFAA. A buddy of mine's dad used to be the GM there. Really, it's a big-time station. And we've learned during the break, the gentleman who did the weather there and does the weather, former minor league pitcher for the Minnesota Twins.
Yes.
And
got that going for him. Which
yeah.
is nice.
And if it weren't for an elbow injury, he may never have been doing the weather.
Spent 5 seasons in the minors.
And may never have done what Dan is going to tell us about right now.
Well, I'll just let him do it because, as we know, you get a little south of the Mason-Dixon line, and they don't totally know how to handle the snow, ice, and fun fest that comes our way.
Weather guy, WFAA in Dallas, Pete Delkus.
Bread, milk, toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up. This winter storm is still on track to deliver quite a punch to the Dallas-Fort Worth area in North Texas. We're still looking at all of North Texas under a winter storm watch. It begins Friday and it goes right through late Saturday night and early Sunday morning. And it's in place due to the potential for sleet, freezing rain, and even snow accumulations across the area. Now, it'll all begin with just plain old rain on Friday. And Friday evening, that will transition into the wintry mix. That's the sleet and also the freezing rain, and even a little bit of snow. We keep that wintry mix around overnight Friday night, throughout the day on Saturday, and it will finally end on Sunday morning. Accumulations is certainly a possibility, along with the coldest temperatures we've seen so far this season.
You know, Pete makes a very valid point. It was a great update, but if it's going south, do you really need anything more than toilet paper, beer, and bourbon?
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
I got to be honest
Words
with you.
to live life by right there. You can put that on my headstone.
Pete's our new hero.
That's out right there on my headstone.
I don't even drink, and he's my new hero.
Here lies Dan Manigan.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
My God, if something happens to you while we're still working together, I'm telling your better half. That goes on his tombstone.
That's right there on the headstone. It's right there. Hey, folks, we got a Browns game coming on Sunday.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
Buckle in. Coaching search.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
I respect that. I respect that.
Hey, the Browns are talking about drafting another quarterback.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
Up, new head coach.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
Is it just me or does Grant Udinski look way too much like Johnny Manziel?
Yeah, with these 3 items, it might help the cause.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
Can't you guys respect? I respect this guy.
Oh, he's my new hero.
It's a great weather report.
He's my new hero. Pete, we want you on the show.
Yeah, it would be good to get Pete on the show for that one. This is outstanding. These are the weather reports that I'm looking for on a weekend where they're saying you're going to get a boatload of snow. It's like, you know what? Get the essentials.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
Stay warm.
Pete used to work in Cincinnati. He knows about the wintry mix.
Worked in Orlando too. I'm just looking at the weather for this thing, man. It's I think we're just getting snow though. I don't think we're gonna. There's some super ice.
Yeah, it's already going to be too cold.
Yeah,
we're not going to get the sleet.
Are we really going to get 10 or more inches? Ooh.
Where?
I don't know. I'm just looking at what CBS had on a map. It's kind of crawling through.
Last forecast I saw said that more snow in the southern part of Ohio than here.
Good. You know what?
Who knows?
It's about time.
Well, who knows?
Could that lake protect us just once?
Well, it's close to freezing over. And you know what happens when the lake freezes over?
No more lake effect.
That's right. The lake effect snow machine goes away.
You know what? You rip the you-know-what out of me every time I start the show by talking about the weather. The one thing people...
It's 12:48.
Oh, boy. Andy's ranting again.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
How bad do they freak out down in Texas when they see snow?
Well, let me tell you.
Tell me, Jeff.
Here's the thing. Where I worked in Texas, Beaumont, Texas, was right off of the Gulf Coast.
I'm unfamiliar. I never knew you worked in Beaumont.
No kidding, Missoula man.
Yes. Perhaps I did work in Missoula. Yes.
Wait, we're story time with Jeff and Andy?
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
That's right. Jeff Phelps holding court.
All right, it was right there.
All right, so how bad do they freak out?
Here's what happens. Where I was in Texas is on the Gulf Coast, and so you've got the Gulf of Mexico. It doesn't freeze. So I was
Gulf of America. Sorry.
I was there for 5 years and 21 days. Not that I was counting. And the entire time I was there, it snowed once, and by the time I woke up, it had melted. And when it did snow, you just barely saw a little bit on like windshields of cars.
Oh, that's nothing.
I mean, there was no accumulation.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really snow there. It has on the Gulf Coast area, but the 5 years and 21 days I was there, it didn't. You get to Dallas, up in that area, and
those northerners, right?
What Pete was talking about, because it's more inland and it's a little more north. Ice storms are terrible, and because they're not really prepared to deal with it like we are with salt trucks, even though we're supposedly running out of salt in Northeast Ohio.
But we have tons of it under the lake.
And you do get snow there in that part of the state. And it's one of these things like, it's doing what? All right, well, we're going to sit here until it melts. That's what they do. And usually it melts in, it might be on the ground for a day or 2 or 3, and then it warms up. And
so it locks up the whole city for 3 days, though?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's bad. Because they don't have the equipment that we have here in the north, because we get it so much, we're prepared for it.
Interesting. I don't really think about the South when it comes to snow, other than that they completely. I mean, even like when I lived in Columbus, it would people would freak out a little bit when they would get some. I mean, the difference between here and there.
We stock up, with some food things and with salt for the roads, but. Not in the South, baby.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
Can you believe that?
That's awesome.
They're probably making a run on the big box warehouse stores right now down there.
I'm sure it's going nuts. I actually texted a buddy of mine who lives in Tyler, Texas, which is east of Dallas. And I said, I hear you're going to get your butt kicked. The response was, yep. That was it.
Well, that's a great conversation.
Former weatherman.
I totally want to hang out with you guys.
He's retired now, and he only goes like one-word responses on stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you this.
He retired because he has no kids.
I don't ever remember when I was younger, when I knew there was a snowstorm coming, taking my wipers and flipping them up so they didn't stick to the windshield. I do think it's one of the greatest things that's happened in the last, this is what I was trying to figure out, in the last what? Like, how long have people been doing that?
My folks did that.
They did?
Folks always used to do it, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't do it.
I started doing it maybe 3 or 4 years ago. I don't ever remember, but I never once thought about it.
And it allows you to scrape your windshield more cleanly.
Oh, it's easier. It's what a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
Did wipers change? That's the question.
My daughter has a car, and I went out to brush off her car because it was parked outside. I went out, and I was going to flip her wipers up. Her flippers, they won't flip up. The car is built in such a way that the hood stops the wiper from going up. And I thought, this is basically
You can't pull it up a little by manually?
No. It just wasn't, and it's a newer car.
So maybe they won't stick
She's
during.
leasing a cheaper, newer car, and it just didn't move up.
So maybe they won't stick.
Well, I don't know. All I know is that I couldn't lift the wipers so that it did what you were talking about.
I also have to tell you that my new trick now, and I've been doing this for a couple of years now, I'm done taking a brush to the car. I bring out the push broom. I just use the push broom on the whole car now. I don't even mess with it.
Yeah, it's easier to go just get a broom and do it.
No, I'm talking about the big one though. The one you would use to brush off your driveway or something like that.
Yeah.
I just get that, and because
much easier.
Yeah, I don't know.
The little hand wiper, those aren't bad. Those aren't good.
How about here's another winter question for you: rude or not, should you wipe the snow off the top of your car? I think you should, especially
so it
if you're
doesn't splash all over the
so
car
you're not
behind
crushing
you.
the car behind you.
Yeah. Especially when you're getting on the highway.
Yeah, I mean that happens all the time.
That's some good winter etiquette, but not like this.
That's true.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
Chris Rose.
Those are all on the grocery list today, by the way, for me.
Not a surprise.
When I moved to Montana,
those are usually on every grocery list you ever have.
Again, we got a lot of snow coming. We got to come prepared.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
I got to sit through this nonsense. I may as well be a little warmer.
At least you're going to have football championship games coming up on Sunday, baby.
That's true. Hey, listen, so when I moved out west, right, when I moved out to Montana, I got a block heater.
You moved to Montana?
I know. It was near. It's right. It's just north of Beaumont. But I got a block heater for the car. Took it to the old Block Brothers there on Taylor Road. Thank you, boys. And
before you left?
Before I left, my dad said to me, hey, I think I was driving a Cutlass or something. And my dad said, you probably need to get a block heater if you're going to move out there. And I'm like, what's a block heater, Dad? And he's like, it keeps your oil warm for when it gets really cold if you got to park outside. I was like, okay. And it was weird. Like, as I was driving it around here for, I don't know, the 2 or 3 weeks before I left, people thought I had an electric car. And it was also interesting that a lot of the apartment complex I lived at, every parking spot had outlets.
Yeah.
So you could plug in.
You do with what you have to do.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah.
All I know is that Pete Delkus is our new favorite meteorologist.
Way to go, Pete.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
Chris Rose, if he were a meteorologist, would probably say such things.
Thanks for listening.
Instead, he's a sports guy. He's with the NFL Network. He's with John Boy Media. He does Browns preseason TV, and he's next on Baskin and Phelps on Jesse Minter Day here in Northeast Ohio.
Jeff.
September. The winner of those awards and others will be revealed during NFL Honors on February 5th. Cavs are off tonight. They're coming off a 94-87 win against the Hornets in Charlotte. They'll be back in action tomorrow to take on the Sacramento Kings at Rocket Arena. NFL Network and John Boy Media's Chris Rose joins the guys next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The exciting action of the NFL postseason is on Westwood One.
Caught! Touchdown! Touchdown! If you hadn't seen it, you would not believe it.
This is Scott Graham. Join us Sunday for complete coverage of the conference championship games. Our broadcast kicks off at 2 p.m. Eastern Time and goes until the Super Bowl matchup is set. If it's the NFL playoffs, it's on Westwood One.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Hey kids, want to let you know 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. All you need to do is enter the code SAUCE, S-A-U-C-E, SAUCE, at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack combo meal from Mr. Hero. That's right, download Mr. Hero's mobile app and get a regular BOGO offer just for signing up. You'll receive a monthly coupon and monthly coupon offers, I should say. That's what you will get. Order online and earn points while you enjoy your favorite menu items. Download today in the Google Play Store or in the Apple Store as well. It's all from Mr. Hero and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. The word is sauce.
Yesterday was supposed to be Mike McDaniel Day here in Northeast Ohio, and he said thanks, but no thanks. Today was Jesse Minter Day. We were in celebration of Jesse Minter Day, and then it turns out Jesse fooled us all. Mary Kay Cabot saying he's not interviewing after all. We go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Here to help us celebrate what was Jesse Minter Day is Chris Rose from the NFL Network. Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Happy Jesse Minter Day to you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens. I mean, got it. Next.
What is like, this is what happens?
I will say this. I love my hometown. I really do. People have got to move on from stuff. Like, I do think Jesse Minter is going to be a head coach. He has a strong connection to Baltimore. I'd be surprised if he didn't end up there. I don't know where else it could be. I mean, I don't know. There are other, the Browns have to deal with what has happened with their organization over the last several years. And there are some pretty good jobs with some pretty good quarterbacks that are available right now. So the whole woe is me thing gets tiresome. I can tell you that.
You didn't have your Cincinnati Bearcat sweatshirt on for Jesse Minter Day like I did?
Jeff does, yeah.
Hey, I told him when I did the Chargers-Patriots game, I said, I used to cover your dad at when I first started out in this career at the old Nippert Stadium.
Yeah.
So we had a little joke about that, and I do think he's actually going to be a really good coach. He's a little bit like some of the offensive gurus that we're interviewing and have a real strong interest in that, he's got to learn how to speak in front of an entire room. If you've seen the clip floating around of Mike McDonald, who, of course, worked in Baltimore prior to his now 2-year stint in Seattle, it's pretty awesome on social media. People are like, well, that's what I want. That's what I need. Folks, anything we do at the coaching position is going to be a bit of a crapshoot. And you just have to realize that there is no perfect candidate for this team. Heck, when Sean McVay got hired at age 30, the Rams were like, we think this dude is going to be the next big thing. But you know what? They said it with their fingers crossed.
Sure they did.
They were praying that it was going to be right.
Well, how could you know, Chris? You can't know.
You can't know.
Yeah.
You can't know. So for all of this stuff, I don't like this guy, I like that guy. They're going to try somebody, and we'll see if it works. There's no proven coach that is going to come here and you say, I feel great about it because of his track record. I mean, we all love Jim Schwartz, and I think he did a remarkable job turning around Detroit. But the record is whatever the record is. Todd Monken has never been a head coach at this level. Everybody else, you're kind of going up to the plate, grabbing a bat, and hope you connect with one.
Chris, do you have a favorite? Do you have somebody you'd like to see be the next head coach?
I don't know enough about Nate Fieldhouse. I'm still kind of, the only thing I'm doing is kind of watching interviews and trying to talk to a few people who might know some guys. I know a few people in Jacksonville. I know a few people with the Rams whom I'm not going to bother right now. Apparently they're still busy.
Yes.
That's the report.
Oh, the league's still going? I missed that.
Yeah, sure is. Got a couple games this week, and I'll let you know how that goes.
Cool. Give me a call on Monday.
Yeah. And whomever it is, I suppose you'd like to see somebody in the offensive tree. I think that would probably be fun. I would have liked Jesse Minter from a kind of a young defensive energy standpoint. We talked about it last week that there were 8 teams left, and 4 of which were defensive coaches. So for all the people who said, well, you need this, you need that, you know what you need? You need a damn good quarterback, really, for the most part, if you're going to make it to this level. You need a first-round quarterback is kind of what you need.
Which, of course, you've pointed out time and time again, and I think you're absolutely right about that. In this situation, and I think Andy feels this way, I think I feel this way, it's starting to feel like Jim Schwartz is going to get this job. Would you think that's the case, or do you think that one of the young offensive coordinators is the guy that they're really focusing on?
I don't know. I haven't talked to anybody in the Browns organization about that. I think I would like to try to see the offensive side of the ball, and if you want to try and pair Jim Schwartz with them, remember he is still under contract.
Sure.
So for somebody who suggested that I saw on social media yesterday that Kyle Shanahan would be smart to call Jim Schwartz, depending how things go in Cleveland. Well, it's not exactly that easy. Maybe Mike McDaniel can write Kyle Shanahan to try and pull Jim Schwartz out of Cleveland, a 16-point bulletin on how to do that when you're under contract. But I don't know if that would work.
Yeah, when's the last time you did a PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll let you know.
Well, can we read into Tommy Rees that the Browns let him out of the contract to go join Kevin down in Atlanta? Can you read into that? Does that make you think, okay, well, they want to hire somebody offensively, and that maybe you do keep short? I mean, that was the first thing I thought of this morning. I was like, okay, they're going to let Tommy out of his contract to go coach with Kevin. So what does that mean?
Well, I think you can both like somebody and also realize that there might be something better out there. So I watched the Browns an awful lot over the last 2 years, and the offense was less than appetizing. So if you are going to move on from your offensive-minded head coach, wouldn't you want a fresh start, period, offensively?
You would think so.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. So, I mean, to me, it just makes sense. Like, there's a reason that Jim Schwartz has not been released from his contract yet, because the defense has been really good in his 3 years, exceptional in 2023 and again in 2025. So, you can make whatever you want out of that. But I would just say this, that whatever the Browns were doing the last 2 years, and a lot of it is, in my opinion, personnel-driven, meaning we just don't have good enough players. And I understand why Kevin took him down there. I mean, he thinks that he's a bright young mind, somebody that he knows how to work with, and they have a lot of pieces. They have a pretty good offensive line. They've got maybe the best running back in the league. They've got a number one receiver. They can tag a tight end who finally played up to first-round potential. They've got a lot going for them, and they're in a soft division. So, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff for the Atlanta Falcons, in my opinion.
Kevin,
and they play the Buccaneers twice a year.
I heard that. That's kind of crazy.
That could be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin in Atlanta, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a good spot for him. I really do. I think it's a good spot for him. Like I just mentioned, I think they do have a lot of talent, and really their problem has been since since they made their Super Bowl appearance that they have not been able to get to the passer. And this year, I think they were finished third in sacks.
I think it was second. They were up there.
They had a great year, led by a couple of guys who were first-round picks, one of whom we all laughed at when they traded up with the Rams to go get him. And the whole year we were saying, my God, this is going to end up being a top 10 pick for the Rams. Well, it didn't. The Falcons ended up having the same record as the team that won the division in the NFC South. It's a mid-first rounder, and they would gladly have given up, the first-round pick for the kid they ended up taking out of Tennessee because he had an awesome rookie year.
Different quarterback situation, different track record as of late, but the Bills choose the GM over the coach, and the Browns did the same thing. And Sean McDermott's now available. That's a stunning move, isn't it, based on his regular season success? And then the press conference did nothing in Buffalo but make things a little more strange, I think.
So I wouldn't say that it was like fall out of bed stunning. We actually talked about it. Michael Robinson was filling in for MJD on Saturday. And after the Bills lost, I said, look, go back to week 18. It felt like Steelers-Ravens, loser leaves town. Happened with Harbaugh. Then a week later, the Steelers lay an egg against the Texans in the wild card round, and Mike Tomlin leaves. Could we see the same with Sean McDermott? And he goes, I don't think so. And Mike Robb actually is very close with the Bills organization. And he said, I don't think so, but if they want to go trade for Mike Tomlin, that's what I would do. And I don't know if that's like the ideal case. We haven't even heard Tomlin's name. In fact, Jay Glazer says he thinks that Tomlin's done coaching, period, not just for this year. But look, if your kids want to get into football, make sure they're on the evaluation side instead of the coaching side, because evaluators get multiple bites at the apple. And in some cases, coaches get a year or two and max 3. And if you don't turn it around, it's all on you, no matter how much the team stinks. And Brandon Beane isn't the first guy that's held his job now through, he didn't get a chance to hire Sean McDermott. It was McDermott first, then Beane. So now he's going to play whatever role he will. But that press conference was extremely uncomfortable. And my guess is you could have Keon Coleman for the kicker bag of balls if you want to trade for him.
And I think I would, especially after all the video coming out afterwards about Brandon Beane saying, this is my guy and I'm taking him first pick, second round. Here we go.
You just remember, all that tape lives. It's all once you say it, once you're mic'd up for something, it is always there, and some internet sleuth is going to find it at some point.
Isn't that the truth?
Yeah, it's uncomfortable. Look, the kid brought some of this on himself. He was a healthy scratch a couple of times, reportedly for missing meetings. You can't do that. It's one thing if you're dropping passes and, you're working your butt off, but if you're missing meetings and stuff, that doesn't fly in the locker room. I remember Deion Dawkins said something. He's like, look, he's got to learn. And I pulled him aside. I said, this is not college. This is grown up. You have men whose livelihoods depend on you. So clean it up. You're a good kid. Clean it up.
And maybe he will. Well, when we chat next week, maybe the Browns will have a coach. We will see. Thank you, Bud. We appreciate your time as always.
Thanks, Chris.
You got it, boys. Take care.
Chris Rose, NFL Network. After the championship games, go watch him. Game day final, the absolute best place to get everything that happened in the NFL during that day. Chris does a great job on that show, and it's really a good one to watch. 2 days, 2 candidates have said thank you but no thank you to the Browns, folks. Mike McDaniel and Jesse Minter ruining Jesse Minter Day here in Northeast Ohio. 2 candidates, thanks but no thanks. What's that mean to you? It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Attention 92.3 The
6-7 win to the Hornets in Charlotte. They're back in action tomorrow at home to take on the Kings. Cleveland has won 3 of the last 4 as they currently sit at 5th place in the Eastern Conference. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Check out The Fan off-season special. That's every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Daryl Ryder, recapping all of the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason in free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan, stream us on the Odyssey app, and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's The Fan off-season special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
Would be Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. Dan Mennigan's behind the glass for us today, and Matt Corrali doing 2020s, taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. Andrew, we were celebrating something that didn't even exist.
Did you just call me Andrew?
I think
Am
I did.
in trouble?
Yeah.
Okay,
Andrew.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah. Well, it's your name, isn't it?
Sort of. I mean, like not
It's
a
on
lot
the
of
birth
people.
certificate.
It's a different generation,
Do you
Jeff.
dislike the name Andrew?
I just don't use it. It's just
I don't like the name Jeffrey very much. That's my legal name.
yeah, but we're from a different generation, Jeff. Our generation shortened everybody's names. Now, man,
Now
you
they
name
don't.
a kid.
Now they don't.
That's what the parents want the kid to be called.
I'm disappointed that Jesse Minter Day turned out to be nothing but a.
I know. I'm very
but a
disappointed
myth.
for you.
A myth.
I saw you had I don't know, street vendors outside.
I had the University
Carnival.
of Cincinnati marching band right out here.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't notice that. They're
Well,
not very good.
You went to the bathroom.
Oh, is that why?
When they marched by.
Did they do Script Cincinnati?
They did.
All right, that's what
You think Script Ohio's tough?
Wow.
Script Cincinnati.
Could you? I mean, by the time they hit
Our
the ends,
700 band members.
they would be tripping all over each other when they hit the ends.
Mike McDaniel.
Got to do a double N here? What? And we already did an N. Come on.
Mike
and 2
was-
C's?
And you don't have anybody left to dot the I.
Yeah, you have 2 I's to dot.
Yeah, you don't
better
have
find a
anybody
couple.
left.
You better find 2 guys to do it, right? Yeah, or gals.
Mike McDaniel put together, he was AI for Kyle Shanahan before there was AI. And he put together the exit papers. And then didn't accept his second interview here. Backed out of it yesterday. Good for him. Talk is he's going to be the OC for the Los Angeles Chargers. And supposedly still up for a couple of head coaching jobs. But he decided not to even accept the second interview here.
You'd rather be an OC for the Chargers than take a shot on the
of the Browns.
Yes.
And then Jesse Minter was scheduled, from all reports, to have his interview second with the Browns today. And then we catch word, Mary Kay Cabot saying apparently that's not happening. He's not having a second interview. He did interview with the Baltimore Ravens yesterday, who are expected to interview Joe Brady, Bills offensive coordinator, today for their head coaching job. That could be one of these. Hey, Jesse, how about Joe Brady as your OC? Because he needs a gig right now. Yes? Maybe?
Maybe.
Anyhow, you've had 2 guys in 2 days say thank you, but no thank you to the Browns. Is that a problem, or
It's
is
a
that just the
bad
way
look.
it goes?
I just think
it
it's
is
a
too,
bad
Andy.
look, man. I think people are looking at this job going, it's last. This might be the worst job out there. I hate to think that, but
Second to last.
Arizona?
Dan's going to say Arizona.
Arizona. Yeah. I don't even know who's interviewed for the Arizona gig.
It's not. I don't think we're in a good spot. You know what I feel like?
They're looking at the offense
I
and thinking,
feel-
how am I going to make that work? Because they need a lot of things.
This is how I feel on trade deadline day. Like you see all these trades
And your
popping
team
up
doesn't?
left and right, and you're not even in the game. Like I don't even know. Are we in the game? Are we out of the game? Do you think they knew? Because when the press conference rolls around, Jimmy's going to come out and say, candidly, this was the guy we wanted all along.
Of course they
no
are.
matter who it is.
And they should. Andy, why would you want to, you don't want to
belittle the guy they brought in?
Yeah. Well, we couldn't get the first 5 guys, but how about this fella?
I mean, did you think Mike Pettin was the first guy they went after? No.
No, we don't, do we?
No.
And we know that for a fact. I just wonder now, because all of a sudden, correct me if I'm wrong, you're down to Jim Schwartz, Todd Monken, Grant Udinski tomorrow, who's also interviewing on Buffalo on Sunday, if he can get there with the storm. I mean, if Udinski goes to Buffalo on a Sunday during a storm and takes the Bills job, wow, good for him. And then Shieldhouse.
I don't.
You're suddenly down
Jeff,
to four guys.
I see Clint Kubiak's name all over the odds for the Browns. On odds.
Well, he's not available yet.
Yeah, he's not
but
available.
They also
to
haven't
talk.
even interviewed him one time.
Well, were they allowed to? They would have had to have done it when they were off, right?
Well, you can do a phone call and such. You just can't.
Maybe they have, and maybe
you can't
we don't
bring
know.
him in.
Maybe they have, and we just don't know. That's a possibility too, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, God forbid we think that a reporter actually might have missed an interview, or the team actually kept something close to the vest.
Tell me this. Would it be a bad look or a good idea right now if the Browns expanded their search?
Bad look.
I don't know that it would.
I don't know, Jeff.
We haven't heard the name Sean McDermott yet.
Yeah, it depends on the names.
Yeah, we haven't heard McDermott with the Browns. Dan, easy. We haven't heard Mike McCarthy with the Browns.
You just gotta sit
no.
That was for the McCarthy part. Which again,
okay.
I've said my piece. I will not go any farther.
But
I see it.
I mean, if the Browns suddenly said, "Hey, Mike McCarthy's coming in for an interview for our job,"
I want to talk to Raheem Morris. I don't understand why people don't want to talk to Raheem Morris.
He went 8-9 in 2 years in a row in Atlanta.
Right.
I think Raheem Morris is a good coach. Is there anybody else out there who you think, you know? You're gonna
Chris Shula? Have we said Chris Shula?
I would talk to Chris Shula in a minute. That's a name I would do easily.
Which is okay, but forget Jim Schwartz.
It's got his own stadium here already, too. I mean, it's not like...
Knows the area.
Heck, he coached in it.
I know. Shula Stadium, John Carroll, University of Ohio.
I thought Mike McDaniel, to be honest, was kind of like the dark horse candidate here. Nobody was really mentioning him, and I thought I could see that hire, and I could get my head wrapped around it. I think McDaniel's a really good offensive coach, and put him with Schwartz. You could have sold me on that.
Mike or Josh?
Did I say
no,
Josh?
You said McDaniels. That's why I thought
no, Mike McDaniel would have been my
Mike
guy.
McDaniel.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Mike McDaniel would have been terrific here, combined with Schwartz. That would have been if Jim would have been willing to be the DC. Mike McDaniel would have worked for me.
It feels like trade deadline day.
I wouldn't mind.
And
them
everybody else
expanding
is
the
getting
search.
kind of who they want, and we're kind of sitting back, waiting and waiting. And here's the one thing I think Browns fans, maybe this is why we kind of, I don't know, a little bit of, we flinch on this stuff. How many times have you gone into a draft thinking it would be so easy for the Browns to draft this player, and they don't, and then that player goes on to have a huge impact in the NFL? It happens almost every year. Myles Garrett may be one of the few guys, Denzel Ward maybe too, that they absolutely didn't, that they hit home runs on, right, early on in the draft. I've been disappointed so many times in so many drafts, so many trade deadline days in baseball or basketball, that I'm just sitting here waiting not to flinch. And I think we're worried that some of the guys that might have been a good fit here are going to take jobs somewhere else, and you have one of the least desirable jobs in the NFL right now.
There is a name out there. Nobody's talked to him this round. Steve in Euclid. Who is that guy?
John Gruden. He's probably, if you were to design the coach that meets all of the Browns' needs, it would be him. Sadly, he's suing the NFL, so I doubt that they'll give him an opportunity.
If there's a team that's going to do it, wouldn't it be the Browns? I mean, look at Deshaun Watson's contract. Do you think there's a team that would defy? You betcha. It'd be the Browns.
That's what I'm thinking. Do you think he'd be the right fit?
I've always liked John Gruden, Steve. If the Browns hired John Gruden, my thought would be, all right, let's see how this goes.
They're going to hire a 62-year-old guy?
It'll be fun. Why not?
I agree.
Why not?
You want to sell tickets? Hire
Jim
the 60.
Schwartz is 59. What's the difference?
Hire the 62-year-old guy. I agree.
All right. Well, I enjoy listening. Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Steve. Thank you very much.
I mean, he is from Sandusky. A lot of people
62 is just fine.
I agree. I'm not questioning that. I mean, deep down, he's an offensive guy. He's a quarterback guy. If you wanted to put him together with Schwartz, I think that'd be a winning team, at least out of the gate. Knows what it's like to take a team all the way through and win a Super Bowl. Remember that? I mean, there are all kinds of things there that would be awesome, and I do think he'd sell tickets, and I know there are people who don't want to hear that.
Let me throw out a couple of other names. And again, these guys haven't been mentioned so far.
Mm-hmm.
Ignatius grad Jonathan Gannon. Highly thought of defensive coach, didn't work in Arizona, where Dan called that the worst job going. I'm not banging the drum for any of these guys. I'm just saying these fellas are available. Brian Daboll just interviewed in Buffalo for the Bills head coaching job.
I talked to him in a minute.
He's been here.
Maybe that's why he wouldn't want to come back.
Brian Callahan. Kevin will let Bill go to come back and work with his son again.
That seemed like a mess down in Tennessee.
Sure did.
Yeah. I wonder if he needs the year to 2 years or something like that to take a deep breath.
How about University School graduate Jason Garrett? Another guy, TV. I mean, do you look at the TV guys?
I don't want anybody who
has been away for that long. That's Gruden.
I was never a Garrett guy when he's with the Cowboys. I don't want Gruden. I don't think Gruden's your answer.
Dano? Cliff Kingsbury. Offensive mind?
He is.
Has head coaching experience?
Cliff has a ceiling, though, that like his stuff gets figured out, and the minute it gets figured out, it all kind of goes south. At least that's what Arizona ran into that issue with Kyler and everybody else who was there, and the same thing with Jaden Daniels. And now you can also point to the injuries and all that stuff, but when Jaden actually played, too, it was not pretty this year.
Where do you want to go with it? I mean, you think 3 of the quarterbacks that he's trained have played here. Keenum, Manziel, Mayfield, but he also trained Mahomes, Murray, Williams, and Jaden Daniels. So
I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if all of a sudden the Browns hit refresh and talk to 2 or 3 different guys for a first time that they haven't talked to before.
I mean,
and I'd be okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Talk us into all of these.
I'm sorry,
How
Dana?
soon do they need to hire a coach?
So we're Browns fans. We'll talk ourselves into all of these. Let's be real
How
honest.
soon do they need to hire a coach? How soon do they have to get this done? After the Super Bowl?
Probably after the Super Bowl.
Start of OTAs.
Let's say the Rams. If you want one of the Rams guys and they make the Super Bowl, or if you want one of the Seattle guys and they make the Super Bowl, or down the line from there. I mean, the one that somebody brought up, and I think it would be a gargantuan mistake, but we probably should say it, is Josh McDaniels. But that was a disaster twice over. It was a disaster in Denver and even more of a disaster with Oakland.
Again, local guy. Right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
Well, I'm just saying we've thrown out a couple
little.
local guys.
I take
out
that
there.
back. It means very little.
But if we're throwing out offensive minds, his name should be thrown out.
Well, he's a terrific offensive coordinator. There's no question about that. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
of Charlotte. They're back in action tomorrow at home to take on the Kings. Cleveland has won 3 of the last 4 as they sit in 5th place in the Eastern Conference. There might not be a better time than this offseason to get all of the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Yesterday, Mike McDaniel was supposed to interview, according to reports, for the Browns head coaching job, and he said, "Thank you, I'm pass." And today, Jesse Minter, according to reports, was supposed to interview for the Browns head coaching job, and according to Mary Kay Cabot, that didn't happen. So, if all the reports are correct, you have 2 head coaches, and McDaniel's all over the place. You know, that one was everybody. Just saying thank you, but no, I'll move on from that. And with so many teams looking for coaches, Andy, I get that. You get that. This job is one that a coach might love. Mike Martz said that's the job he'd take when we talked to him yesterday. And Mike wouldn't say something just because he's on, Cleveland radio station.
Sure.
That's the job he'd take. Why? Because he liked the challenge. And he saw the carrot at the end of things. You win in Cleveland,
Were you
look out.
Were you not surprised yesterday when he said that?
Yeah, I was surprised.
We said you can have any one of these jobs. You're going to tell me that Baltimore or Pittsburgh doesn't look like a better job than Cleveland.
Yeah.
And, he said to us, that's a job I would cherish.
Yeah.
It's something that I've always wanted. And you could almost feel his regret in his voice that he never had the opportunity to be here. Yeah.
I think I think the Browns are now in a spot, at least according to all reports, there are 4 guys on their board who are still available. Jim Schwartz, Todd Monken, and the 2 guys yet to interview, the Johnny Manziel clone, Grant Udinski, and Nate Scheelhaase, who next week can interview for the Browns job and other jobs. He's expected to interview in Pittsburgh, and we've heard his name thrown out a little bit with Baltimore.
Right.
It wouldn't stun me at all. And I wouldn't get all upset about this if the Browns kind of expanded their search. There are other guys out there who have some credentials, who have some experience, who might be guys they want to talk to. Vance Joseph, Denver's defensive coordinator, former head coach. Raheem Morris from Atlanta.
Yeah, we dropped
former
a bunch
head
of
coach.
names.
Cliff
Yeah.
Kingsbury, former head coach. Offensive whiz. Chris Shula, young guy up and coming on the defensive side of the ball. There are other guys, and it might be a situation now where the Browns think, you know what, we have to expand this just a little bit.
Don't you also think that don't you
Hold on,
think
Avery.
that they've talked to somebody that no one's reporting? I guarantee you that they've talked
Well,
and
I'm sure
interviewed
they've
somebody
made phone calls. Yeah, I'm sure. Avery's in Connecticut. Hello, Avery.
Hey, Avery.
Guys.
Hey, man.
Guys.
Yeah.
Boo-hoo. Mike McDaniel, not coming here. Okay, he went to Justin Herbert. We have Shedeur Sanders. Whoop-de-freaking-do. Okay, Jesse Minter. If we hired him, we would have said, oh, he's from Michigan. He's no good anyway.
No one said that.
The best guy is already in the building. It's Jim Schwartz. All these defensive guys, Chris Shula, Raheem Morris, 8-9. If we went 8-9 back-to-back seasons with Myles Garrett, we would be freaking setting the world on fire. We'd be talking about the Browns are trash. Okay, the best guy is already in the building. If you hire him, hire a young offensive coordinator. If he sucks, fire him, hire another guy. You know where the problem is at. Okay, if you don't hire Jim, why not hire Grant Udinski? We got a young team. Okay, we got a young team. Hire a young guy to develop these guys. And I hear you two saying, oh, my God, we haven't had a home run hit in years.
We haven't.
Carson Schlesinger.
Oh, well, I'm talking about coaches.
Sean Judkins. Harold Fannin, Martin Emerson, when he's healthy, was decent.
How many wins did we have last year?
I understand we didn't have that many wins last year, but you have to look at the situation we had at quarterback.
We have the best defensive player in the National Football League, and we can't get to the playoffs.
But Baskins, I get it. I get it, Baskins. But at the end of the day, we need a quarterback.
I agree.
If we have a quarterback that makes all the problems go. If we had a Joe Burrow, like Jesse Minter, he's going to go to Baltimore. If he wins, everybody's going to say, oh, well, at least he has Lamar. If freaking McDaniel goes to Los Angeles, everybody's going to be like, oh, he has Herbert at least. If somebody comes to Cleveland and they win with Shedeur Sanders
And look, I like Shedeur. I like his swagger and all that stuff. That's great and all. But at the end of the day, it's about how you play on the field. And, you know, the best guy at the end of the day, just to make my point, like, it's Jim Schwartz. Like, all these I don't want Shula. I don't want Minter. I don't want any of these guys. Raheem Morris. I don't care about those guys. We had the second best defense in the NFL, and those guys were on the field every freaking play almost.
We hear you, Avery. You know who Jeff and I both said top of our list is, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's Schwartz.
And that's what
Schwartz. Yeah, I mean, we're there.
I'm just saying this because, like, I am so frustrated with people saying other names. Like, this is the guy. All the players said, we need a guy that's going to be, you know, he's going to hold players accountable. That's Jim Schwartz. Okay, the defense knows who Jim Schwartz is. And even the guys on offense were talking about Jim Schwartz like he was great.
I don't think we'd be upset. Avery, bigger question. Are you related to Alex Boone? Because you sound like Alex Boone light. I'll be honest with you.
Sounded like Booney, did he?
He did sound just like Alex Boone, didn't he?
Avery was fired up.
He was good.
Wonder if his last name is Schwartz.
Could be Boone.
Could have been either.
Maybe it's Avery Boone.
Nelson's in Avon Lake.
Hey, Nelson.
Hi, Nelson.
Guys, how are you?
Hey.
That last caller, I have to give him credit. You know, very passionate, impassioned advocacy for Schwartz. I happen to think that the Browns overplay their hand a little bit, maybe, but something happened that the Browns were not expecting, right? 3 premier jobs became open this season, which no one thought the Buffalo Bills job was going to be open. No one probably thought seriously that the Ravens job was going to be open. And maybe, but realistically, not very many people thought that the Pittsburgh job was going to be open. So I think what we're seeing is coaches who have opportunity elsewhere, right, are going to choose those jobs first. It doesn't mean that the Cleveland job is an awful job. This can be a good job. It just doesn't happen to be a good job right now. But I think what the Browns do need, in my opinion, is stability in that position. And whether you hire – I'm not saying you hire a coach to fire a coach in 3 or 4 years, but at least right now you do need stability. And I think, you know, given the circumstances, I do believe Schwartz would offer that right now. Is he the guy long term? I have my doubts because the game has changed. Offense, I think, is what rules the game, although what we're seeing in the playoffs this year is that you need to have a good defense. But I still think that in the long run, a young, offensive-minded coach is what every team will likely need, and those guys don't grow on trees. But, guys, thank you for the time, as always.
Thank you.
All right, Nelson. Thank you very much. They have some thinking to do here. Schwartz, I love the idea of a veteran coach who has been a head coach eliminating the thought of, does this guy actually have the ability and could he become a head coach? And that will be there with the young coordinators. Doesn't mean they wouldn't do a great job and couldn't become phenomenal. You know, and so and somebody said this earlier, we'll get behind anybody who they hire because that person deserves a chance. And anybody who comes out and says that's a terrible hire doesn't know what they're talking about because you don't know.
You don't.
You don't know.
I agree.
And anybody who says, oh, my God, what a home run. Well, unless it's Sean McDermott, who has the incredible track record.
There are people in Buffalo who tell you it's not a home run.
Well, that's very true. Very true. Matt Corelli is sitting in the back. He's working 2020s like crazy, but he also has the moment of the show.
Yeah, guys, so it's kind of tough out here, right? I mean, we haven't had a head coach for 3 weeks. Now we don't have a head coach and an offensive coordinator. The weather's going to suck this weekend, but Pete Delkus is going to kind of tell us the necessities that we need to have to try and lift our spirits up a little bit.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
That's right.
I don't think that's any question. That's the show. Can you imagine? Hi, I'm advocating drinking beer and bourbon. Go.
Yes. Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
If you missed that, by the way, if you missed that, you can go back and listen to it. Use the rewind function on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Why are we smarter? After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, it's brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads, like a lot of people did, of people in Texas with their truck beds filled with all of the necessities that you need for what is about to happen.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
You better stock up.
Photoshop's a hell of a thing. It's a wonderful tool.
Corrali.
I'm also smarter because of Pete Delkus. I mean, I didn't really know what to expect this weekend, but thanks to him, now I do.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
AB.
You know, I've had some interesting food over the last couple days, and so I thought the bad weather's on its way, and I said, Pete, what do I need, baby? What do I need?
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
I'm smarter today because you guys have a new toy and you're not going to let it die.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
I'm also smarter today because I think the Browns, and I would understand it, might have to do a little reboot of their coaching search. Mike McDaniel, thank you, but I'm going to do something else. Jesse Minter, thank you, but I'm going to do something else. We'll see. And we'll see where those guys land, and we'll see what happens. If young Grant Udinski says, thanks, but I'm going to do something else, well, then we got a whole hour of content to dig into, don't we?
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
Might need it if that's the case. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening. We do appreciate you. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10. Until then, you know what's next. It's the afternoon drive. Vroom, 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 vroom.
And that's the show.
It's an
You know what it is setting up for? It's setting up for a narrative of the Browns couldn't lose Jim Schwartz, so they had to make him the head coach. And that narrative is going to be peddled by people like Mike Florio, and it will infuriate me.
Why would it infuriate you?
Because you could.
Because you could.
Because
Okay,
you
good.
could.
All right, we're on the same.
That's
we're on
not,
the same.
that's not a
thought
reason to make
process.
somebody the head coach.
I'm with you.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and the Browns got to go back to the well and find some more candidates today. How we doing today? That open courtesy of NBA on ESPN. What's the word for it? I'd call it epic.
That was really funny.
And Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murren, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Make sure to slide into that chat. Drop those corn emojis. Drop them. You guys say the second corn thing?
I jumped you the first time. I was like, I'll wait till you say hi to me, and then we can get into it.
Okay.
Drop those corn emojis.
Drop those
Get
corn
dropping.
emojis. Now, of course, like our videos, we like to be liked. Make sure to subscribe on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And we've got Cam Manna on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello. How are you today?
We're doing all right.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Yeah. I mean, I think Kenny Atkinson no longer knows. It's like Kurt Signetti when he won the national championship, where Kurt's like, am I mad? Am I happy? Am I gooning right now? Like, what emotion should I have? I think that's Kenny Atkinson after any win, because he's like, well, yeah, we won, but it's the Hornets. Yeah, we won, but God, that was some ugly-ass basketball.
I liked him saying epic, though. That was kind of fun. He almost did it was almost Donald Trump there.
I was thinking Jim Rome. Epic.
They kind of got into that a little bit.
Clones. Corns.
Could Atkinson be a great sports talk host and we just never knew it?
No, I don't think he could. He'd have opinions.
Well,
he'd be Gottlieb.
You know, if you just rip off Jim Rome. Enough people in this business have gotten jobs just ripping off Jim Rome.
That's true.
That's apparently
Levitard. Like, if you could find
a lot of people that like that style.
Honestly, Rome, Coward, Levitard, Dan Patrick. Anywhere you look, there's somebody ripping off somebody.
They paved the way, have they not?
They have. They certainly have. Now, this being said, the Browns have paved the way for potentially disaster. It's
a disaster.
As we had Mike McDaniel pull out of the search ahead of his in-person interview on Wednesday. Well, today, just about an hour ago, Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter, who, in fairness, has been linked pretty heavily to the Baltimore job, but one of the succulent six, the six candidates that the Browns had set for second interviews. So, ostensibly, the six finalists for the Browns job, he has announced that he's pulling out of this job, and now the Browns have gotten out there because they want you to know it was actually a mutual thing.
Yeah, the mutual part of this. And that's fine. Take it whatever way you want. Think about it. If you believe the Jordan Schultz report that they want to go young offensive mind, then I guess Minter doesn't satisfy that. But the reality is that Minter's going to take the Baltimore Ravens job.
Yeah.
That's why this is mutual. It's not mutual. It's Minter taking the Baltimore job.
Yes, this is damage control by the Cleveland Browns. They had no real reason to panic with McDaniel because I think they knew they weren't hiring Mike McDaniel. And whether that was they had just gotten that Mike wouldn't take the job, whatever it was, Mike ending up being an OC somewhere, one of six candidates, well, that tends to happen a little bit in coaching searches. One of your 6, 7, 8 finalists is 6, 7.
8, 9.
Finalist. It's not unorthodox that one of those guys says, hey, got another job, and for whatever reason, especially when it comes to the guy doesn't think he's getting the job. You should have seen the Jesse Minter thing coming a mile away.
I think that's why people aren't crushed.
Oh, see, that's why I'm annoyed.
Because I think people saw it coming a mile away, and I think people put together that this was ultimately going to happen.
See, I think they should have seen this a week ago when they wanted to interview Jesse Minter, let alone yesterday I said on air, wouldn't it be funny if Jesse Minter pulled out ahead of his in-person interview, because that would make back-to-back days of this happening.
Yeah, well, after the Block and Four report, I thought that was the assumption.
Yeah, so like if maybe this was a more robust pool of candidates, this isn't as big of a deal. The problem is, in my estimation, the two best candidates in this class that you had of the succulent six are now gone.
Yeah, okay, but
that's a problem for me.
Yeah, but McDaniel left for what I believe to be as a lesser job, right? OC is not as good of a job as a head coach. This is where I think a lot of fans and myself is going to give him the old Peterlin pass on this one.
The Peterlin
There we
Pass.
go. Is the idea that you're not beating out Baltimore for a job. Like, if Baltimore wants Jesse Minter, you were never going to beat out Baltimore for the job.
I think that's been the take I've seen on social media. Here's the thing, guys. 33% of their candidates said no thanks, and look at the other 4. This is totally, if they had 4 other candidates that I thought were good candidates for a head coaching job, I don't think I would have as strong opinions on this.
Yeah, it was the part that sucks is that, in any way, when we got down to the succulent 6, it felt like it was McDaniel 1 and then Minter for yourself, at least at number 2.
Mm-hmm.
And so now both of them are just ripped right off the board. But like, even if Udinski goes to Buffalo, let's say, all right, you didn't reel him in, but you lost out to Josh Allen in Buffalo. That's not the end of the world.
Yeah, but it is because that'd be half of your final candidates.
I know. They keep sniping them away, and that's why you have to add guys. Like maybe Sean McDermott in the mix. Maybe we got to find a new way to do this, and we're running out of guys to be able to add with, obviously.
I mean,
but you have to put accounting in for the idea that you're going to lose out to some better teams.
Yeah, but I think the fear has always been, is this going to be Mike Pettin 2.0? Where it's like, hey, we're not gonna wait for Dan Quinn. Chip Kelly told us no. This guy told us no. This guy told us no. We're not gonna wait. We're gonna hire a different bald goateed head coach here. And Mike Pettin was their 6th choice.
Yeah,
that's what this looks like right now. And I don't know. And listen, maybe we need to address this. Maybe this is the coaching profession who has been steered to believe that Kevin Stefanski was Oliver Twist asking for more at any point and was told no and was continuously forced into things. Maybe this is the coaching profession giving the Browns their opinion of what they think of the Browns. Because here's the thing.
Could be.
This would be another thing. And I heard Lima talk about Chris Shula saying thanks, no thanks when it came to interest in the job.
Yeah.
There are other
names.
names.
Lime was reporting, by the way.
Clint Kubiak was a guy that was in pretty much every other search. He's a finalist for the Raiders job. Clint Kubiak was not interviewed in this cycle, despite being interviewed for the OC job a year ago. There are other names, too. Obviously, there are a couple names they have talked to, but Mike McCarthy's another name.
Mike McCarthy's one I was thinking of first off the bat, yeah.
So, like, it already felt like you were starting your coaching search with others, with guys that it's like it's the misfit island of coaching toys, and now it feels like that on steroids. Like, let's just be really clear here. If Jim Schwartz, Todd Monken, Grant Udinski, or Nate Scheelhaus get the job, you have to give them a chance because that's going to be the head coach of the team. But let's be real clear that there are glaring issues with any one of these candidates, and there are reasons why they're either not candidates in other jobs or they're tertiary, not even secondary. We're going to the third, tertiary candidates in other spots.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not that appetizing of a job. We tried, I don't even think it's putting lipstick on a pig. We tried making this job seem appetizing because of the defense that they have. And ultimately, I think there's a lack of belief in Jimmy Haslam out there. I think there's a lack of belief in how long Andrew Berry, the guy who's making this hire, is even going to be the one making decisions. And then right now, the offense doesn't look like it's anything special. I think there's a lot of things going against this job right now where you end up with a Grant Udinski. It's because he's 30 years old. Nobody else was offering the job.
So here's the thing, though. It's the NFL for crying out loud. When you went, okay, so the Browns did go, we're going to go outside the box, right? Because I think this is an organization, and I think Andrew likes to be the guy that says, I did something outside the box and it worked. He
likes that. Yes, he does.
And I think
I agree with that.
Maybe that, I don't know if that's an ego thing. I don't want to go too far with that, but like,
be careful putting ego on people.
You can't do it. I mean,
it just gets brought up all day.
These are salt of the earth, good-hearted people. However,
naturally. I had a good convo with him once. He's not egotistical. Okay, good.
Couldn't possibly be.
Congratulations.
No, this is football. All of them. They're basically all Mother Teresa in any organization.
They're all weirdos, too, by the way. I've made that abundantly clear. I've never met a head coach that isn't a complete and utter weirdo.
Oh, totally. But here's the thing. I think you narrowed this prematurely. I do. I think that's obvious. I think the fact that Mike McDaniel thought he wasn't going to get the head coaching job, I'll stand on this. If Mike McDaniel thought he was getting the head coaching job in Cleveland, I think Mike McDaniel would have taken the interview on Wednesday. I don't think he's choosing. I think there's been some wizardry done by reports here. It is plain as day. No one in the NFL, in the annals of history, no matter if it's their first job, second job, third job, 15th job, no one's taking an OC job over a head coach. It does not matter. That is so counter logic. Oh, but he's a different kind of guy. Guys, it's the NFL. This is logic. Let's use it.
Okay.
He heard something that thought, I'm not getting this job and I'm not going to get embarrassed by getting passed over in Cleveland.
Which would be embarrassing for him, by the way.
So
he should have done what he did.
And that was the best candidate of the bunch, in my opinion. The Minter thing, again, and I think you've pointed this out, The only problem I have is the framing of it, which is it's mutual. It's mutual because he's going to Baltimore and you're not.
Yeah, it's a weird way to phrase that. Everyone knows what's going on here.
But maybe we should have had more than 6 finalists for the second round interviews, and that's the way the Browns will inevitably spin this. We're going to talk to more people. These weren't really the only 6 candidates we were going to talk to.
And it's like, well, then why weren't they on your first list?
Yeah.
With the exception of Sean McDermott, there's not really much of a reason why they weren't on the first list.
And I think, like, when it comes from how do the Browns win from here, number one, go get Sean McDermott. This is not that hard. Sean McDermott is a really good. Is he a great coach? No idea. Is he a product of Josh Allen? I can understand why people feel that way. He did win there before Josh Allen got there. And then Josh Allen was not a sure thing. When he went into Buffalo, they did develop and they were patient with Josh Allen over 3 years in a way that other teams, Cleveland, wouldn't have been. So Sean McDermott has to become the focal point of this search. And if you don't do that, I better be seeing some names here that make sense that aren't just, well, they once went to the restroom at the same urinal as Sean McVay, Kevin O'Connell, or Kyle Shanahan.
Well, we're starting to get some of this search wrapped up with other teams, and some of the it's all becoming clear as to who is the top 2 or top 3 in certain spots. What is McDermott waiting on? Why hasn't he put himself out there in some sort of way? Why haven't we heard something in regards to this?
He might actually have been shocked.
Is he going to do the gap year?
That might make sense. He also might have just been shocked that he actually got fired.
I know, but if I got fired tomorrow, I'd be shocked. But I'd also understand. I give myself like a day, and then let's get back up on that horse.
That's because
you got to figure this out.
It's because radio people don't make the same that coaches make.
Is it because I can't just sit back and rest on my millions? Is that what that is?
But no, I mean, I would make a full court press for Sean McDermott, and anything short of that is now option C. And listen, I'm going to give you the names, and they satisfy the Rooney Rule, which is not why they're being interviewed. David Shaw should have been a candidate for this job since day one. If David Shaw 7 years ago, when he was Stanford head coach, when he had Stanford atop the Pac-12, if David Shaw had said he wanted to go to the NFL, David Shaw would have been a lot of people, including...
I don't think he got any head coaching interviews this cycle. He got a lot of OC jobs.
Yes, he did. Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
The fact that the NFL is making David Shaw go OC before he becomes a head coach
I don't even know why
ridiculous.
Detroit didn't just promote him up.
I think it was the same reason why people don't want to promote Jim Schwartz or Tommy Rees here.
By the way, fun fact, Detroit Sports Talk Radio hates the Petzing hire.
Yeah, I have heard that as well.
They hate it.
And Pete Traeger's not having any of that.
They don't understand it.
But David Shaw, former head coach, longtime coach's son, another thing that I really like, but longtime NFL assistant, former Stanford head coach, the adult in the room the Browns need. He'd be just as boring as Kevin Stefanski would press conference-wise and probably football-wise, but he'd be the adult in the room and the leader that you need. Thomas Brown, the tight ends coach of New England. The fact he wasn't interviewed and brought to a second interview, unless, again, it was another guy that turned him down, is embarrassing. He is more equipped to be a head coach in the NFL than these chuckleheads in Udinski and Shielhaus.
But it just feels like they've made up their mind in many respects. Like they've had zero. They got the blinders on. That's no other way to put it. They got the blinders on. It's clear they want a young offensive-minded coach. And if they're not going to go young offensive-minded coach because Shielhaus or Udinski just end up falling flat in these meetings, then they got Schwartz to fall back on.
And because I'm seeing it on tweets at Nick Wilson Says, at Jay Peterlin, on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheib & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. I'm seeing it on social media. Come on. Nobody wanted to waste each other's time here, guys. You're missing the freaking point, all right? Because here's the thing. If you sleep on this one, when Grant Udinski goes to Buffalo or if Grant Udinski withdraws his name from this search, don't come at me with your panic. I'm serious.
Okay.
The water's boiling. It's time to understand the water's boiling, or don't be upset when you've been boiled. That's the other land the plane. The point is, when you have third-degray burns, I
thought
don't
of
know.
a lobster immediately. I don't know. That's where my head was.
When somebody's pouring succulent butter all over you.
Yeah.
But, guys, they had 6 candidates that were their finalists. 2 of them pulled out because they either thought they weren't getting the job or they're getting the job or getting a better job elsewhere. When 33% of the candidates say no thank you in one way or another, that's not good. That happens a lot in Cleveland. It doesn't happen in Baltimore. It doesn't happen in with the New York freaking Giants.
Yeah, well, because the Giants take Harbaugh out to a dinner and then wrap that thing up when they know that they want somebody. Where the Browns are taking this with extreme patience, and they're acting as if they have a lot of days to figure this thing out. And when you act that way and you don't get aggressive with it, sometimes a guy like McDermott opens up, and that's a good thing. And other times you end up, like Stefanski in Atlanta when the Buffalo Bills job opened up, and it's like, that's not where I want to be.
Oh, I was thinking Mike Pettenhire, because I keep coming back to that one.
That one, too.
He did just retire. The universe does reset itself. 216-474-0092. So Jesse Minter withdraws from the job. 2 straight days of people pulling out of the Browns search before they find their head coach. Is it time to panic about the Browns coaching search? Quick hits coming up at 2:40 today. We've got Ryan Radke, Westwood One play-by-play announcer for the Patriots-Broncos game at 4 o'clock. We'll talk to him about the AFC title game. Chris Fedor, it's 5:20. Got a big rivalry win yesterday. Was there champagne? Are the Cavs back now that they beat the hated rivals, those Charlotte Hornets? And Lance Reisland of Cleveland.com will talk tackles, wide receivers, a lot of Caleb Downs at 6 o'clock today just to upset JP. But 216-474-0092.
He texted me yesterday. Caleb Downs. That was the entire text.
I thought you meant Caleb Downs texted you.
No.
Keep my name out your mouth.
My response back was just one big boo.
Jesse Minter and Mike McDaniel out of this search. And then there were 4. How do the Browns win from here? And might be down to 3 if you believe this report about the Browns head coaching search. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Keep us locked in all day, every day for the latest on the Browns' search for a new head coach. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Time out! Time out!
92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. The latest on the Browns head coaching search. Grant Udinski should be in, I guess, for a second-round interview tomorrow in person in Berea. Nate Scheelhaus potentially next Monday. As for the no-nos, Jesse Minter saying no thanks because he's going to Baltimore. And I thought it was interesting. I think it's really interesting the amount of people that are just buying the Browns' framing of this, which is this was mutual.
Well, yeah, they can't buy that. That's just silly. But like,
that's half of social media right now, just so we're clear.
Well, but I don't think that we should be crushed by this either, though. And so, like, there's a distinction here. If it's Udinski or if it's someone like Scheelhaus that I really do feel like they were genuinely in on, maybe I'd feel a little bit differently. But it's not like I ever got the vibe they were truly in with Jesse Minter anyway.
I think you're right. And I think that shows that this is starting to unveil itself as a bit of a flawed search. The Browns decided they wanted to go out there and find some outside-the-box candidates, and people have bought it. And you know, God bless you. I do not have a problem with Browns fans wanting to be excited about their head coach. I do think that I do think we're just kind of ignoring the red flags here. And it's not even that, even with the old bones, even with Jim Schwartz and Todd Monken.
Is that their names now, the old bones?
That is, yeah. And 60 is the new 40, many people have said, not in the NFL.
I think so.
Yeah, but unfortunately in the NFL, 60 is the new 80
I was
in
gonna
the
say,
NFL.
You're 40 now, so what are you?
152.
Is 40 the new 20, or are we going the other direction?
With the way I live, about 152. I just think, quite frankly, you have to address what absolute red flags there are for all of these candidates. And when you get there, okay, so to me it's less. I think maybe the reason why I'm concerned is I don't trust the Browns to do the right thing from here. And what I mean by that is Sean McDermott's obviously better than any of the four finalist coaches that haven't turned down this job yet.
Right.
It's obvious.
That's not even a question.
It's inarguable.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
I don't know if they have an interview with him yet.
No, we don't know.
Okay,
Yeah.
So I don't know that they're going to pursue him the way they should. Even then, even if Sean McDermott isn't available in this cycle, widen your gaze. Seriously. Talk to David Shaw. Talk to Thomas Brown. You're going to hate this name. Talk to Doug Peterson. He is a former Super Bowl winning coach that's worked in a scheme or in a system like the Browns front office runs in Philadelphia. I know that because that's where Andrew Berry came back from when he came to Cleveland the second time.
I said something about a week ago or so, and I just feel like it's becoming more and more prescient as we keep going on with this whole entire thing. I think that Andrew Berry likes to take big swings, and that's evidenced by the Deshaun Watson trade. I think that he lives with the no risky, no bisky mentality. Like that's who he is, and I think he looks at this and I think he says to himself, the only way out truly for himself is if he turns someone into the next Sean McVay.
I'm just so confused why Grant Udinski, who's a no-name, is a big swing. I think that, you're right. I believe what you're saying. But how did he create Grant Udinski into this big swing?
Well, it's a big swing because it's got a chance to really, really collapse if it doesn't work. The same thing with Deshaun. That's what makes it a big swing. But it's also got a chance to, if it works out, and if he really has identified the next Sean McVay, then you have a chance to not have to worry about your head coaching spot for 15 years.
Yeah, you also have a chance it could just be Kevin Stefanski.
It's a lot of things are on the table with this, obviously.
I'm not arguing with you, by the way. I'm just
I'm
arguing his logic.
Yeah, and I listen. This isn't what I think or anything either. This is just I'm trying to get in his brain. I'm trying to figure it all out. And I feel like if he's got one chance to make this higher, and I think he's got one chance to make this higher, I think he's going pretty boom or bust here. And I think he's taking a very patient approach, all things considered, if he goes young. But I think he looks at what happened with the defense last year, sees how great they were, and said to ourselves, why did we suck? Why were we not good? It's because we didn't have an offense.
Is it patient, or does he just not have options? And I'm asking that. I don't know that.
I meant longer term patience with this. Like if you hire Udinski, for instance, and it falls completely flat on its face in year one, it's not going to be looked at the way it'll be looked at with Jim Tomsula. It'll be looked at, well, all right, we got to do more, and then 2027 we're attacking this, but this is a longer play. And sometimes GMs, how they operate, and this is why they draft quarterbacks sometimes that they don't really want to draft, is they think to themselves, what gets me a job for 3, 4, 5 years down the road? If you go with Grant Udinski, you're not fired after 1 year.
I think. All right, so I think you're right, and I want to keep pointing out that I think you're using logic that they're using. That logic that they're using is just frustrating me a little bit. Here's the thing. If a guy is – I don't believe that you could ever be – like you're too ripe to be a head coach, meaning like my problems with Schwartz and Todd Monken are I don't think either of them would make a good head coach, but at least they have an overwhelming amount of football experience that I can feel comfortable with.
We know they can at least put together a staff and they'll look competent doing it.
Well, again, but
you would think.
Like there's so much football knowledge between Schwartz and Monken that I can at least go, oh, I kind of get this. I think there's a reason why Schwartz has never gotten a second head coaching job. I think there's a reason Todd Monken's never gotten a head coaching job. But I can at least sell old bones. You've been around 30 damn years in football and 40 years in football, and that impresses me. The thing with Udinski or Scheelhaus, there's an underlying part of the logic that I struggle with too, which is, like when Pittsburgh hires a Bill Cowher or Mike Tomlin, well, they're not quite ready yet, but we're going to help mature them into a head coach. Why do the Browns think that they can mature anyone to a head coach?
Yeah, no, they have no experience of doing that.
Well, no, I mean, they don't have, they like every opportunity that they've taken to.
Unless do they look at Stefanski as them maturing Stefanski into a head coach? Is that how they perceive that?
But Kevin at least had spent 12 years in the NFL, 12, 13 years in the NFL. He had been a play caller in Minnesota. He had been
for 1 year, yeah.
But like he had at least had some hallmarks where you're like, all right, he's much more closer to Jesse Minter. To me, this would have been like hiring Kevin Stefanski in 2014. Like that's what you're doing right now instead of 2020. Because that's about as much experience as Grant Udinski has in the NFL. Mm-hmm. I know Nate Scheelhaus has a significant amount of experience in college. He's got 2 years as like the fourth or fifth guy on the LA staff. And I'm saying this not because I wouldn't be excited if these guys came here, or I wouldn't be intrigued. Like at some point you get on board because there's no real reason that I can't.
I mean, how could you not be a little intrigued?
In summer I couldn't be like. In summer I can't be like, yeah, they should have hired McDaniel, because it's not going to matter. But the truth is, there are glaring issues here, and I understand why the Steelers think, "Hey, I can turn Bill Cowher into head coach. I can shave 2 years off his development."
Yeah.
With the Browns, every opportunity to take an awkward situation or an immature person, player, whatever, and turn them into something better, they have balked at. We know the Baker Mayfield situation and how they just got fed up with how immature Baker was and walked away. The Deshaun Watson situation. There are other organizations that would have handled that 10 times better than this organization too.
Well, I mean, and that's why I think the one thing that the Steelers can offer up some of these guys is that they have the patience to see it all through as well. But like it's the Deshaun part of this is interesting because they gave Deshaun 3 years. They gave him a lot of time to try to figure that out. But neither here nor there. I just don't know that it's the right setup in general for any of these young coaches. And that's going to be the problem that you're going to run into. But you can't close, or at least if I'm Andrew Berry, I can't close the door on it because I think I'm in a spot where because of Haslam, it's never going to work out. Because if that's the case, you got to call it a day anyway. You're never going to work out here.
I am surprised, and I've started to hear this a little bit more. I'm surprised at the lack of criticism the Browns are getting for this search. I really am.
I think people are waiting for the final tally.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's when the water will be boiling a little bit too much. Like I think it's like interesting. I feel like I was patient until this week. I was the one saying, "Hey, we don't know yet. Let's see what else there is." Well, now as it's played out, like their preferred candidates seem to be two guys, and I want to say this as clearly as I can. They have no business being NFL head coaches right now. Let that one set for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Because not enough people, they're oh, well, they could be McVay. Oh, they could.
I mean, that's what their philosophy is right now.
No business being NFL head coaches I don't care who else is interviewing them. I don't care who likes them. But by the way, guys, it's really hard to find anyone saying negative things about coaches that they have no idea.
Right.
Everyone I've talked to, off air, on air, they say the same three things about Shieldhouse and Udinski. And as of right now, the Browns' only way to save face in this is to hire a defensive head coach who has never come close to sniffing a second opportunity as a head coach in the NFL.
Well, no, McDermott is saving face.
Okay, what I mean is of the final four that we know. If they stick to their guns and they get one or two candidates to satisfy the Rooney Rule, right? If they do that and they don't get McDermott on the line, at least for an interview, if they don't talk to David Shaw or Thomas Brown, any of the guys out there, Doug Peterson's, any of the names, Mike McCarthy, any of those names, and they just go, well, we've been patient and this is where the search led us, come back to the idea. Grant Udinski and Nate Shieldhouse, from what they've done in the NFL, have no business of being NFL head coaches.
Yeah, and the problem I have is that they haven't earned any benefit of the doubt here.
Yes.
And I have a really hard time because there's certain points where I want to stick up for Andrew Berry in this, and especially in this discussion in particular, because I do subscribe to the idea that young offensive coordinator is not a bad thing. But the lack of experience is getting to me, obviously. We don't know what these guys are going to be, but when it comes to Andrew Berry, he's not as if I've watched him for 6 years and been like, well, he constantly makes the right move.
Yeah.
He constantly gets this right. Like, if I had something to fall back on where I had belief in Andrew Berry in the process of this, I'd feel so much better about this. Like, oh, he must be seeing something I don't see. He must use those red laser eyes. He must have something I don't see because he's constantly one step ahead of the curve. He's the seer among seers, the prognosticator's prognosticator, but he's not. He never has been. It seems like every move he makes falls flat on its face. So why would this one be any different?
And can I ask you, how does a guy, and I'm going to continue to try and say what Grant Udinski actually does as opposed to what his title says he does, how does a guy who is a glorified quarterbacks coach for 1 year in the NFL and Grant Udinski. That's what he does. He works with Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen, structures the offense on it, structures a game plan, and he calls the plays. So he's a glorified quarterbacks coach. How does he become the overwhelming favorite off a phone call, off a Zoom? That's without even he hasn't gotten his second interview yet. That was another thing we haven't talked about.
Yeah, there was like a 3-hour Zoom, and that's all it was. That must have been a pretty impressive Zoom.
If Grant had been the coach on Monday, I'd understand this a little bit more.
Everything's impressive when you already want to hire somebody.
Well, I think that's
like if you've already made up your mind. Yes. Everything you say then becomes, wow, what a whiz! This guy really is great. If you're searching for that, you're gonna find that.
This week has started to become confirmation bias, and meaning like that's what I think the Browns are doing here, and that is not how you run a good search. It's not how you. Again, it goes back to. Everyone could talk about removing emotion, and we're gonna get all the noble, the verticals that we're gonna get on these guys. This organization is so good with Andrew Berry and Cat Hickman and Glenn Cook at talking the talk. The problem is that walking the walk is always the problem, and I can see this happening from a mile away. Oh well. He had all the things we were looking for because you were looking for them.
And it's just obvious to see what green checks they were trying to get to, right? It's like, all right, so first off, we picked someone from Sean McVay's tree that gets him coffee. And next up, we're going to go to the other hot shots that we like. That's Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota, where Udinski was before he was in Jacksonville. And then we go to Liam Cohen, who's the new hot thing as well. And we get the two guys collectively, they've tapped into the three names everybody loves at the current moment.
Is it down to Udinski or Shieldhouse? Does that mean it's a no-go for Jim Schwartz? We'll have more on this coming up later in the show. When we come back, though, it's time for Quick Hits on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson.
Bam! Let's go. One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go.
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
All day long. All day. All the time. At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Ryan Radke coming up at 4 o'clock today. We'll talk about the AFC title game. As Ryan's going to be on the call with good buddy Mike Golick on that one as well. We'll get to quick hits in a moment here, but missed a moment in our show? Well, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, JP, it's been announced Myles Garrett is a finalist for the NFL Defensive Player of the Year award. Carson Schwarzenegger, a finalist for the Defensive Rookie of the Year award. Each one of those out of a class of four other players. The winners will be announced at the NFL Honor Ceremony, which is usually terrible, on February 5th. How certain are you the Browns will bring home both awards?
So Myles is going to win. That one's not even close. I had to take at one point, I think it was like week 11 of the season, that if Myles hadn't played any more games from that point forward, he would still win Defensive Player of the Year. Like, he could just get in a car accident, whatever, just not play, not be on the field, and he'd still win the award. Was Schwarzenegger, was that Rookie of the Year or Defensive Rookie of the Year?
Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Okay, then he's got that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, don't sleep on Patrick Surtain Jr. I'm a little worried about that one because any time that an edge rusher gets upended, it's usually if a corner just had a hell of a year. And because he's on Denver and he got a lot of pub this year, that's the only guy that really scares me.
He did just recently win one. Not worried about it. The market's already fixed. It's in.
I meant the Defensive Player of the Year. Patrick didn't win last year, did he?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. But makes it even funnier that nobody wants to coach his team.
Why? Because we're going to have the Defensive Player of the Year and a Rookie Player of the Year, all these other things. Yeah. I know. It's sad because we just don't. It's not a selling point for people. Like, this is why. I mean, it's such an offensive-minded league. That's why I think so many fans aren't even upset with the direction the Browns are trying to take this thing, because it's like, oh, you're doing something offensively. We're starved for offense. Let's do this, because so much of this is just an offensive league.
And yet, the four teams,
I was just thinking about that.
3 of the 4 teams left in the playoffs have elite-ass defenses.
And so last week, half of the head coaches were all defensive-minded coaches. If the Broncos win this week with Jarrett Stidham at quarterback, and then the Seahawks win with Sam Darnold at quarterback, again, Sam Darnold, fantastic defense in Seattle. They'd win with the defense more than anything. And the Broncos, great defense. It might be a big come-up for defenses in the NFL. And then having an acceptable quarterback. We're missing the acceptable quarterback part of this.
But I wouldn't kill for an acceptable quarterback.
All right. We have a new OC for Baker Mayfield. The Bucs are set to hire former Falcons OC Zach Robinson as their new coordinator, with a big push from Baker Mayfield. I like that. First off, they had a connection with the Rams together when Baker was there in that short stint he had with Los Angeles. I guess him and Zach Robinson, they really hit it off. I love the idea that the Bucs were finally like, all right, Baker, we're going to let you do something. You don't get to choose your head coach. We're not doing that. That's too big of an ask, even though Emily Mayfield can like all the posts on Instagram she wants. That's not changing, but you get to pick your OC.
I just think what's interesting is this is a make-or-break year for Baker in Tampa. The first 2 years went as well as you could have expected when they signed him. Last year was a letdown. The second half of the season shook people's opinion in Baker, and I think they just got better. I think they had just run out of the acceptable candidates from who they had previously hired. When Bowles kind of took over, and then into all this with Liam Cohen, and then Dave Canales, and then Liam Cohen. So, I think this is going back to the well, but with somebody that was in the division, so you have an inside knowledge of that. I think this is a good hire. And this is a pivotal hire for Baker in Tampa.
I mean, poor Zach Robinson. If he just stayed in Los Angeles, he could be the head coach of the Browns today.
That's true.
If he'd never went to Atlanta, he'd be the front runner.
That's true. He could have just stayed the fourth in charge, and they would have been like, please come be our head coach.
He'd be like, oh, you've been there for – because he was on that Super Bowl winning team. It's like, you've been there for enough years. We haven't picked everybody off of the Sean McVay tree. He'd have a bunch of interviews.
Well, theoretically –
and then Atlanta ruined him.
He still could have been the guy that you interviewed.
Still might be. This thing isn't over.
Todd Monken got John Harbaugh fired, and he's one of the Final Four. The Mets offseason continued overnight when they dealt 2 top prospects to Milwaukee for Freddie Peralta and Tobias Myers. They previously acquired Luis Robert Jr. from the White Sox, Marcus Semien from Texas, and Bo Bichette in free agency. Let me shift this to the Guardians, who've signed like 5 guys that are okay out of the bullpen. Will the Guardians make another move this offseason?
I don't know. It seems like they're going to end up with like $20 million less spent than last year and just try to see if that works offensively, which is, by the way, a very similar tactic to what they did last offseason. And I guess, I was the one that complained about it before the year. We didn't have enough offense, and then they still won another division title. So I don't think it takes me out of the complaining department. I'm still going to complain about it because that's what I do with this team. But, yeah, it's a bold play.
This makes last year's offseason look like this year's Dodgers offseason. They've spent no money. I think they've spent like $7 or $10 million combined. It's not great. It's not what they've offloaded off the books. It's I think
you want to get last year they just did like another hey, Carlos Santana, let's pay you the money we wanted to pay Josh Naylor.
Well, the problem is because
Paul Sewald,
because of the fallout of Kyle Tucker signing in LA, Austin Hayes is probably going to go to New York or one of the other teams that one of the big so like because Tucker went where he went, it's reshuffling the mid-market of guys.
Everyone's getting paid insane amounts of money. The Bellinger contract alone made me want to vomit.
But like their best move might be like Miguel Andujar, and the problem is he's a left fielder and certainly not a center fielder. So I think it might be more likely that they make a trade at this point, and it's not going to be a trade you like, rather than a signing, but I just don't know.
I just think they're banking on a lot of the prospects coming up and being good.
So I think what's happening is, and I think you're seeing this with Tampa too, Tampa has offloaded any long-term money that they have. I think you're seeing, outside of Pittsburgh, who's actually spent a little money this offseason, I think you're seeing pretty much all the small market owners offload every money they can and just not taking on anything beyond this year because they're just terrified of a long-term lockout and the repercussions of what happens after, just not knowing how this is going to look. But it means this season's a casualty to that, and that does upset me just a little bit.
Steven Adams was doing a show of his house. He was doing almost like it was like a Cribs type episode on a podcast, and he's made $184 million in his NBA career. He's been well taken care of, and he revealed on this house tour that he sleeps on the floor in a sleeping bag. Is this acceptable?
No.
I think even not having a headboard is unacceptable at a certain point.
No, you can afford the finest. He can he's 7 foot tall or 6'10". You can afford a really nice mattress at that size. Like, does he give a reason why?
No, he just brushes it off as if like this is a normal thing to do, and it's driven me. I'm losing my mind over it.
I mean, I know like
it's driving me insane.
Soldiers who've been to Iraq.
Does this make him tougher? Does he think this makes him tougher?
No, I think it might just he grew up. I think a little on the poorer side. I know soldiers in Iraq will like still sleep on like the floor. They'll sleep. They don't like sleeping on a cushy mattress.
Okay.
So maybe it's like that. Like you grew up in this kind of situation, and maybe you feel more comfortable that way. I don't know. Could not be me.
No.
And you got to think he's got a ton of aches and pains from playing in the NBA.
He grew up in New Zealand, but I was trying to find out what kind of financial struggle he had. Apparently, his dad died at a very young age.
Yeah.
And has just had a lot of significant financial struggles. And so maybe he had to walk barefoot, wearing the same clothes. I guess he says he faced bullying too, which is kind of hard to believe because he's like a massive human.
And also crazy.
But maybe
Can you
that's why he's
imagine
crazy.
bullying Steven Adams?
No, I couldn't. Okay, so here's another interesting thing. He's one of 18 siblings.
Yeah, they got down.
18 siblings.
When you're poor, there's only so much you can do.
His dad, Sid Adams, had children with 5 different women.
Yeah, he did.
Sid Adams got down before he died, apparently.
He did.
He's talking about getting down.
That's actually what killed him.
Is this why he hides in a sleeping bag each night? He's scared.
He's afraid his dad's going to impregnate another woman.
Yeah. He's like, no, Dad, you have to stop.
That's aggressive.
What dad even thinks you're going to come anywhere close to providing for 18 children?
I don't think he was caring about that.
Is this like people going to the ER at some point? At some point, you're just like, I'm not paying this?
In the act.
Is that what that is?
In the act, I don't think he was thinking about the repercussions. I'm going to say it. Now, you have 5 women, 18 kids.
These are the people that need to be slapped upside the head, by the way. These are the people in society we need to just give a hey, what are you doing here?
Because of the advancements in genealogy. Yeah. And like 23andMe and stuff like that, I am pretty convinced at some point. I have 4 siblings, 4 blood siblings. We're pretty convinced we're going to get hey, I'm your half sibling. We're at least one of those.
I did the 23andMe. I didn't have any of that, and so I just gotta hope that's not the case.
Nobody's reported yet. Nobody's checked in yet, just because they haven't gotten the genetic testing.
It could happen. Steven Adams, while living in the bubble, went around telling players this is not Syria. How great is that?
We do love us. All the guys I wish that would have played here previously, Steven Adams is one of them, because the man is a renaissance man. We like it. An interesting option to fix the Browns wide receiver room. Might be too early to make a call on it, though. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
football. But don't panic. This radio station will remain open and full of supplies to keep your pigskin pantry stocked.
It's that playoff atmosphere right here, boy.
Hear the games this weekend. Touchdown! And get the latest news all week.
It's playoff football. We'll take it one at a time from here.
It's just football.
Rely on the home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Ryan Radke of Westwood One. He'll be on the AFC title game this weekend. We'll get his take on that game and so much more. Broncos, Patriots, Jarrett Stidham versus Drake May. The matchup you've all been waiting for.
Yeah, there's a sneaky chance the Broncos win this week.
Now, you're saying that because you're trying to get Mac to take the Broncos.
I'm not trying to bait Mac into anything, but we did make sure that you're going to go first this weekend.
Yeah, that is fair. So we can figure out how we make some ground on you.
All of my all the people that I like to listen to, they all are really in on the Broncos this weekend. It feels like, and I don't think it's because of a lack of belief in Drake May. I just think it's like there's just a really big belief in this Broncos defense.
It's just funny because by the way, I don't think the Patriots are like the quintessential AFC juggernaut. Like Drake May is really good.
They're here just a little bit too early.
But like that defense has its flaws. That offense has its flaws.
Offensive line still is not a very good offensive line. That's
Also,
what makes Drake May is doing so impressive.
Also, look at their wide receivers.
Yeah.
Like it's pink cocaine Stephon Diggs. That's like the Stephon Diggs rather. That's the best they got. Like Douglas, we doing that?
I was going to make a Keyshawn Booty joke, but I'm not going to do that today.
No, nobody needs to do that.
It's a little too on the nose.
Yeah, well, not on the nose.
No, Keyshawn, let me slap that booty.
Yeah, look at that.
It's a fantasy football name somewhere. But like a lot of people are starting to, as we get closer and closer to this game, starting to get underway, they're starting to fall for the 5.5 points that are being put out there and taking them for what they're worth. Because really, I think it's a lack of belief in Bo Nix more than it is anything else.
I mean, if Jarrett Stidham,
because the drop-off there from Stidham to Bo Nix is not that extreme for a lot of people.
If Stidham has like a C-plus game, the Broncos can win that game.
Sure.
If he has anything less than that, I don't know. Because he is bad.
Well, it's got a chance to look it's got a chance to really go in a very ugly way. He hasn't seen the field in years.
Now, speaking of things that could go a very ugly way, this is a difficult conversation to have today.
Mm-hmm.
Because, quite frankly, we don't know who the head coach is. And if you don't know who the head coach is, you don't know how much you trust him with players like the player we're about to talk about. Now, multiple times, we know Brandon Ayuk has been a target for the Cleveland Browns. Last year, in the middle of the year, before Deshaun got hurt, that had been a name that had been linked to them. Like 2 years, like a year before that. So they've had interest in Brandon Ayuk multiple times, or some might call him Ayuk. But it was interesting.
I don't know why I did that today.
If you guys haven't been following the Brandon Ayuk situation, San Francisco is all the way out on this guy. He basically went AWOL on them after he got injured, and they pulled all of his guarantees. And this is John Lynch, the Niners GM yesterday, talking about Brandon Ayuk's future in San Francisco.
The plan in terms of the transaction, that will come in due time. I think it's safe to say that he's played his last snap with the Niners. It's unfortunate situation that just went awry, and I will look long and hard at what could have been done differently, but sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Now, Kyle Shanahan said basically the same thing, and Kyle Shanahan has been out on Brandon Ayuk since I think it was the day that Brandon Ayuk took a video and put it on Instagram of him flying by the 49ers stadium. And when I say flying by, I'm talking about like on one of the side streets that we have over by the Brown Stadium, and going like 100. They're all the way out on him.
Yeah, there was that weird interaction that went. For some reason, Shanahan really had a hard problem with it, where Ayuk wanted to wear like red shorts when everyone else was wearing black shorts, and it was just like a big deal for Shanahan. And Ayuk just would not change out of them. He just refused to. He was being insubordinate, was the idea there, and they've never been able to recover from that.
Now, that being said, Ayuk's also coming off another injury. And I think it's fair that this question was asked, and I think Mary Kay had a great answer on it. It was basically the Browns need wide receivers. They've had interest in Brandon Ayuk before. Could they have potential interest in Ayuk this offseason?
We know that they have pursued him in the past, and Andrew Berry has a tendency to circle back on guys that he's tried to acquire before and go wrap them up. So I wouldn't be surprised if they at least do their diligence and inquire. I'd have to do a lot of homework to make sure that it's a culture fit. And, of course, I wouldn't do anything until you have the new head coach in place, the new offensive staff in place, and make sure that he is a player that is going to fit in with your culture, with your offense, and just fall in line with everything that you want to be doing.
So there's a lot of different angles to this, but I'll be able to give you my definitive answer on Ayuk when I know who the head coach is. I am 90% sure it's a no, but there is one or two coaches that might take that to a 50-50. Let's see what the cost is. Like, let's see what the price is.
Okay, so you think like a Grant Udinski is not going to be able to get the most out of Ayuk is what you're saying?
Yeah, I think if you're talking about growing,
you're going to need a tough ass, basically.
If you're talking about growing a young coach into a professional head coach in real time, why would you saddle him with Brandon Ayuk and Jerry Jeudy?
It's just the type of headache that feels like. A lot of teams take the chances on a guy like this, though. He's wildly talented. You need wide receivers. Like, you need help. It's not been something that Andrew Berry's been immune to in the past. I mean, he threw Isaiah Bond out there with a week of training camp. Like, this is kind of what he does.
Well, and I'll just say it. Like, I don't think Andrew needs to specifically say, we just need to get a bunch of choir boys in here going forward, meaning like night and day change your philosophy on drafting.
Yeah, we certainly know speeding doesn't limit him from anything.
As a matter of fact, it might help.
It's kind of their culture.
One of their verticals is, do you like to speed? That is actually a check mark, plus check mark for us. But
I like to go fast.
I do think they're basically Ricky Bobby.
They're basically.
It's like Talladega Nights over there if you drive by Berea. But I don't want to be completely out on it because you just need to find talent. And you need to throw as much offensive talent. But I continue to come back to, if it's Sean McDermott, and Sean McDermott says, hey, I've actually met Brandon before and I've had a good experience with him. I think he just needs a change of scenery. Okay, I trust Sean McDermott on that. Hell, Jim Schwartz, I trust. Even though I don't think Jim is maybe as much of an ironclad. I think he is much more of a disciplinarian than Kevin, but Sean seems to be like a different level of that. But I would trust Jim Schwartz with that. If you want to give Grant Udinski or Nate Scheelhaase, if that's who it ends up being, a chance at being a head coach and succeeding, you cannot put him in the situation. If the one benefit I will give Kevin is, he did walk into a locker room with Baker Mayfield, Odell Beckham Jr., and Jarvis Landry. And I know we love Jarvis here.
Yeah.
That was a lot of David Njoku. That was a lot of personality on his side of the ball. And OBJ specifically, like, to me, that's what this feels like.
This feels like OBJ to you?
Well, yes. Yeah, like a guy that was prolific at one point has ceased being prolific and is just pretty okay. And it's a royal pain in the ass.
I mean, he had one 1,300-yard season. He's only had a couple 1,000-yard seasons in general. Like OBJ was Ayuk.
Ayuk.
OBJ was legitimately the first 3 years of his career were the best we've ever seen from a wide receiver. But you knew at that point that the Browns had gotten him. It was such a big get, but you knew it was going to the talent was going to start to go downhill a little bit. OBJ brought a stardom though that Ayuk doesn't bring. Like OBJ was beyond football famous.
Yeah, I think if Brandon Ayuk had been in New York, I think that really helps you.
I mean, OBJ was he was doing fashion shows in Paris. He was there was a time where there was only like 3 quarterbacks in the NFL, and then OBJ as far as their popularity beyond the sport.
I think if OBJ had been drafted to the Seattle Seahawks, I don't think it would have been the cult of personality.
I mean, Ayuk wasn't even like the 3rd most popular player on his own team.
That's San Francisco. We're getting sidetracked a little bit here. This is one way they could fix the wide receiver room. But if you do this to Grant Udinski or Nate Scheelhaase, you're not giving them a chance to be a head coach. You're just not.
I know the problem, though, is that Andrew Berry, as we've seen him, he takes chances on these type of guys. He feels like there's an advantage in taking chances with guys that have either had problematic past or have been a little bit disgruntled in one way or another. Like, he finds value in these type of players. So whoever the next head coach is, they have to have the philosophy that they can make these type of guys work, because Andrew Berry, even though we've seen it not work continuously here, he hasn't moved off that thinking.
But timing is what matters here. If this was 2 years from now and Grant Udinski had established himself as a head coach, assuming that's the guy, it's different. Year one, hey, you got to go fix an offense, you got to go find a quarterback, and you got to deal with Brandon Ayuk? That just doesn't sound fair. I don't get into fair often, but if you're going to hire a guy that I don't believe should be a head coach right now, the least you could do is actually give him a chance. Isn't that, like, again, like, I want to get back to that idea of the Browns' responsibility. If they hire a guy that nobody else would be hiring this year or next year as a head coach, if you're going to do that, then you have to put that guy in a position to succeed.
I know,
you
but
can't say it if you go get Ayuk here.
But how starved we were for wide receivers last year, we brought Deontay Johnson in the mix. A guy that me and you, when they signed the day they signed him, we had the video out there. It's like, what are they doing?
But that was year 6 of Stefanski.
This is not going to work. This is not going to work at all. But that's what Andrew Berry does, though. He takes chances on these type of guys, even guys that don't have half the talent of Ayuk at this point.
Yeah, you're right. But he needs to be more selective this offseason. He really needs to think about it. And that doesn't mean avoid every guy out there that has one negative word said about him, but you have to be really if you're going to hire a rookie head coach, Grant Udinski, you better put some choir boys in that room, especially on the offensive side of the ball. The defense, if you keep Schwartz, the defense is kind of self-contained here, and that is a gift to a rookie head coach. So you can actually take some pains in the Badinskis over on the defensive side of the ball, because I do think Jim Schwartz will keep that down on lock, and Miles will too. And I don't know enough about Brandon to say he's a bad dude, but seeing how things went there, you can't put a guy that could undermine that culture on the offensive side of the ball if you're hiring a baby-faced offensive head coach.
I don't think I'm speaking out of pocket to suggest it didn't seem like he took his career that seriously in San Francisco in some respects. When you're missing rehab assignments, that's where I kind of draw the line of I got Ayuk I'm talking about here.
No, I think totally fair. He's definitely a clown, but I don't want to say he's a bad guy.
No, not a bad guy. It's just whether or not he took his career seriously.
Yeah.
And at this point, it just doesn't seem like he has. But that might also be something within San Francisco that he didn't vibe with. And maybe it is just new scenery. We've just seen this with wide receivers so often. When they start to go bad, it's not as if they all of a sudden turn around and everything's great.
216-474-0092. Is Brandon Ayuk an option in Cleveland now? I think what style of offense you run is going to be really interesting here. And again, this is how I got to find the head coach before I say what we're going to do here with the wide receiver room. If we're going to move away from the 13 personnel, the multiple tight ends look, if you're going to do that, then it would make sense that you not just draft a wide receiver, you probably draft 2 of them, and then you also bring in a veteran as well. Like this would be both the wide receiver and offensive line room. If you can't get a clear and obvious upgrade at quarterback, the next best thing you can do is have too many good wide receivers for starting jobs.
Now you're speaking my language.
And the same thing with offensive linemen.
Now we're talking turkey.
I didn't just specifically say just 6 and 24 though.
Well, I mean that's fine, but you kind of went towards that.
I'm trying to meet you in the middle.
Let's meet there.
While also saying
you've
that
added
your
it too, by the way.
philosophy of 6 and 24.
You've added 24 to the mix. I've always said 6. You've added that in recent days, 6 and 24, and I think that's an interesting little add-on, by the way. I don't hate it, but I also don't. It's not accurate to what I said.
So if they take Caleb Downs at 24, it's different than if they take him at 6?
Yes, definitely, yeah. If
Okay,
he goes to 24th,
what if they took Ruben Baines at 6?
There's the idea that somebody could be like a top 10 player that all of a sudden is there at 24, and it is what it is. Will it make me happy? No, it won't make me happy. But it's sound philosophy at number 6 overall.
So Ruben Bain at 6, and then
Ruben Bain not at 6.
Caleb Downs at 24. That's a good win for you?
Ruben Bain at 6, not a good win for me.
But Caleb Downs then went to 24. I told you I was spicy today. Did I not? Did I not give everyone the warning?
What day aren't you spicy?
Okay, that's not the point here. I told you.
I was waiting for Mac in the break. Today. You're like, I'm spicy today, man. And my first thought was, what day aren't you spicy? And Mac's like, I get it. And I'm like, one day Mac's going to turn around and make that same comment. One day it'll happen. Maybe tomorrow. I'm not sure.
It'll probably be about
I actually do like it spicy.
But you're spicy and you didn't preemptively apologize for being spicy, so I don't know what to make of it all.
It'll be about 5 minutes after you make it, though. That's when Mac will make the point. 216-474-0092. I am spicy. How do you want the Browns to fix the wide receiver room? And is Brandon Ayuk one of those options? They've been linked to him multiple times in the last couple of years, and I think he's going to be pretty affordable these days. But Kevin Stefanski can impact the Browns quarterback situation even when he's not here anymore. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
in 37 minutes. Cleveland back in action tomorrow at home against Sacramento. Listen to the Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight, to get all the best segments from all our shows. And you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ryan Radke, Westwood One Sports Play-by-Play Man, coming up in about 40 minutes. We'll talk New England and Denver. Just 3 games left to go in the playoffs. Boo! Big news from baseball to pass along here. It does not involve the Guardians, as is all big news when it comes to baseball. The Rangers have acquired lefty Mackenzie Gore from the Washington Nationals for 5 prospects. The only known prospect at this point is the Rangers' number 2 prospect. And this has obvious implications if you're a Guardians fan, because the Rangers could be one of those teams like yourself vying for a wild card spot, if not for the division. And their rotation, if they could just get a modicum of health, would be Jacob deGrom, Mackenzie Gore, Nathan Eovaldi, Jack Leiter, and Kumar Rocker.
That could play.
Yeah, theoretically.
That could play.
The problem is that theoretically.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Like, this is one of those ones where, like, I every time somebody makes a trade and it's not the Guardians, I understand that I think it's totally reasonable, especially at this part of the offseason, the Guardians fan goes, we could have done that. I don't think I'm giving up that kind of haul for Mackenzie Gore.
No, we really don't even know the haul. It's like 5 players, and it's like none of them are impressive. But even still, within that, it's like it's fine.
One of them's fine.
Oh yeah,
yeah, Gavin fine.
You made that joke in between the break.
Yeah.
I think you brought up the story just to make that joke.
Nobody
yeah.
heard it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Guardians, can you do something, please? Give me an Austin Hayes. I'll go 8.
I don't think it's happening, man.
1 year, $10 million.
I
did give me Adolis Garcia.
I think they're doing what they've done in years past, where it's like once they accomplish enough, they're like, we're good for a little bit.
But isn't that on steroids?
Back-to-back division titles, they're like, we're good for a little bit.
But this is that on steroids.
What do you mean?
They've signed like 5 relievers. They haven't signed a starter. They haven't signed a single guy no. They signed Carter Kieboom on a minor league invitation.
Well, it's not like last year was that great either. Again,
they still signed
Santana.
They put $10 million into
and
Carlos
Sewell.
Santana.
After letting Josh Naylor go for 11.
They did spend about $25 million in free agency. They're not spending anything.
After letting about 15 walk out the door, and then they spent about $10 million in total. It's not like they were.
I feel like you should be killing them more than me, because you're the guy that usually
flush with cash. I kind of am killing them. You're kind of defending them here.
How am I defending them? I've said they've done nothing.
It's a multi-year, because you're defending them for last year. I'm telling you, this is just what they've done every year. This isn't that drastically different. They're doing nothing. They essentially did nothing last year too.
This is no, they actually did things.
They entered an offseason where everyone knew that offense was going to be awful, and then we watched it be awful all year, and everyone was just like, I guess this is just what it is.
Yeah, they traded for Nolan Jones. They signed Carlos Santana. They brought back Hedgie, and we just know about it. But my point is, those are actual moves. You don't even have those. When you don't even have those, I cannot defend you. At least last year I can say, well, they tried and it worked to some degree. Santana was okay for half that season. Nolan Jones wasn't.
Trying is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this discussion there.
Well, no, this isn't trying. This
is completely
inaction
inaction is what this is.
This is paralytic.
I think what they're telling you, I think what they're trying to tell you at least, is they're going to bank on pitching, and they're going to bank on all of these young players. Actually, not all of them, because I don't even think Bazzana's going to get up at some point this year. But they're going to bank on a lot of the young players to come up and then try to save the day. Like, I think they're cool with the idea that they won the division 2 years in a row now, and like the fans, I think they think this guy. I don't think this way. I'll still hound them. I think they think the fans are just going to let him be all right for a year or two, and I'm not going to be.
This is a 70-win team right now.
Vegas right now says 80.5.
My left foot. I don't know what even that means, but I'm just going to say that.
I don't know either.
That sounds like something you said like 1950 when you're really upset.
Yeah.
Like, my soggy shoes it is.
It kind of worked, if we're being honest about it.
Abe Lincoln's pipe. It is. I know.
And the majority of the deals tend to already.
Mac. Good God.
They tend to have already happened at this point. And so, where the Guardians are at, it's not looking great.
Give me Austin Hayes. Harrison Bader's still out there. Yeah. You can't do that, Mac.
No, and there's no shaming of people. I brought up Harrison Bader a month ago. I brought him up a month ago, and you all scoffed at me. And why?
I did not.
Yes, you did.
No,
you
I did
laughed
not.
at Harrison Bader when I brought him up a month ago.
Laugh at Harrison
yes, you
Bader.
did. Yes, you
Harry
did.
Bader
how
and I
dare
are
you?
like this.
How dare you rewrite this right
sir?
now? Oh my goodness!
You are projecting.
Oh my god! Over my right foot.
216-474-0092. Can I get a crumb? Can I get an Austin Hayes on just $6 million? It's just weird to me that they're like, you're penny pinching everywhere but Austin Hayes or Austin Hedges. I get my Austin H's mixed up.
Yeah.
It's weird that you're like, we just can't afford like an outfielder that could play like 100 games next year, and you're like, but we got $4.5 million for Austin Hedges.
I think this is the Dolans making a couple final pushes before they hand off the ownership. It's like we're gonna really go out and
pushing people towards
480.
$480.
We're gonna really make it obvious the lack of money that we're willing to spend here, and then when we go, Blitzer can pick up the tab. And hey, if the season gets canceled in 2027, they'll save even more money. How about that?
That's what I was hoping for.
How about that? He can really go out on a high. Yeah, it's not great.
That's depressing. Mackenzie Gorse, the Texas Ranger, by the way. I think we all kind of missed something in the ESPN offseason projection piece where we talked about A.J. Brown seen as one of the best fits for the Cleveland Browns.
That's where they had Lamar Jackson being traded to the Raiders.
Literally thrown.
Actually just picked up and tossed.
To be more of like a running, and then he kind of scrambles around and then gets tossed.
It's an Olympic event.
And then, obviously, we did talk about, what was the other thing out of that? Oh, Malik Willis.
Mm-hmm.
One of the landing spots for Malik Willis was Cleveland or Miami.
Yeah.
I think we did kind of miss something that could be something to watch out of Atlanta. Their prediction was, Kirk Cousins stays in Atlanta. And it's funny because about a month ago, Atlanta and Kirk Cousins redid his contract where basically they have to make a decision by him. I think it was like March 10th, March 9th, somewhere in there, that if they cut him, they can spread the money out over a couple of years, and so they don't take this gigantic cap hit. But that's before they got Kevin Stefanski. And I know Arthur Blank has said nice things about Michael Penix Jr. previously. I'm going to say Kevin Stefanski. I'm just going to guess he would rather start Kirk Cousins next year, given the way Kirk finished strong last year and given the fact that Kirk fits his system to a T and has had success with him, over a guy that's played like 12 games in 2 years and I don't even know has ACLs anymore.
I mean, it's weird. All the head coaches really like Kirk Cousins. It's an odd thing within the NFL where the fans don't understand why, but like Sean McVay's talked about how it's like his perfect quarterback, Kirk Cousins. It's one of these guys that you can just, he'll be able to do everything you want and then some. I don't see a world, though, where he starts him over Michael Penix. If Penix is healthy.
I will say, I think it wouldn't surprise me.
It would surprise me.
No, you didn't get to what I was going to be surprised by.
Finish it then, yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if the Falcons, who nobody there other than Arthur Blank, drafted Michael Penix Jr., it wouldn't surprise me if they tried to get something out of Michael Penix Jr. this offseason. I mean, in any way, one of those guys isn't going to be there next year. And I think whoever it is has a chance to be the Browns quarterback just because they're looking for anything.
Okay.
I could understand they don't have a first rounder. They're not going to get a first rounder for Penix. I could see if they go, can we get a second or can we get another third for Penix and maybe a second pick? And I think in that case, I think the Browns should be at the very least in on that conversation.
Oh, we're down to a third round. I'm trying to figure out what type of draft compensation. We're down to a third round pick for Penix. Why wouldn't they just keep him on the rookie deal if that was the case?
Because you don't really need him. Because you could honestly.
Well, they do need him.
No, you don't.
If you go with Kirk Cousins is a million years old.
Yeah, but beyond this year, if Michael Penix doesn't do it this year, you're going to rock into year 4 not knowing what's going on with Michael Penix as a starter?
Yeah, on a rookie deal, it's better than it's third-round pick, potentially.
I think this reminds me...
That's insurance for if your season, all of a sudden, if Kirk Cousins does get injured and then your season just goes downhill, you have Penix there to at least try to save the day.
Listen,
that's way more valuable than a third-round pick.
You might be right. No.
To me, it is.
Not to you. We'll see about Atlanta. I think the point is...
Yes, we will.
Yes, we will. I'll tell you what people are going to throw out.
Want a burger bet on Michael Penix trade on this?
No, that's not even fair. That's not even.
Why? You just said we'll see what Atlanta does. You think? I
think you
think it's smarter for them to get rid of Michael Penix than keep him?
I think Michael Penix might not want to stay there if Kirk Cousins is going to be the starter again.
Tough luck to Michael Penix. You're on a rookie deal and you're an injured quarterback.
We'll see. But the point is, The trade that I think people will throw out for him is a 2 and a 4 and a 6. That's what Sam Darnold got going from the Jets to the Panthers about 4 years ago. That's not what I would give up for him. But if we're talking a third or fourth rounder, and maybe like the same price that I would pay for Mac Jones is the same price I'd pay for Michael Penix Jr., which is like a third or fourth rounder and Dylan Gabriel.
Now,
so somebody gets a backup, and I get somebody with a little bit better value that might still have something in its tank.
So the point I like that you made out of this, and one that I do think actually gives it some legs, even if I don't think it's going to happen, is the idea that with a new regime and with Matt Ryan, I think it's a great point by you. Like they can wash their hands clean of this, and the earlier they do that, the better. I would imagine they hired Stefanski with the idea that he'd be fixing their quarterback because they think he's a quarterback whisperer. They think he can do this. I would imagine they hired him with the idea that he could fix their quarterback, get their quarterback to the spot he needs to be, not just you get Kirk Cousins and then we'll go from there.
I think this might be a case of, all right, let's see what we can do with the better quarterback. Kirk Cousins is the better quarterback than Michael Penix Jr. now. Let's see what Kirk has in his final year on a deal or a rework deal, however you do this. And then maybe we go take a real stab. Because I think the thing with Kevin coming on board with Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix, Atlanta does have a 2027 first rounder. And so that is a much more loaded quarterback class where if it doesn't work out with Kirk in his first year, you're going to have some grace there with Kevin because it's only 1 year into this, and then you can go attack the quarterback position again. I would be really surprised. I just think there's a math problem with Kevin coming in and being like, I'm cool with Penix and Cousins, and we'll see what works out.
Well, but you could also, in that same respect, you could, if you really like the 2027 class, you throw Penix out there, you see if he can fix him for a season, and if he can't, then you just dump him, and it is what it is. Because I just don't know that you rely on 39-year-old Kirk Cousins. I just don't know that you do.
I think
they got a lot of weapons around him. He can run an offense, but at some point that's going to fall off.
I think Kevin Stefanski craves a real quarterback.
I think it's more likely he goes Penix, trades for Dylan Gabriel as his backup quarterback than it is Kirk Cousins starts over everyone.
Oh, I think. Listen, the wild card here is Kirk Cousins. Kirk might just be done in Atlanta and might just be frustrated, but the guys that he had problems with are also
was he trying to interview for TV like 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, but he's going to be a quarterback in the NFL next year.
Legitimately, he was supposed to do the division round and the AFC NFC title game rounds on CBS.
Yeah, guys do that years before they retire. Drew Brees had multiple interviews in the playoffs
for sure.
Before he
Greg
retired.
Olsen was doing things before he retired too. It happens, but also he's if you're doing that type of thing, you're already thinking about your future beyond your football life.
If Kevin Stefanski has waded through problematic quarterback rooms the last couple of years, what sounds more like that Kevin Stefanski would want? A guy that's been a 12-year starter in the NFL and fits a system to a T, or a guy with shaky ACLs?
Yeah, the shaky ACLs aren't great, obviously, but
I'm selling him as you've got to talk to him if you're the Cleveland Browns.
I'd be really surprised if that was enough where they just say, all right, Penix, we're done with you after 2 seasons. They invested a lot into that.
They didn't.
They invested a top draft pick into it.
No, they didn't.
Well,
no,
okay.
Matt Ryan and Kevin Stefanski didn't.
But Arthur Blank did.
Yeah, owners move on from this stuff quicker than
to go for a 39-year-old quarterback.
That's
though,
not how
is
Kevin
like,
Stefanski sees him.
You'd be doing it for one.
Kirk
it's
was
1
be
year,
our quarterback
and then
last year.
It's for 1 year where hopefully then you'd win a lot of games. That's the idea of why you go with them to then be where in the 2027 class.
If we gave Kevin
2027 class,
if we gave Kevin Stefanski his
you're
truth
not
serum,
set up for a great spot.
If we gave Kevin truth serum. Kirk was supposed to be the quarterback last year. The Browns just didn't want to give up whatever pick Atlanta was holding firm on. I
don't doubt that, by the way.
How it trickled down to Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco.
We also didn't have Michael Penix in our room either.
I think Kevin Stefanski owes Michael Penix Jr. nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I'm not saying he does. I would just be surprised if this is how this goes. A third-year quarterback, and you're going to choose the 39-year-old over him. I just don't think that's. I don't think it's going to happen that way.
I think you're making it an age. I think there's a quarterback you can trust in the room, and then I think there's the guy with no ACLs left.
I think he's great to have in the room. I think he's great to have as insurance. I think especially with a guy
but he's
that
not
has
coming
as many
back
injuries
to be insurance.
I mean,
that's
people...
the thing. Like Kirk Cousins has enough leeway here to say either I'm your starter next year, and that's that, or you can release me and I'll go somewhere I'm going to be the starter.
But he didn't have that last year. We just
but
played
he has
that out
it now. Because they just reworked the contract.
We just did that.
Negotiated this to the point where there would be some
which is why I said it's more
clarity.
likely that it's Michael Penix and Dylan Gabriel as the room than it is Kirk Cousins starting, in my opinion.
I would be shocked if Kevin Stefanski went into first season Atlanta with Michael Penix Jr. and Dylan Gabriel as his quarterback.
I think there's a higher likelihood than Kirk Cousins starting week 1.
Oh, I disagree immensely.
Obviously, that's the point of the segment, is that you disagree on that. I don't see a way they move off of Penix. I think they hired Stefanski with the idea you're going to fix Penix. We're not worried about what you can do with Cousins. We think you can be a quarterback
whisperer. Why would
whisperer.
Arthur Blank have any allegiance to Michael Penix after 12 games when he just fired Terry McDermott?
I don't think he thinks he's bad,
and I don't think he knows anything. To me, it's like you did. Like, how can you know any? How can you have any informed opinion on Michael Penix other than he's a good kid?
I mean, he did play in 2 years. It's not as if he never threw a football.
Yeah, but 12 games is the smallest sample size to grade a former top 10 pick off. When it comes,
right, which is what I think they rest on that idea that we didn't see him play enough. We need to see him play more.
I mean, the point is, if Arthur went along with Terry McDermott and Raheem Morris for this plan in the first place, he has no allegiance just based off those 12 games.
No, he can easily move off. Everything's interchangeable with this. He could easily do anything. Historically in the NFL, though, if you have as much promise as Michael Penix had, yes, injuries stink. Obviously, it's not great, but after 2 years, they don't just move off of him.
216-474-0092. They tend to if you fired the GM and you fired the head coach.
Give me the example.
If that's unfair.
What? You tried sneaking in at the end. Give me the example.
No, that's unfair.
Why? You said it happens a lot. Tell me where it happens.
I didn't say it happens a lot. I'm saying once you fire the head coach and the GM, all bets are off.
In year 3 off of a top 10 draft pick, tell me the example.
216-474-0092. Well, we're going to talk about Michael Penix Jr. with the Browns, but instead we argued about Michael Penix Jr. with the Falcons. If Kevin Stefanski rolls with Kirk Cousins, is Michael Penix Jr. an option for the Browns? And Kenny Atkinson talks about how the Cavs responded well, because we've heard this exact same clip about 15 times now this season. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Ready?
future is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
NFL playoffs and up-to-the-minute college and association hoops coverage. We've got your January weekend covered. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Ryan Radke coming up in about 15 minutes. All right, I got you 3 semi-potable carryovers on quarterbacks that were drafted relatively high.
Okay, wait, but does it meet the 2-year thing or no?
It's a 2-year thing.
And
yes,
you said
yes,
relatively
yes.
high. Are they top 8?
Within the top 22.
That's not top 8, but I'll play with you.
How about this? I'll
Josh Rosen is the one that came to mind instantly, but that's only 1 year. That's not 2 years of.
And in fairness, his head coach got fired, but the GM stayed.
Right. Okay. All right. Play it with me here.
The other one I was going to go with was Manziel, but he was a 22nd pick. Both his head coach and his GM got axed, and so did he.
And also completely different than Michael Penix.
I think the most applicable one was Dwayne Haskins. 2018, 2019, the head coach and the GM both got fired, and then Ron Rivera ran him out of town.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So I got one. We got one. Okay.
I got one.
Yeah.
I didn't really go that far. Once I got Dwayne Haskins, I was like, I'm going to kind of mail the rest of this in.
Okay, good. So, all right. So maybe you saying this tends to happen, maybe a little bit of a reach there?
Fair.
We got one example over the stretch. Now, here's where I'll give a little bit.
Plus
okay?
the other 2 that I gave.
Here's where. What were the other 2? You didn't even name them.
Josh Rosen and Johnny Manziel.
No, Josh Rosen doesn't count because for obvious reasons we already discussed. That was 1 year of commitment, and both people didn't end up getting fired.
But it's less than 2 years.
And then Johnny doesn't count because it's Johnny Manziel. He doesn't count with anything.
So the sweet spot is usually 3 years.
Yes.
Once you get to 3 years,
100%.
No matter who's been there, who wasn't
and
there,
if he gets injured for a 3rd year, like that's blouses anyway. Like I mean, like you're just a really hurt quarterback. There's no fixing you. There's no coming back from that.
2 years or less, which is why Josh Rosen fits.
Yeah. Well, he was taking 11th though.
No, he's taking 10th.
Oh, he's 10th.
Yeah.
Still not 8th. Still not top 8.
You're being such a D about
Still not
that.
top 8.
That was 1 year, and
but
it
it was
really
1 year
spots
though.
later.
That was part of
It's
the
a top
idea.
10 pick.
They've committed.
The Manziel thing
Josh
was a reach.
Rosen,
I'll give you the Manziel
and Josh
thing.
Rosen was the obvious that everyone goes to in all of this because it's still so like, how did they just do that as quick as they did? Everyone's always been perplexed by that for a very long time. Anyway, so it doesn't tend to happen is the point. But the other point of this, and I do think this is what's interesting in where the Falcons go here. I don't even know that Michael Penix is going to be healthy from his injury by the time they get to training camp anyway. And so, like, if his recovery doesn't go well, then Kevin Stefanski might have no choice but to just throw him in there. Kirk Cousins, that is.
Oh, I was like, what? Wait, so he's not healthy and they just start
if his recovery doesn't go well, there's a real chance out there based off some of the timelines that Michael Penix just isn't healthy enough to go. And then Kirk Cousins has to step in, and then he's got to basically save the day. And then it's one of those things where he would have to be so good so early that you just never give Penix a chance to recover and even get a chance.
So from the Browns' perspective, if he was made available, what's the most you'd do for Michael Penix Jr.?
4th round pick.
And Dylan Gabriel?
Sure, if you want Dylan. I'm not gonna let Dylan be the deal breaker in anything.
I actually do think Dylan's more of a sweetener in a trade for a quarterback, whether it's Michael Penix Jr. or Mac Jones, than people realize. There are a lot of people who are going to look at this and go, well, they're gonna say he was statistically the Browns' best quarterback, which to some regard, in some statistics, is true. And they're going to say we liked him coming out. I can't hold Cleveland against him.
Potentially.
I don't know that he has 3rd-round value anymore because I didn't think he had 3rd-round value in the first place. But I think everybody
else gets the Browns pass. And why shouldn't Dylan Gabriel get one as well?
That's true. The only people that don't get the Browns pass are actually the Browns.
Tommy Reese just got one as well. Everyone just gets handed these Browns passes. The other interesting thing on this, though, is that the 2027 guarantee kicks in for Kirk Cousins in March of this year, and that guarantee is worth like $70 million or so. So like they're gonna have to make some decision on Kirk. I tend to agree, by the way. Stefanski loves him enough. They'll do it for 2026 and then deal with it later is kind of the idea. But 2027, they can't have him on the roster then. It's $70 million to pay for Kirk Cousins is not reality.
I do feel like we have to just come up with a giant or game with quarterbacks because this is where we're at. Like Kyler Murray or Michael Penix Jr. Michael Penix Jr. or Mac Jones. By the way, my answer is Mac Jones, depending on the price.
Oh, Penix still wins that answer for me. Now I feel like I'm defending Penix way more than I don't even like Michael Penix that much. That's like the astounding part of all this. I don't really like him that much.
He's got a hell of an arm.
He does, and there's so much about him to like.
Yeah.
But then there's also just so much that you watched, and It was fine. He's just very injured at this point. And then I saw this clip of Matt Ryan, by the way, a couple months ago when he was still in the media. This is why it's tough to do media and then go into the role that Matt Ryan has, where he was like, "Yeah, he's no Matthew Stafford."
Oof.
That's not a great endorsement.
Yeah, that's pretty funny though.
That is funny.
It's pretty funny.
He did the Coach Riz thing of he's got to learn to take the layups. He's got to take the free meals that Coach Riz always talks about. He's like, he's no Matthew Stafford.
So I have.
That's going to be a great convo with those two.
I had two things I realized and maybe learned this weekend, JP.
Yeah, what's that?
One, I don't think Ness and I took a trip to the store real quick on Saturday before the Twins' birthday party. One, I don't know that shopping has ever been more overwhelming than it is right now. For instance, not only now do you have to contend with we went at the wrong time too. We went like noon on a Saturday. It's a bad time to shop because everybody's trying to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But because people now have the personal shoppers that are shopping for people that have ordered online,
yeah,
I almost got rolled like 3 times by one of those giant carts. And I'm a large human.
Wait, what are these giant carts?
Oh, you haven't seen those? So
No.
basically, they have these giant carts where they
Kidding
put.
me? I feel like I've missed a lot these days. My Elise was telling me about this coffee place. It was like Robo Coffee or something.
Yeah.
It was a robot that made her coffee.
I feel like shopping in general has turned a whole new leaf in
so
5 years.
What are these carts? And I go shopping. I do all our grocery store shopping. What am I missing here?
They're like my height, and they're basically like big racks. Where they have bins on them, and then they fill the bins up. But once they get full, they can't see over the bins. And so these people at these stores just run damn near right through everyone.
Is this beyond grocery stores? Is this like is this at like regular stores too, or no?
What define a regular
like
store?
At a mall? Like you go to a mall, you'd see this, or no?
I don't know about that, but like if you have groceries there, or if you have online pickups, and people tend to order a butt ton of stuff, they have them.
Man, I tried those online pickups like 6 years ago when it was at first starting. I got so frustrated with the person because they kept texting me the entire time and being like, "Is this okay? We don't have this. Is this okay?" And it was like I'm basically shopping. For 40 minutes, I'm answering yes or no questions here. Out on it.
I don't want to shop any other way.
I hope it's gotten better.
Because I was in store and it was killing. Like it was like I actually did get bumped into relatively hard. It just didn't hurt me because I'm built like a moose. But but it annoyed the hell out of me. But here's the other thing, and I don't know if you have this with Elise. Vanessa and I shop in different languages. We are so compatible in so many different ways. I go to the back of the store. I work my way front, and I know where everything is.
You automatically go to the back?
Yeah,
Are we talking grocery store still? Or
grocery
are we going
stores, yeah. So I go as far back as I need to go.
No, I'm an aisle guy. I go up one aisle and then I traverse through each aisle.
Oh, that's how Vanessa
and
does
then I go up the aisle,
God.
then I go down this one,
What
and then
is
I go
wrong
up
with
the
you
other
people?
one, and then I come down this one.
How do you
and then
people
we go
live
from,
like
what do you
that?
mean? I check it all.
No, why?
We hit every aisle that way.
You don't need every aisle. You don't need.
There's something in every aisle that I find.
But that's a problem. You go finding things. I'm there to find the things I need.
That's when I'm at Aldi's. When I'm at Aldi's, because it's not a big store. That's when I go up and down. When I go to like a Giant Eagle, there's like a whole row of like 6 that I'll just bypass because I'm not getting like chips or anything like that. I'll just skip right from like where the alcohol is, right to like where the pizza is, and then we'll just go there.
Yeah, so Vanessa's much closer to the way you work. And here's the other thing that she does. I don't like to go back. Meaning, once I've left an area of the store, I've done.
What if you forgot something?
No, I don't forget things.
Oh, I'll go to the car and put things away, and if I forgot something, I'll go back in the store and buy it.
Not a chance in hell.
I did that last week.
No.
I forgot Diet Coke. I went right back in.
No, that's ancient history to me.
I'm not
that was 5 minutes ago.
I'm not doing a whole week without Diet Coke, I'll tell you that much.
I put an online order for it. I refuse to do it.
You get the shopper.
Watching Vanessa.
You watch him with his big cart, get your Diet Coke, and bring it outside.
Vanessa starts at the beginning of the store.
Yeah, that's what I do too. I don't understand. You're wasting so much time going to the back.
But then she went to aisle 5, and then aisle 3, and then aisle 7.
No, we don't do that. It's an order. It's an order. I just all one through whatever, and we go up one, and then we go down the other way, and then we go up the other one and down the other way.
So she started to do that, but then she would forget, and she'd be like, I got to go get peanut butter. At one point, I was like, what else do we need? And I just started freelancing. Yeah. I just went to I came back with a handful of things from the back of the store. I was just like, here, I got these.
So the real problem,
it was killing me.
The real problem is when you see something like there's a great deal on something. Like the other day, there was a great deal on like a pound of beef, and I'm like, well, now I'm making tacos, but I didn't have any of the taco ingredients. So then I had to get the beef, and then I had to go back, and I had to like get it all together, and that's where you really run in trouble that way. But I don't understand. That's a
You
lot of
just-
wasted time going to the back and then starting.
You just described my hell.
Yeah, I do that. I do
Yeah.
that. I come up with like meals as I'm shopping too, and so sometimes, again, like the taco stuff, that'll just happen. You don't think about it till it's too late. I enter with very, very little game plan when I'm doing grocery store shopping. I like to let the food speak to me.
I'm like Kyle Shanahan level prep.
No, yeah,
I know. In the case of every potential contingency that can happen, I know where I'm going if that doesn't work
I've
out.
definitely shopped where I was like more in a snack mood than a dinner mood, and then you leave and you just got a bunch of snacks and not much for dinner, and that's not a good week, but it's how I was feeling in the moment.
That still happens the way I shop too. 216-474-0092. I think it's just called me being fat.
What do you spend on groceries?
I think it depends. But I will tell you.
Do you ever do multiple grocery stores?
When I order, yes, but only if I'm doing the online orders.
Okay, that's kind of my new thing. Is I'm hitting up one for one, and then I'm going to a different one for the other stuff that I think they do better.
Sounds miserable. Ryan Radke, Westwood One play-by-play announcer for the Patriots and Broncos game this weekend. We'll talk the AFC title game in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
play calling. I don't give a damn. Marcus Freeman ain't walking through that door. Kurt Signetti is not walking through that door. Ryan Day ain't walking through that door. We ain't talked about any of them. If there ain't any other wonderkins or great big names, then fine. Might as well go with the guy who has the highest upside, have we not?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 o'clock. It's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, Daryl Ryder. They recap all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason and free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app to watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on The Fan.
We got Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, coming up at 5:20. We'll talk about the Cavs' big rivalry win against the Hornets, which the NBA continues to tell us is a rivalry, even though nobody in either town has any feelings of ill will or heat between the two organizations. But from the Browns' perspective, Jesse Minter pulled out from interviewing with the Browns, the second day in a row that they've had a prospective head coach of the Succulent Six, now 33%, have said thanks, no thanks before. An in-person second-round interview. But tomorrow, the big Grant Yudinsky Day, many people are excited about that one. But just a couple days now, and we got a huge weekend in the NFL, the conference title round. 14-win teams left. Out west, we've got Seattle versus the Rams. That is the late game, but 3 o'clock. Patriots travel to Denver. No Bo Nix in this one to talk all the particulars on the AFC title game. You're going to hear this man and his, I will say, dulcet tones of Westwood One, play-by-play announcer for the AFC title matchup with Mike Golick on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Ryan Radke. Ryan, welcome to the show.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're doing all right here. I will tell you, you couldn't have picked two teams for the AFC title game that I'm going to have a harder time rooting for. The New England team that just won a bunch of Super Bowls the last 20 years, and of course Denver. We don't love the Denver Broncos here in Cleveland, given our history with them.
Yeah, I can certainly understand that. I'm interested to see what the ratings are like in Cleveland. Do we have a bunch of people that are hate watching, or do we have people that just find a great rivalry like Cavs Hornets to tune into? Yeah, it'll be interesting. I can certainly understand the feelings coming from Cleveland, but hopefully it'll be a good game nonetheless.
Yeah, what are we set up for here? I don't know what to make of Jarrett Stidham. I don't know that anyone does at this point, but the Broncos have a good enough defense. They have one of the best offensive lines in the game. They do have a run game. Is there a chance they can still pull this off?
Well, I mean, I think we have to say yes, only because you're right. None of us really know what we're going to get from Jarrett Stidham. He hasn't been on an NFL field in 2 years, and everybody in the Broncos building and some of those outside have made sure that they're making the national rounds this week to tell us how great Jarrett Stidham is and what a terrific quarterback he is and a great talent. But we don't know. We haven't seen it, certainly not in the Broncos building, not out on their practice field every week. It's a guy that has only made 4 career starts. So, yeah, he's had some good preseason numbers, and he's had a couple of big passing games in starts that he's made. But we don't know what we're going to see. I think it's fair to say that he's going to need a lot of help, be it from their running game, be it from that defense, which, by the way, was not great a week ago. They did get the turnovers, which helped cover up a lot, but really it was outside of the turnovers, it was one of their poorer performances of the year. So I think we're all very interested to see exactly what we're going to get out of Jarrett Stidham, if he can keep it close, if he can give the Broncos a chance, or if it's going to get a game, if we're going to get a game that gets out of hand because he's simply not ready for it.
Ryan, it's interesting that these two teams have the same regular season record, just because, I look at the Broncos, and you can argue that Bo Nix might be the weak part of that team, and he's a good quarterback, by the way. It just means, they're just so well built. And you look over at New England, and I go, I know Drake May is, oh my gosh, good, but their roster has a lot more flaws. So I'm just curious. It kind of feels like the old LeBron theory. How do you stop the Cavs? You stop LeBron. Feels like Drake May to me is just carrying a lot more water in New England than maybe any of the other parts are in Denver. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, I don't think there's any doubt that Mays had an unbelievable year, and as a second-year quarterback, the load that he has shouldered, I think, is really impressive. I do think maybe that's underselling the Patriots' defense a little bit. I think what they have done throughout the year, it's a defense that really has just kind of gotten better and better and better, and I think they have taken on more of the load as the season has gone along. I think it's a Patriots team, though, that we can say that about, that just got better and better. I mean, don't forget, they started 1-2 and lost to the Raiders somehow in week 1. They then lost to the Steelers in week 3, a game they turned the ball over 5 times. And since then, they've only lost one other time. Now, we can say, look, they played a weak schedule, and the numbers are all out there, the weakest schedule in the league. But you know what? You got to take advantage of that. If you're given a favorable schedule, then take advantage of it. Don't lose games that you're not supposed to lose. They haven't done that. They've gone out and they've won every single week. And they come into this game now on a great roll. They've won 16 of 17 games. And I think it's a team that has a lot of confidence and a lot of belief.
Yeah, the two teams are kind of both the same story in many respects for me. It's like they both got their head coach, and then all of a sudden, it didn't matter what flaws they had previously. Didn't matter the Russell Wilson dead cap money. Didn't matter what happened with New England and just having to get rid of Gerard Mayo as quickly as possible. Vrabel comes in and just gets things done so quick. Is that a thing that can give Browns fans out there hope that you just don't have to be dead in the NFL for that long?
Yeah, I mean, if you get the right guy who can steady the ship for you, I think that's huge. And what Vrabel's done this year has done exactly that. He came in, he steadied the ship. They went out, they spent some money, they spent wisely. At least the early returns would say they spent wisely in free agency, and they've been able to get things turned around. You know, and Sean Payton on the other side obviously is a really, really, really good coach. And he made his decision early that he was done with Russell Wilson. Dead cap be damned. They made the move and said, we're going to figure this thing out. And they've done that. And I think that's the other reason that you look at the Broncos on Sunday and say you have to give them a chance, because they have Sean Payton. They have a guy that understands what this situation is about. But to go back to your question about the Browns, yeah, if they can get the right guy, it would seem like they can have the same kind of turnaround, just like any team could. The problem, obviously, as you guys know better than anybody in Cleveland, has been getting that right guy.
Ryan Radke, Westwood One, play-by-play announcer for the AFC title game this weekend on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. So you look at Sean Payton, that's an elite head coach. But you look at Mike Vrabel, that's an elite head coach as well. But they are guys, you know, Mike's a former defensive lineman in the NFL and is a former defensive coordinator. Sean Payton's from the offensive side of the ball and kind of the offensive wizard. But when we get to it, because there are so many archetypes in the NFL, but what are the basic traits, as we're looking for the next head coach here, of what you think makes an elite head coach?
Well, I think you have to have a guy, number one, that can relate to the entire locker room. I think it's hard, and I think, you know, Robert Saleh's talked about this a little bit, that what he learned from his time with the Jets and then being back with the Niners as he gets set to go to Tennessee is you can't come in as a head coach, despite what your background is, and just really lean towards one side of the ball and say, well, I'll just hire a coordinator and they can take care of the other side. I think you have to be involved with the entire team. And, you know, we see that with Vrabel on a weekly basis, standing outside the locker room, shaking everybody's hand as they come into the locker room. He's not just sitting on the defensive side and looking at Josh McDaniels and saying, hey, you handle the offense and let me know how it goes. He's involved in those things every week. He sits in quarterback meetings. So I think you have to be involved, and I think you have to have the respect of the entire locker room. I think you also have to make sure you go out and get the right staff and guys that know what they're doing. It's amazing how much you go around the NFL and you still hear from people about assistant coaches on staff that, well, you know, he's so-and-so's buddy and that's why he's here. I don't know if he really knows what he's doing, but so-and-so's known him for 15 years, so he's our quarterback's coach or wide receivers coach, whatever it might be. I think those are the most important things. And then guys that have a plan and are going to stick to that plan. You have to be able to do that. You can't come in and change week to week or, you know, every 4 games decide you're going to do something else. You have to be rock solid in that. And I think the guys that do that are the guys that ultimately have success.
Ryan, you've been doing games for a long time here. Can you tell me, out of the final 4 we have right now, which of the Browns candidates you like the most, or if maybe we should throw Sean McDermott in the mix? It's Todd Monken. That's one. Probably the least favorite of the group. And then Nate Scheelhaus from the Rams is another one. Grant Udinski from Jacksonville is another one. And then Jim Schwartz, the current defensive coordinator, is the other.
I mean, look, I would definitely throw McDermott in the mix, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, the rest of them can't do the job, but I would definitely throw McDermott in the mix. I understand why Buffalo did what they did, but you're also talking about a guy that has had a lot of success. I think you're also talking about a guy who did learn some of those lessons we were talking about. If you read some of the things coming out of Buffalo, that maybe early on he was somebody that just kind of stayed on one side of the ball and now leaves as a guy that was really universally respected within that locker room by the players. I saw Brandon Cooks this morning talking about him and how much he loved Sean McDermott and the great job that he did. So I don't think McDermott's going to be out of work for long. He's definitely a guy that I would want to include in my search if I had an opening at this point.
All right, Ryan, New England, Denver, what does this game come down to?
Well, look, I think if you're Denver, I mean, it sounds dumb to say you got to play a really good game. We're down to the championship game. Of course you do. But I think Denver has really just kind of lost their margin for error. They are going to need to play not necessarily a perfect game, but they're going to have a lot of guys step up to help Jarrett Stidham. That defense has got to be elite. They were elite for a lot of this year. Down the stretch, it hasn't quite been the same for that defense. They gave up a ton of yards last week. Buffalo ran the ball on them. It was numbers that they haven't really given up all year. They got to get back to what they've been. They got to hold Drake May and this offense down. They do not want to get into a shootout with New England. At the same token, they've got to find a way to run the ball. Now, if that means J.K. Dobbins comes back, hopefully for them, he comes back at somewhere near full strength and can help them out. Because since he went out, they went from a top 10 running team in the league to a bottom 10 running team in the league. They got to have a lot of help around Stidham. I think if you're the Patriots, one of the big things that comes down to Drake May's got to protect the ball. 6 fumbles so far in the playoffs. You cannot put the ball on the ground. We saw how Denver was able to take advantage last week. They're not a defense that got a lot of turnovers throughout the course of the year. Going into the playoffs, Sean Payton told them, you're going to have to turn it around. They responded last week. They were able to generate 5 turnovers. Drake May cannot give the ball away. He's got to possess the ball. He's got to force Jarrett Stidham to put together drives. You don't want to put him on a short field and allow him off the hook, so to speak. So I think those are 2 big things. Patriots have to protect the ball, and for Denver, everybody around Stidham has got to step up and play a great game.
Ryan, great stuff, man. Really do appreciate you, and can't wait to hear you on the call this weekend on Westwood One.
All right, boys. Appreciate you having me. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much there. Ryan Radke, Westwood One play-by-play announcer for the Pats-Broncos game this weekend. Great stuff with him on the Make It Right Call Cartwright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say and get to the Browns' thinking with their head coaching search. And then there were 4 on 92.3 The Fan.
Sports on our YouTube channel at 92.3 The Fan. Watch our live shows, best segments all week long, 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I would definitely throw McDermott in the mix, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you that the rest of them can't do the job, but I would definitely throw McDermott in the mix. I understand why Buffalo did what they did, but you're also talking about a guy that has had a lot of success. I think you're also talking about a guy who did learn some of those lessons we were talking about. If you read some of the things coming out of Buffalo, that maybe early on he was somebody that just kind of stayed on one side of the ball and now leaves as a guy that was really universally respected within that locker room by the players. I saw Brandon Cooks this morning talking about him and how much he loved Sean McDermott and the great job that he did. So I don't think McDermott's going to be out of work for long. He's definitely a guy that I would want to include in my search if I had an opening at this point.
Ryan Radke of Westwood One. He's going to be on the call for Patriots Broncos this weekend, giving his take on the Browns coaching search. You gave him the Final Four. You gave him Schwartz, Monken, Udinski, and Shieldhouse, and then you said, maybe that McDermott guy, and then he went to that McDermott guy.
I know. He didn't do anything with the Final Four, the real Final Four. But I don't really want to do anything with the Final Four either right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really hard to put those four names up against a guy who got fired for being successful but not successful enough.
I was almost embarrassed presenting the names to him. You know what I mean? As if it's my responsibility, as if I combed through this and I came up with this list and let me present it to you as if I have to wear the beta. I don't like this. This is not good for me. I don't like the McDermott thing was an out. Clearly it was an out, and it had to be because there's some shame attached to what is currently being presented.
I just think listen, I think the Browns under Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski have been really, really good about acting like things aren't dysfunctional. That's why Jimmy, at the press conference just after moments after firing Stefanski, could say, I take offense to people that say that this ran to dysfunction. It's like you just fired a head coach and you've won 8 games in 2 years. At some point, this is just logic.
At some point, you have to call it what it is.
Just because
it'd be weird if he did come out and be like, this is dysfunctional. I admit this. That would be weird.
That's fair. But, or he could just go full Terry Pagula and just throw everybody but Brandon Beane under the bus. But, this is not a good search as of right now. And it's funny, we've waited till they got to the succulent 6, and we withheld judgment. We waited after Mike McDaniel. Guys, at some point, you don't have to say, let's see how this plays out with where we're at right now.
Yeah, so here's another part of this, too.
It's now on the Browns to save it, in my opinion.
And saving it is McDermott. And McDermott needs no introduction. Everyone knows who he is across the NFL. And this is, Ryan, who's done play-by-play at the highest level for years, almost a decade worth of doing this for Westwood One, right? And within that context, I still had to feel like in presenting the Final Four, Fantastic Four, whatever we're calling them, might be copyright issues with the Fantastic Four. I'm not sure about that.
The Unfantastic Four?
Oh, see, now we're just getting mean, but I like it. But within that, I had to be like, so it's Jacksonville's Grant Udinski. I had to tell him where they are from, and I couldn't leave it out on an island like that because I wasn't sure. Someone that covers the NFL the way he does, I wasn't sure with certainty. And want to embarrass him, I wasn't sure with certainty he knew who Grant Udinski is.
I'll just come back to, that's what's funny. Most people in the NFL media aren't going to be like, I don't know who the hell this guy is. That's just not how the NFL media works. So, and in fairness, the extent they know most of these guys, specifically Shieldhouse and Udinski, is this. They texted a friend who worked in Jacksonville and said, hey, what do you think about this guy?
Or even Minnesota in the spot prior. Yeah.
And in fairness, I know because I had to do that with both Udinski. Shieldhouse I knew a little bit more of because
he
of the
played
Illinois
college football and everything, but we don't know
still,
anything as far as a coach is concerned.
But still, everything, I swear, there's 2 people telling everyone what they know about Udinski, and there's 2 people telling everyone what they know about Shieldhouse. I know, because I probably talked to at least one of them, and everybody's saying the same thing. You know what that's synonymous with? Nobody knows a damn thing.
Well, and how could they, though? That's the other part of this, is how could they? For the ones that do, how could they know anything off of a year that, by all accounts, it seems like Liam Cohen just runs everything. He does everything within the offensive side of the ball there. He is taking over the reins there, and he sounds very controlling, by the way, which I did not get that impression from him in general.
Was it because of the Duval?
Yeah, a little bit of a goober. I just kind of didn't see that coming. But, like, yeah, he's in charge of everything, and so I don't know what credit to give any of these guys, but the idea that I have to basically say out loud the jobs of these guys before presenting them to someone that's been in the NFL as long as Ryan Ratke has been, that's not great. It doesn't mean they can't be a great hire, by the way. They might end up being awesome. They might have really found their guy and been so ahead of the curve with all this. It's just, as of right now, what evidence do we have to go off of with that?
So here would be, I have thought that the Browns wouldn't have to get here. And, guys, I don't think it's about the quarterback position. The quarterback position, I think the laziest narrative is, wow, the quarterback position is really holding the Browns back. Most of the other jobs' quarterback position stinks. Kevin Stefanski is choosing between Michael Penix Jr. and Kirk Cousins. That's not a great place to start a new job on when you just went through 15 quarterbacks in 6 years in Cleveland. So other places, Miami, it's Quinn Ewers or Tua Tagovailoa, or option C.
Yeah, give me the barf bag.
Arizona, Kyler Murray, Jacoby Brissett. Raiders with Mendoza, it just depends on how you feel about it.
There are some decent ones, obviously.
But, guys, this is more than just
Ravens, Bills.
I think this is a hell of a lot more likely the fallout of the optics of the Deshaun trade, how Jimmy Haslam went about business, and how Jimmy Haslam goes about business, and maybe what people think about Andrew Berry surviving when Kevin Stefanski didn't. I think that's more of a commentary on how this search has gone than just the damn quarterback position, which will look wildly different in a year.
Yeah, and as of right now, we weren't really in play for Harbaugh at all. But like we talked about some of the AFC title teams, Sean Payton, we wouldn't be involved in the Sean Payton sweepstakes.
Yeah.
We're not involved in a Mike Vrabel sweepstakes. We're not in on any of these guys that can come in here and instantly turn these teams around the way that Denver and New England now have been in just a snap of the finger turned around.
And I think that's where a guy like McDermott becomes something that I think this search is telling you what the Browns really need. And I think if you listen, like I've always, I think you've probably heard me say this a million times, when bad things happen to you, I don't necessarily go to the why. I go to what can I learn from it, right?
You're either right or you're learning is what I always say.
Many people are saying it.
That's what I always say.
I say you're getting healthy as you get older or you're getting crazier.
Oddly enough, it's one of the only times like Andy Roth was like, whoa, I like that one. I dropped that you're either right or you're learning on him. He was like, whoa, I like that one. That's good. I'm like, you never say that about me.
I think if you just say Confucius-type stuff to Andy, I think he really
he likes the Tomlinisms of the world.
Yes, yeah.
You're being a little bit of a fork. We need more of a spoon.
Yeah. Now get forked. That said, I do think the Browns need a credibility hire. I think that's what this search is telling you. When Mike McDaniel, and again, I think Mike McDaniel figured out he wasn't going to be the head coach and backed out. But it's not about Mike McDaniel or Jesse Minter, who I think was always fated to be Baltimore's choice unless somebody stole the job from him. It's that you settled on 6 guys for second-round interviews. And the 2 most qualified guys to be the head coach, the guys with the best resume, the guys with the thing that you can sell the most, they are not going to be the head coach. And so even if it's your decision driving this there, you've erred on the way you've run this search. This is not a good search. It needs to be said now, even if they end up with a good head coach out of this. There's one too many forks in the road, and you've taken the wrong fork each time.
We need more spoons.
At which point you are forked. I just wanted to make the fork joke.
Okay, yeah.
That's what Sean McDermott is. And it's not Harbaugh. Harbaugh's a different level of credibility because he's got the Harbaugh brand name, because he's got the Super Bowl to his name.
Even Sean Payton is a different level. I think Vrabel's a different level as well.
McDermott, though, is under those coaches. I'm talking about optically, right? But he still has enough credibility and respect around the NFL that the second you hire him, this stink, this filth, this stench that is on your name gets taken off just a little bit because you got an adult in the room.
And I think I can also live with the idea that if after like 3, 4, 5 years, it's just not working, and the reality is that we're like, I guess McDermott really was made by Josh Allen. If that's the conclusion we get to, I'm all right taking that stab.
Yeah. Like if this
I can
is
feel comfortable with that.
So with what you're saying, Sean is what did you say? 51.
51.
So
yeah.
51. Conceivably, he could be your head coach for the next 15 years. You could also get him in here and go 5 years. You make the playoffs 2 or 3 times. Maybe you find your quarterback, but in the end, you don't ascend farther than maybe the divisional round. If in 5 years that's where you are and you move off Sean McDermott, the job's going to be in a much better place.
Yeah, no, that's not a bad spot to be in. I mean, that's in many ways outside of the previous 2 years where Stefanski was headed with this whole thing.
So it's funny because I know, like, we got a couple different pieces of sound on this of how people have defined, like, what the Udinski or Shieldhouse sound would be, or the hires would be. And it's been described as outside the box. Big swings, right?
Yeah, big swing. Peter Schrager.
I don't know why they think that's what they need right now. Because big swings come out with striking out looking in the NFL more times than not. To me, a real big swing is we got a good head coach in the line, a guy that is a proven commodity, and a guy that is going to bring a level of respect to this thing, or at least build upon the respect that I think Kevin Stefanski had earned and built into this job for 6 years.
Well, and if we're staying with the baseball parlance of this all, it's like Andrew Berry doesn't take the double consistently enough. He doesn't, and it's sitting right there in front of you. This is not hard, but this is the part of me that just thinks he's going to go back to Udinski or Shieldhouse, though. You talk about the big swing mentality. He just has it. There's just a part of his DNA that he likes taking the big swing. He likes making the big move. And there's a part of me that doesn't even hate that exists within him. The idea that he really just goes for broke often. But it's been a lot of years of this.
Yeah.
And you went broke so many times, I just can't believe you're ever going to get it right.
If you go for broke, if you make that big swing.
You're supposed to be fired.
Hey, Joey Gallo, if you hit 240, but you connect with 50 dingers.
And Kyle Schwarber.
You're fine. He's not hitting 240.
He's just not connecting with enough.
This is a buck 10.
And so yeah, and there's a part of me that I really do appreciate the idea of I got one shot to be a GM. That's all these guys ever really get. You get one shot to be a GM. I'm not going to be passive within this. I'm going to do it the way that I've always thought is right. I'm going to do it the way that young me, if I was ever in this job, I would always do it. I love that idea. I do. I don't hate that. But you don't have to force anything either.
I just think it's a failure to understand where you are. I don't need most of the NFL to understand the Browns are in an okay spot. They're not in a great spot. The lack of the ambiguity of quarterback, certainly for this year. You're stepping into a situation you have to make the best out of when the quarterback spot. But everything else they have, they can fix with relative ease in one offseason. So any smart coach, like a guy like McDermott, is going to be able to see the forest from the trees.
And that is, by the way, part of that Schrager clip is that they, he says the Browns believe, maybe it was a Jordan Schultz clip. I'm getting them all confused now. This is a Jordan Schultz clip. I'm sorry. Where he says how he believes, the Browns believe that they have way more than enough talent here. And they're not looking at this as some sort of, they're so far behind. They're looking at this as if they have the pieces and a lot of really good talent here.
Then, okay, if that's true, the worst thing you can do is take a big swing and miss on a head coach. It just is. And I to continue the baseball things, a double in this position is probably as good as it's going to get because your name right now, between the Deshaun Watson thing, between Kevin Stefanski making sure and his representation, letting everyone know Kevin had nothing to do with whatever went wrong. As a matter of fact, he did the best he could with what he's got, right? Which is a hell of a way to be loyal, by the way, to an organization that was the only organization that was going to make you the head coach. But I digress. I can understand Kevin had to vent his frustration one way or another because he sure as hell wasn't going to say it on a microphone. But Baker's unclassy for tweeting it. However, I digress. I just can't handle the idea that there are plenty of candidates on the board that if all they are is solid hires, just different than Stefanski, but solid hires, you could be in a really good position the next 2 to 3 years, whereas it doesn't matter what you do. I think sometimes we forget that you can hire a bad head coach and he can throw the entire thing off by 3 years just by hiring the wrong head coach.
For sure. I
think that's where the Browns are if you hire the wrong guy.
Well, and you might be there. I think the reality, though, is for Andrew Berry, I feel like he's constantly chasing the ghost of Deshaun. And I think he, in his mind, he knows, as of right now, If he didn't if he didn't GM this team as of tomorrow, he's remembered for Deshaun Watson until the end of time. I think he's doing these type of hires with Shieldhouse and with Udinski with the idea that if they become McVay, he can wipe away everything that people think about him currently. And I would tell him, if you get someone like McDermott in here and McDermott succeeds and it works, no one's going to care that you didn't get the next McVay. They're just going to think, wow, you figured it out. And the second act after Deshaun, we can start breaking this up into pre-Deshaun, post-Deshaun, and making this whole thing work. But if you fail with Udinski and you fall flat on your face, you'll be remembered for Deshaun and a coaching hire that made no sense.
Win games. That's how people forget about Deshaun Watson. Do you get extra credit if you find the next McVay? Sure. But does it change anything? Does it really change anything legitimately if you get between getting the next McVay and just getting a really good head coach that's going to win a lot of games? No. As long as the end result is you win a lot of games, people are going to stop talking about the Deshaun thing relatively quickly. Please see the Denver Broncos. 216-474-0092. We got to get into the big swing here. Is Sean McDermott the only way the Browns can save this head coach search? And a lot of names being tied to the Browns with the number 6 pick. One sounds good. It's hard to say, but it sounds good. But are the Browns ready to take their next risk? That's coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
If you need to make a beer run this weekend, relax. You won't miss a moment of the action. We are the radio home of the NFL playoffs and the Super Bowl. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Chris Fedor coming up in about 40 minutes. We'll talk about the Cavaliers. They won against the Hornets. What a big win. Many people are saying that's a big win for them.
The Ball versus Ball brothers, that didn't really turn into that.
We really needed a third ball last night. You know, throw LiAngelo into the mix.
Was Big Baller Brand in attendance?
Somebody paid him off.
What do you mean?
There's just a reason why we haven't. I know.
He's been at a couple Cavs games so far,
but it's never publicized anymore.
Well, he did a weird thing where he was like presenting Lonzo with like these basically Big Baller Brand shoes that are in the color of the Cavs, and then like Lonzo he like accepts them and like takes them as if he's going to do something with them. But we all know he's not going to do anything with them.
You can't.
You can't. You got injured wearing the shoe. You can't wear it.
You're like your ACL's too much.
Yeah, exactly right. It's just a bad product. Bad shoe, bad product. Not going to say bad dad, though.
No, he kind of worked out.
Yeah.
He called it.
He really did. I mean, he really did. We don't give enough credit in hindsight for putting as many kids in the NBA as he did.
Now, congrats on the work you did there. Now, that being said, speaking of bad product, the Browns' offensive line could use a refresh here. I thought it was really interesting. Mel Kiper's mock comes out. They haven't taken Spencer Fano. The tackle out of Utah. Although he did say he thinks he's going to play left tackle in the pros, which is I don't think he's played left tackle since his freshman year. And
People are all over the place on his projections.
Yeah, him, Lomu, Francis Mauigoa, like all the tackles are either going like top 10 picks or Mauigoa's going top 10 and everyone else is somewhere 15 back.
I looked at the CBS one right here. Your guy Magnoa, is that how I say it? Is that
Mauigoa.
Mauigoa?
Yeah.
I'll get it right by the time we get there.
In fairness, people have called it. It's gonna be a few different derivations you're gonna hear.
Especially if they draft him, it's gonna be real tough for a lot of people as everyone tries to scramble and figure it all out.
We still can't get Mike Holmgren right on this town.
Mauigoa.
All
right. Anyway, so like Ryan Wilson's got him going 6 to the Browns and all sorts of other things, and then Mike Renner doesn't even have him going in the first round.
What?
I know. I didn't know if it was like an oversight. I didn't know what happened. I'm looking like the other guys in this CBS thing. They have him going third. Then they have him going. Both of them have him going to the Cardinals third overall. Josh Edwards and then the other guy Blake Brockermeyer. That's one of their guys, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. But Mike Renner, the guy we know, doesn't even have him in the first round.
That actually would be the most surprising thing to come out of this. I think the problem with Mauigoa.
So weird. Yeah.
So Mauigoa has been not in Mel Kiper's draft. That was Spencer Fano, but Mauigoa has been linked to the Browns a lot at 6, and he's kind of the guy he's fun to watch. Like, fans would love him. He pimp slapped somebody was it the Texas Tech game? And he had knocked the guy to the ground, and the guy went to get up, and the guy put his arms up like this, and Mauigoa was swatting at his hands, but just caught the guy's helmet and just sent him to the floor. And I audibly giggled at that. It was just the funniest play. He is a mauler. The problem is, no one can really agree where he plays in the NFL. And half the people have him listed as a tackle, and the other half have him listed as a guard. Quentin Nelson's really the only guy that I can think of that has gone top 10 as a guard that has then turned into an absolute ass kicker in the NFL.
Yeah, I was thinking Quentin Nelson immediately.
But like almost every, like I'm thinking like Chance Warmack. I think Robert Gallery was taken as like a left tackle and then became a left guard.
I mean, I was thinking Tyler Smith, but he was late 20s, I think.
Ooh, that actually. They took another Tyler that was like 13. Oh, Tyler Booker.
Yeah.
They took him last year. But so I'm really, really torn on this because in the end, how you fill
When
this.
did Skoronski go?
Ooh.
11?
It's a good pick, Mac. Good. That was a quick. I'm proud of you.
Were you just thinking the same thing we were thinking?
Yeah, along those lines over the last few years.
Yeah.
But even Skoronski, he's good. It's fine. Is he top 11 good?
You take a guy like Quentin Nelson, 6th overall. You take him because he's going to turn into how many times is he an All-Pro?
Yeah.
Like 5 times.
Yes.
I mean, he gave his second team All-Pro this last year. Like that's the type of guy that you're going for in this spot. If you take a guard that way, but the problem is that no one can project out what he is. It feels very similar to what we just dealt with last year with the Patriots with Will Campbell, where it's like, is alligator arms going to go ahead and stop him from being playing as a tackle on the outside?
I mean, Will's played a year in the NFL, and he was fine this year, but people are still arguing whether he's going to have to kick inside at some point.
It's another story from this week. I saw multiple people discussing about his arms once again this week.
Good luck with Nick Bonetto. Good luck with that. I really struggle with this one because in the end, like, you just need 5 good linemen. You do. And the draft comes last, which means if you're going to take a right guard with that number 6 pick, theoretically you would have been able to take care of the other positions you need to. I just don't know. And honestly, I don't know how aggressive they're going to be at upgrading right tackle because when DeJuan Jones has been healthy, he's been really, really good when he's played at right tackle.
Yeah.
Now,
the left tackle thing, maybe not so much.
No. Well, I don't know how much of a chance he got this year. He got hurt.
I know, but it's been 3 years in a row now where he's gotten injured. And so like you have to just play with that idea that he's going to constantly be injured.
Yeah, but I can understand. I think the theory is going to have to be, hey, we can't really count on him. We have to bring in somebody to either compete with him or maybe potentially replace him. But he is the one starter that we're gonna pencil in at starter in, maybe a dry erase board, and then kind of fill in everything else and then see if we can get to also replacing him.
Yeah, the point of this all is that they're going to have options, whether it's offensive line or whether it's wide receiver. There's going to be somebody that they like between the two at number 6 overall, and that's a good thing.
Okay, this was not meant so you could just go back to your insane
that is good,
6
though.
and 24 theory.
That's a good thing, though. There's enough pieces in both parts.
Yeah, but okay, if you get a right guard at 6, you better get Justin Jefferson at 24. Because that was the other thing. Casey Concepcion kind of profiles as like more of a number 2 wide receiver. If you draft a right guard and a number 2 wide receiver,
I'm not in love with the idea of a right guard at 6. Okay, I'm not.
Seems like
if they project
offensive lineman.
If they project him out as a right tackle, then that's the conversation. That's the conversation.
All right,
we all know deep down I'm rooting wide receiver here. We all know that, right? We all know that.
It's
no one's hiding that. We all know what's happening.
As sounds like he'll want Ruben Bain.
Big Caleb Downs fan over here as well.
Unbelievable. The amount of people,
right,
people that think this is an anti-Caleb Downs. He's fine, but like we're talking about positional importance, right? That matters. You take a safety at 6, better be the best safety to ever play in the NFL.
I'd take a safety over a right guard. I can find a right guard anywhere. An elite safety over...
and the Browns found an undrafted free agent, a guy named Ronnie Hickman.
Yeah, he's no Caleb Downs.
Well, I mean...
Good player.
Again, positional importance does matter in this equation. You're taking a safety at 6. We're talking about the same thing. You're talking about taking a right guard at 6.
I think this is going to turn into a roundabout very quickly of a conversation. So I guess the struggle is going to be... half the draft community is going to call him a right guard. Half is going to call him a right tackle.
Right.
And we have to guess that the Browns are going to get it right.
Which they typically don't.
Yeah.
That's not great for us. But Mel Kiper says he's a right tackle, and so as of right now, that's where we're leaning.
Can I tell you that?
Because Mel, he was the only real one last year as far as I'm concerned, Nick.
Can I tell you I wonder why. Him and Lou Riddick. Can I tell you the truth, though? If you cut on some Francis Magnoa tape, you're going to like what you see.
There's not enough time in the day. I don't know. We'll get around to it, though. We'll get around to it.
I want you to put on some tape.
I did. I found Francisco. His brother. Yeah, his brother that also plays for Miami. I found Francisco tape, and they just it was labeled wrong.
Did you also only watch Alberto Mendoza tape instead of Fernando?
You see where the easy mishap is. You have 2 kids that play football at Miami, and one is named Francis and one is named Francisco. I got the wrong guy. They sent me the wrong tape. They sent me Francisco. It was a bad job by the Miami athletic department.
Francisco. 216.
What a wild move by his parents.
216-474-0092. Could the Browns really draft a right guard with the number 6 pick? And are you like JP? Offensive lineman or wide receiver or bust? More on that, plus we got the lead coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
treats them sternly. I think they respond to that on defense. I think that he treats them with excitement. I think they respond to that on defense. I think that you have a lot of guys on that defense that he empowers them to lead themselves.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
And the Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code CAMP, C-A-M-P, at 923thefan.com before 6 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of 3-day passes to the Incarceration Music and Tattoo Festival, July 17th through the 19th at the Ohio State Reformatory. Get tickets at incarceration.com. It's all from Incarceration Music and Tattoo Festival 2026 and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, coming up in about 20 minutes. Just to be clear, you can go just for the music or just for the tats. You don't need. It's not like for like every show
it's a
you
music
see.
and tattoo festival.
Okay, so you can kind of pick and choose like an a la carte thing there.
I would think you'd blend them together, would you not?
It's not a tat guy. Listen, for
I don't have a tattoo either. If it helps.
Anybody on our show? Oh, Jake Murren does.
Jake's got a lot of tats.
That's a tat guy.
He's got a bunch of tats.
Man.
Yeah, sneaky tat guy though. Because like he doesn't seem like it, but then he's got a bunch of them.
Yeah, because he's so quiet. Mac could definitely have like a mistake tat. Like if Mac had like a tramp stamp.
Yeah.
But no, not what I mean is you got drunk.
Just a little butterfly.
You were with like the wrong group of friends, and then they kind of pulled a prank on you because you were too drunk, right? That kind of tattoo.
Are you saving your first tattoo, Mac, to be like did Browns win the Super Bowl tattoo?
No. I just have to. I have to decide which one I want to go with, and
you want a tat?
Yes, absolutely.
Why do you say that like it's an absolute? I don't want a tat.
Yeah, you're 30 years old and you don't have one now. Like it's not like the expected thing that you would want one.
I mean, you kind of passed your expiration date when it came to tattoos.
Yeah.
Jeez, make me sound like I'm 50.
Leave him out of this. Well, no, I just mean like, get married or get a tat. Like, come on, do something interesting.
Make me sound like I'm a foot away from getting into the box, man.
That's what tattoos are for, is for people to become interesting.
I think the problem is you're not a foot away. Mac, I think that's a problem.
So, yeah, you can do music or tattoos, but they have both there, and I think you can listen to whatever music plays at this event and also get a tattoo.
Would it be insulting if you took headphones? You took
I'm just here for the tattoos, guys.
Yeah.
This is not my scene.
Like, Ziggy is here, and that guy's a ink wizard, right? But I'm just not into Shinedown, okay? Is that one of the bands you said?
I didn't say any band.
It sounds like a band that would go to
It
Incarceration.
100% does.
Yeah.
I don't know who's playing here or not. Wait, Mac, is this a festival you're going to, like, every day?
No. It's a different one.
Oh, okay. Big festival guy. He's getting tattoos.
It's true. He's not a foot away.
It's New Mac.
New Mac. How do you like your eggs in the morning?
New Mac is tatted Mac. Shut up, nerd. Jesse Minter canceled his second interview with the Browns today. Chris Rose was on with Baskin and Phelps today and reacted to another candidate withdrawing their name from the Browns coaching search.
This is what happens. I mean, got it. Next. I will say this. I love my hometown. I really do. People have got to move on from stuff. Like, I do think Jesse Minter is going to be a head coach. He has a strong connection to Baltimore. I'd be surprised if he didn't end up there. I don't know where else it could be. The Browns have to deal with what has happened with their organization over the last several years. There are some pretty good jobs with some pretty good quarterbacks that are available right now. So the whole woe is me thing gets tiresome. I can tell you that.
I mean, you can have the what was me thing if the search didn't go the way you wanted it to, though. I think that's an acceptable response. Where I am a little bit different in this is that, or maybe actually I'm more with the herd in this, is the idea that he was headed to Baltimore. It is what it is. Like I don't get upset with coaches if they take a job like Baltimore. That's just not where I'm at.
No, it's not. I think it's more you should have seen this one coming. It's okay that you still wanted a second interview with him and gave yourself a chance. It's just the four that you're left with. It's just such a murderer's row of nothing.
Yeah.
Right? Like
it's not inspiring.
Yeah, I mean, like the two most intriguing coaches from my perspective were Jesse Minter and Mike McDaniel, which happened to be the two guys that pulled out of this search. And like Jim Schwartz and Todd Monken are NFL coaches. And I think I'm starting to warm up to the idea Jim Schwartz might be the best of the 4 final candidates. But let's just be really clear here. And for some reason, I know you have no problem saying this. There's too many people kind of complacent in powers of position in the Cleveland media that don't have the stones to say this, maybe because they're afraid they're going to upset the Browns. Grant Udinski and Nate Scheelhaus have no business being head coaches in the NFL right now. And you doing that is taking a risk you don't need to take. And whether you're taking that risk because you don't think other better qualified candidates would actually take the job, okay. But I'll just say this. I think if Mike McDaniel thought he would really had a realistic chance of getting this job, I don't think he pulls out of this coaching search on Tuesday night.
It just screams to me that Andrew Berry knew what he wanted the entire time, and now he's narrowed it down to the people he's wanted the entire time.
And that screams to me to be not recency bias, confirmation bias, which you do not need to have. You shouldn't have if you're the Browns. If you were running a good search, confirmation bias wouldn't be involved. And I'm going to continue to say the sentence. It doesn't mean they can't be good coaches. It doesn't mean the Browns won't hire them. Grant Udinski and Nate Scheelhaus, based off their body of work, do not belong as NFL head coaches. So if you hire them, it's either desperation or it is a Hail Mary. And neither of those right now feel incredibly good to bank when I think this roster is one good offseason away from actually being at least competitive in the way we've come to expect, which is anywhere from 7 to 10 wins.
And it does feel like Andrew Berry's in the Hail Mary portion of this. It feels like he is trying to get something to be basically the equivalent of the next McVay, and it just doesn't happen as easy as that. But you can tell he's taking the big swing because that's what he wants to land on. And as for more on this, Jordan Schultz provided an update on both Udinski and Scheelhaus as finalists for the job.
The Browns are starting to wind down their head coach search and are holding second interviews as we speak. I said last week this is a team that could target a coach who's a year away if they truly believe that coach is a future star. Jaguars OC Grant Udinski, who just turned 30 last week, and Rams pass game coordinator Nathan Scheelhaus both had excellent first interviews and are now finalists. There's also a question in league circles about how Jim Schwartz, whom the Browns would really like to retain as DC, would react to a hire like that. But the Browns believe they have a roster filled with young, future stars along with established talent. And the sense is their preference is to go young if they believe the right candidate is available. They don't want to force it. As for the 2 young finalists, I'm told Udinski will interview Friday and Scheelhaus from the Rams is expected next week.
So here's the place I agree with the Browns. The Browns roster is not that far away. You can accomplish – the quarterback thing's going to be tricky. You can't create a quarterback that isn't out there. But to the rest of it, there's plenty of offensive linemen and wide receivers in free agency, trade, or the draft. You can upgrade those positions easily. The problem here is I don't like the framing of Udinski and Scheelhaus as a year away. They're a job away. They are being a play caller, or at the very least, a real offensive coordinator where they're game planning and then somebody else is play calling at least 1 year, at least one job, that specific job, away from being legitimate head coaching candidates.
I mean, it feels like they decided this is the route they want to go, and they're going to go down this road. I mean, it's one of those deals where when you have this bad of an offense, I see the blueprint and what Berry's trying to do. You have an incredibly bad offense. You're trying to, even if something about Shador's mixed in there as well, where you're trying to find some way to fix the quarterback room, and you're trying to do it all as quickly as possible. If Udinski is McVay, then it'll happen. The problem with that is that there's only a handful of guys that ever fall under that umbrella of great offensive mind, and then we watch it materialize the way that we did with McVay.
49ers GM John Lynch said that Brandon Ayuk, or Ayuk, as some have called him, is likely played his last snap in San Francisco. Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com was on with the Morning Boys and Owen today and was asked if the Browns should pursue Ayuk this offseason.
We know that they have pursued him in the past, and Andrew Berry has a tendency to circle back on guys that he's tried to acquire before and go wrap them up. So I wouldn't be surprised if they at least do their diligence and inquire. I'd have to do a lot of homework to make sure that it's a culture fit. And of course, I wouldn't do anything until you have the new head coach in place, the new offensive staff in place, and make sure that he is the player that is going to fit in with your culture, with your offense, and just fall in line with everything that you want to be doing.
I mean, based off what we saw in San Francisco, I don't know how anybody could ever say he's going to be a culture fit when they sign him. That's just not reality. It's just whether or not you want to take the risk. And Andrew Berry historically likes to take the risk on guys like this because the NFL world sees him as a less than value to what he used to be. And this is where Andrew Berry likes to shine. This is where he likes to go out and get guys and really try to just force them into a lineup.
If Sean
I'm thinking about
McDermott-
Isaiah Bond in particular.
If Sean McDermott was the head coach, I'd feel more comfortable taking on Brandon Ayuk. I don't know he will be. I don't know he'll even be a serious candidate. And I think if Sean McDermott was the head coach here, I think he probably would be less inclined to have Brandon Ayuk on this roster because year one, it's just about setting culture, and you've already got a bit of a pain in the ass on your roster in Jerry Jeudy.
Well, he did it once in Buffalo with Stephon Diggs, right? And I just wonder how many of those type of scars live with someone like Sean McDermott as they then go to their next job. Like if he took this job, would he look at that and say, that's just diva wide receivers? I can do that, kind of like what Tomlin did for so many years. He just had all these diva wide receivers and then just took on more and more diva wide receivers? Or would he say, been there, done that, got the T-shirt, no thanks? Cavs won 8 out of their last 12 after last night's win over the Hornets. Kenny Atkinson liked how his team responded after Monday's blowout loss to OKC.
You wonder after a 30-point loss, it's like, what is your character like? What's your response like? I wanted to see how we came out. That's a good sign for us. Now the challenge for us, can we stack 3 wins in a row? Can we get 4 out of 5? You know, we need to go on a little bit of a run here. Play Sacramento, you take an L, and right back in that place, that inconsistency world. So I want to really, see how we come out against this, against Sac.
Good to see we got John Bonham over there as the head coach.
He just always seems manic.
It does.
And I pound the table. I do that too. But that sounded just like it.
Yeah, but
easy now. No, come on. Get your head out of the gutter.
That's not a good visual there for our friends on the YouTube channel.
They didn't catch it on YouTube.
I saw the shoulder moving.
I think my computer was blocking everything. I think we're okay.
That's what I think
I
you're
was
hoping.
Banging the table.
Yeah, you were. Oh boy. Woo, doggy. A dog would hunt.
That dog would do something.
Tim Ronan somewhere out there just being like, that dog
would do
went
something.
That being said,
that dog's closing Burke Airport.
I need more Cavs. I want to believe. I want to get back. I want another Cavalanche. You've won 3 or 4 games. Wake me up when you've won 8 of 9 games. Fair?
Is that what it's going to take? Well, yeah.
I think it's going to take more than that.
I don't even know how to talk about this team right now. I just don't. We're not supposed to care about the regular season at all, and then when they stink throughout portions of the regular season, we're then supposed to be like, all right, ignore that. But then when they have a game like last night where they didn't even play good basketball, we're supposed to throw them flowers at their feet for not even scoring 100 against Charlotte. But they won a different way, so we're supposed to be happy about that. It's very confusing.
We'll ask Chris Fedor about the state of the Cavaliers. How exactly do we explain them through roughly 45 games? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
February 5th. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight to get all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Back on Afternoon Drive, a little bit of NFL news as expected. The man that would not interview with the Cleveland Browns today is now the Baltimore Ravens head coach, as the Ravens are hiring Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter as their head coach and signing him to a 5-year deal. He's now just the fourth head coach in Ravens history, replacing John Harbaugh. So when you want a new coach, but you don't want that new of a coach, you go. Hey, I don't want John Harbaugh. I will go Harbaugh adjacent.
You're basically going with the younger version of what you think Harbaugh is.
Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting. Also, La Canfora, dead on yesterday.
La Confirma.
La Confirma. We put it to bed basically yesterday off that report, and then here we have it 24 hours later.
He doesn't confirm just anything. He only confirms the things he knows are likely to be true. Now, the Cavs, they've won 3 out of their last 4. Is it time? Is it time to get excited off this big rivalry win? There's one man in Cleveland that we need to talk to when it comes to Cavaliers basketball on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. You know him. You love him. Cavs and NBA reporter for Cleveland.com, Chris Fedor. Welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey, guys. I have not pulled my name out of consideration for the Browns head coach job yet.
That's smart.
Are you a minority of some sorts? We could use the Rooney Rule.
No, just Irish and Slovak. I don't think that counts.
All right. Well, okay. We can't get like 10% in the 23andMe. You've seen the entire.
Yeah, I'm like, oddly enough, Chris, I'm like 0.5% African.
Really?
Yeah, you do the 23andMe, you get all sorts of fun results.
And he's 5.3% Italian.
That's true too. So I'm up for Italian Man of the Year. How about me?
Giuseppe Peterlin. I did not know.
You know, let's just play some bocce later. We can just hang out in Little Italy. It's a good time.
The Cavs are no good at basketball.
I dropped my meatball.
I think you can make that. I can. Chris.
That's right. Don't appropriate my language for my people.
That's fair. That's on me. I apologize to all Italians, especially 5.3% Italians.
You turn into the guy on the pizza box.
Chris, how did the Cavs celebrate their big historic rivalry win over Charlotte? Was it maybe some champagne? Was it some debauchery? How do we do this?
Well, Jared Allen said that Dean Wade brought back flashbacks to 2016 when LeBron had a chase down block against Andre Iguodala. Donovan Mitchell thanked Lonzo Ball for getting them another ESPN game because they otherwise would not have had one last night. And there was some music playing in the visitors' locker room inside the Spectrum Center. That's about it. Although, what an intense rivalry game that was, huh? Fireworks, passion, intensity. Just like Ohio State, Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, they really did get that game because it was ball versus ball, and then Ball didn't even play.
That is the only reason that they got that game. One Ball brother did not play, and the other one went 1 of 15 from the field.
That's what happens when you get stuck with one ball. I'll ask you, why hasn't Lonzo Ball worked out yet?
I think part of it is, like, physically, he's just not the guy that he used to be. And there are so many limitations that have become more glaring in today's NBA, where it's so much faster. The pace is up, the spacing, the ground that these guys have to cover. So I think he's just not able to do some of the things physically that he could do when he was younger, and those become more glaring in today's NBA, where things that he's asked to do, he's just not physically capable of doing. Like, he can still organize a team. He can still push the pace up the floor with hit-ahead passes. He can still get into the passing lanes and deflect, and he's reliant on his mind to kind of see these plays as they're unfolding and maybe being a step ahead of the defense or maybe being a step ahead of the opposing offense. But he can't create separation. He can't get past guys off the dribble. And the shooting piece has been a real big disappointment for this organization because that was something that he was actually able to do last year for the Bulls. For all of the physical limitations, for all of the injury management that he needed throughout the course of the regular season last year for the Bulls. He was a plus defender on the ball, and he was knocking down three-pointers at a 37% clip. But when you have all of the limitations that he has, and he can't make up for it by making those catch-and-shoot opportunities that are there for him within this system and within this offense, then there's just no justification for continuing to play him or keeping him in the rotation. He's just not good enough right now. He is not making an impact, a positive impact, and there are other guys below him on the depth chart, or at least that started below him on the depth chart, that are just more impactful than him, and they're better equipped to deal with everything that the NBA is today.
So you're right, and I want to lead with you're right. I've also seen him play off ball a lot for a guy that's having shooting struggles, which feels like if you're a natural point guard playing more of a two-guard role and you can't hit the broadside of a barn, I don't know that usage is going to help you. Is that a fair critique maybe of the Cavs' usage of him?
It is a fair critique, but then you have to ask yourself, okay, where does that usage come from? So if you're going to give the usage to Lonzo, it's going to come at the expense of somebody else. And are you willing to do that with a physically limited player that has a bunch of flaws within his game?
Very fair. I want to ask you about DeAndre Hunter. And I know we're not at like the sexy parts of this team yet, but DeAndre Hunter has been in just a slump that I can't explain. How do you explain it?
I don't. I have no idea. The Cavs are flabbergasted by this. I mean, this is a guy that the Cavs have wanted for 7 years, basically, going all the way back to the 2019 draft when they thought they were going to get him with their top 5 pick. And ever since he's been in the NBA, when he was in Atlanta, they checked in on him. Hey, what's it going to take? Is DeAndre available? Because they believe in him as a player and they believe in him as a person. But the things that he has struggled with this year, that's the most confusing aspect of it. He's never shot like this, not since early in his career. And there are good opportunities that he's getting within this offense. So I think at the beginning of the year, guys, the easy explanation was, okay, he's in a new role. It's still a relatively new system. The way that the offense was functioning was different than the second half of the season last year after he arrived from Atlanta. He was still trying to find his place, getting comfortable back in a starting role as opposed to the six-man role. The Cavs were playing him more at power forward as opposed to small forward. They were playing him with one big as opposed to two. And there was like logic that said, okay, in that kind of situation with that kind of usage, he's going to struggle. But they've tried to do things to make him more comfortable, and nothing has worked. They moved him back to the bench. That hasn't worked. They put him next to two bigs instead of one. That hasn't worked. They've tried to give him different kind of defensive responsibilities, more on-ball responsibilities, because off-ball sometimes he gets lost. He doesn't communicate properly. He gets caught ball watching. That hasn't worked either. I mean, it's gotten to a point where even last night against the Hornets, Kenny Atkinson only played him for 6 minutes because he didn't feel like he could play Lonzo in the second half or DeAndre in the second half because he kept going with Naquan Tomlin and some other guys that he thought would just give the Cavs more. So it has been a perplexing thing. And when you start taking away the variables that you felt like were contributing to the struggles, and then the struggles still continue to happen, you just kind of raise your arms up in the air and say, like, what the heck is going on here? And I think that's where the Cavs are right now with him.
Chris, it's pretty crazy that of like the best players on this team coming into the season, really only Donovan's having a truly great season, or maybe the season we expected of him. And yet they're 5 games above 500. They're now the 5th seed in the East. So they can salvage this thing. That's not up for debate, but let's split the difference. Let's say they end up being the 3 or 4 seed, and let's say they do make it to the second round. But in the end, all the problems we're seeing in the first, 45 games of the season end up rearing their head in the playoffs. How does the organization respond after 4 years of pretty much the same core topping out at the exact same spot?
Oh, I think there will be drastic personnel changes in the offseason. If they don't reach the goals that they set for themselves coming into this season, I think that's the logical next step for them, because they've changed the coach. And look at what J.B. Bickerstaff is doing in Detroit. He's doing very similar things to what he did here in Cleveland. And you could sit there and you could say that his voice had grown stale in the locker room and they needed a different kind of tactician, and they needed somebody who wasn't as strict or as rigid as JB. Okay, they got somebody like that in Kenny, and if they have the same kind of outcome, then they're going to have no recourse but to look at the possibility of moving Jared Allen, look at the possibility of moving Darius Garland. And you point to those two guys first, because I think everybody understands that, Evan Mobley, Donovan Mitchell, those guys are as close to untouchable as you can get. So that's why everybody always focuses on Darius and Jared. It doesn't mean that they don't fit. It doesn't mean that they're terrible players. It's just if you're trying to extract value and rejigger this roster and pull off a trade that you think is actually going to make you better, then one of those two guys is going to have to be a part of it. They're going to have to be the centerpiece of that, especially when you're lacking the kind of draft capital that is usually required to make that kind of deal. So that's what they would have to do. If it doesn't go according to plan, that's what they would have to do. But, Nick, I think you bring up an interesting point. I think part of why the Cavs have remained as hopeful as they've been and continue to reaffirm belief in this group, it's not necessarily about them. Yeah, like some of it's about them and what they believe they can be when they're fully healthy, if that ever happens. But the other part of it is that the Eastern Conference is deeply flawed. If they were in the Western Conference, maybe there's a different feeling of what they can accomplish this year. Maybe there's a different feeling in going into the trade deadline. Maybe there's more urgency going into the trade deadline. But the Detroit Pistons, for as good as they have been, as difficult as they are to deal with, as tough as they are, they're a bottom 10 half-court offense. When you get into a playoff environment, 7-game series, strengths and weaknesses, deep scouting reports and stuff like that, you better be able to execute in the half-court environment. And the Pistons are struggling to do that in the regular season. It hasn't prevented them from being the number one team in the Eastern Conference, but when you're projecting forward, you can see that being a potential fatal flaw. Look at the Knicks. They have some flaws. Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, how do they consistently defend at a high level? The Boston Celtics, are they too reliant on the three-point shot? So you can look at every single team in the Eastern Conference and say there's at least one flaw that could prevent them from making a deep playoff run, just like you can do the same thing with the Cavs. And they don't have to deal with Oklahoma City, right? They don't have to deal with the Denver Nuggets. Not until they get to the finals, if they get that far. And I think part of their belief in this group and what they can still accomplish is that they are in the weaker conference, and it gives them a logical pathway to make a deep playoff run despite how flawed they are.
Chris, I remember talking to you at some point in the the famous Knicks Cavs series where the lights were too bright, and I remember it was midway through the series, and I'd asked you something about JB Bickerstaff, and you said something to the effect of how it's on the players; they have to execute. Like the coach can only do so much; players have to execute. Do you hold that same philosophy in thinking about Atkinson for this year? Is this more on the players, or is there something that Atkinson isn't doing that maybe he was able to do last year or hasn't adjusted to in this year that is keeping this team back?
I think the easiest way to answer that, guys, is that through 45 games, this has been an organizational underachievement. And it starts with the front office. If you look at the moves that they made this offseason, the moves that they didn't make this offseason, Larry Nance Jr. just returned to the rotation. But he, at this point, is a fringe rotational player. He was one of their pickups this offseason. The Isaac Okoro for Lonzo Ball thing, I think everybody inside the organization, despite how deeply flawed Isaac was as an offensive player, I think they want a do-over on that. I think they would take a do-over on that. So that hasn't worked. They drafted Tyrese Proctor with the 49th pick. Physically, he is not ready to be in the every night rotation for a team that has championship aspirations. So the only real good move that they made this offseason was giving the contract extension to Sam Merrill, who has actually overachieved. And he has been in the midst of the greatest season of his NBA career. But the front office has been a disappointment. Then you look at the coaching. Kenny Atkinson won every single Coach of the Year award that there was last year, and he turned them into this dynamic offensive machine that was one of the most prolific offenses in NBA history. He's having a hard time getting them back to that level. There are circumstances attached to that, obviously. And at the same time, he's having a hard time getting them to consistently compete and play with the kind of necessary effort on the defensive end of the floor to be the kind of defensive team that they say they are. They're middle of the pack defensively, with Defensive Player of the Year Evan Mobley, with one of the best rim protectors in Jarrett Allen. There are some personnel issues that make it problematic for them to be Oklahoma City on defense, or maybe Detroit on defense. But J.B. Bickerstaff turned these guys, a majority of these guys, into one of the best defenses in the NBA. Kenny Atkinson hasn't been able to extract that from this group to the same level. I don't think he has had a great coaching year in any sort of way. His lineups, his rotations, he's still trying to find the best 5-man lineup, the best 3-man grouping, the best 2-man grouping. He's been using different variations, different combinations. It seems like a coach to me who is kind of searching for solutions because they're not coming as easy as they did last year. So I don't think he's had a very good year. DeAndre Hunter has underachieved. Evan Mobley has underachieved. Darius Garland has underachieved. So it's just been a collective underachievement from this organization. They still have time to get it right. They're 45 games in. There's a second half of the season still to play, but they don't have championship habits. They don't play with a level of basketball maturity. They don't have an identity. They don't have this competitiveness that you feel on a nightly basis, like when you watch the Detroit Pistons or you watch the Oklahoma City Thunder or the San Antonio Spurs. Like, those dudes hate losing. They'll do whatever it takes to not lose. You don't feel that from the Cavs as well. So I think if they're going to make the run that they want to make, I think the most important thing for them to do is some internal soul searching. That's the front office, that's Kenny Atkinson, that's the players as well, because like I said, it's been a collective underachievement so far.
Chris, great stuff, buddy. Great to hear your voice, great to hear your insight, and we'll catch up with you down the line.
You got it, guys. Anytime.
Chris Fedor there, Cleveland.com, made special time for us today, obviously, as he's traveling back from Charlotte. We're actually just about 6 games away from the NBA trade deadline as well. We'll react to what Fedor had to say and the new head coach in Baltimore in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Jesse Minter had plans to be in Cleveland today to chat with the Browns for their head coaching position, but when it was reported he canceled, the questions were why? The Baltimore Ravens have hired Jesse Minter as their head coach. Sources told NFL Network's Tom Pelissero and the Insiders. Now Minter will play Cleveland twice a year. The Browns will turn their focus
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The Cavs have remained as hopeful as they've been and continue to reaffirm belief in this group. It's not necessarily about them. Yeah, like some of it's about them and what they believe they can be when they're fully healthy, if that ever happens. But the other part of it is that the Eastern Conference is deeply flawed. If they were in the Western Conference, maybe there's a different feeling of what they can accomplish this year. Maybe there's a different feeling in going into the trade deadline. Maybe there's more urgency. And they don't have to deal with Oklahoma City, right? They don't have to deal with the Denver Nuggets, not until they get to the finals, if they get that far. And I think part of their belief in this group and what they can still accomplish is that they are in the weaker conference, and it gives them a logical pathway to make a deep playoff run despite how flawed they are.
Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, and 92.3 The Fan in the previous segment. So here's the thing. Chris is 100% right that if you're the Cavs right now, you're thinking, we've had a disastrous first 45 games, but we're in the 5th seed. We're 3 games back off the Celtics for the 2 seed, and we haven't even played close to our best basketball with some, 27 games to go, something like that? So he's right. I think it's 37.
Yeah.
But he's right. I don't love the idea of, but we're in the East as like the part of the salvation for this Cavs team.
Oh, it's not a great sell. And as he's saying it, I think he understands that as well. Like, this is not something that you can just be, you can't rely on the idea that too many other teams aren't living up to their potential, and that's why you still exist in this conference. But it is the reality. Like, that is their truth. The Pistons are the 1 seed right now. It's a great team in the sense that JB Bickerstaff is doing a lot of work there, but that's not an NBA champion team, not by a long shot.
Yeah, so again, I think we do need to make sure we need to make like a blood pact with each other. we should be holding these guys to an Eastern Conference Finals standard.
Oh, so Chris kept talking about that they're holding themselves to the standard they had before the season, right? And I wondered, like, in my mind, you'd think that'd move off because it's moved off for a lot of the fans. But the standard before the season had to have been NBA Finals. If Darius Garland made the comments he made in the based off of the Pacers series, where if he thought he was healthy, that they not only would have advanced, they would have had a deep run into the playoffs and the finals. Well, and that's a championship team. Well, that should still exist, right? Don't you think they entered this after the offseason? They entered this season with those expectations.
I think maybe you're right. Maybe I'm probably lowering the bar a little bit by saying Eastern Conference Finals, especially given how weak the East is. And here's the other thing. I think because they've been so bad, we're sleeping on what an absolutely useful piece Jalen Tyson is. Like, they drafted him to kind of be that Swiss Army knife wing. He's not exactly a big wing, but he certainly can play alongside Donovan and Darius, and then he can play with either small guard himself. But I think he's a really useful piece. Naquan Tomlin, I do think they're going to have to add on a standard contract because I think he's the kind of guy in the playoffs that he's not going to be in the rotation every night. You give him 1 or 2 games per series, and I think just the physicality. I think that's the physicality they've been missing from a big. And then Sam Merrill is having an incredible year. Like this has been, you've been like 2 to 3 big wing pieces away for a hot minute. If DeAndre Hunter finds himself at any point, I don't even know. Like, you need another big wing. That's fair. You need another body to throw out there, especially for late games.
Yeah.
But I don't think you're as far away from the how do we match up against most of the teams in our conference as you were 2 years ago before DeAndre and drafting Tyson and the development of Naquan Tomlin.
And I had not heard Chris be that scathing about this team in a very long time, by the way. And when he lays it out the way that he did, it hits you in the face like a sledgehammer, where you're like, wait a second. I mean, he's right. Who's overperforming on this team? He mentioned Merrill, and then he mentioned Donovan playing up to his standards. Everybody else,
I say Jalen Tyson.
That's fine.
I didn't see that coming.
No, nobody really did. It's funny, that was a big point of contention today on Baskin and Phelps. Phelps was like, Phelps Phelps wants Tyson to have this major role in this offense and major role with his team, and Baskin's like he's got the 4th most minutes on the team. I don't know what you want from me. Like they're giving him a lot of opportunity. They're giving him time.
You and I got feisty at 320. We still have not matched the
not
feistiness.
That segment in particular too.
Yeah.
They were feisty with each other. But no, I'm talking about the people that were because you're not winning an NBA Finals based off of Tyson or not Tyson, right? And the reality is that you need the major players to be major players. And right now, Garland can't stay healthy. Mobley is offensively not living up to the contract that you'd expected, and then everything with Allen has been a little bit of a disaster as well. So like they're not there right now, but it doesn't mean they can't get there.
It's funny. I think the two biggest listen, Darius is the biggest disappointment because of the health thing, and now both great toes and whatnot. But if we dig deeper than that, Jared Allen and Lonzo Ball are the two biggest disappointments for me. Darius was just a big question mark. Can he get healthy? Can he stay healthy? Coming off that toe injury, this is a multi-season injury, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And I think both Jared Allen and Lonzo Ball, I think their struggles have been made worse by Kenny Atkinson. And let me be clear, Kenny's not why this team is where it is. He's not. But his two biggest boo-boos to me, you can't be a shooting guard if you can't shoot the ball right now. I'm being very literal on that. What I mean is, Lonzo Ball, if he's not hitting threes and all the other things, he's not physically who he was, his only value is as a playmaker. So if you're playing him off ball, you're giving him no chance to succeed. Well, Jared Allen, you kind of neutered him by taking him off the court late in games in the first half of the season, and I think it neutered his confidence. Like I think that those are two things I will.
But it also everything just came so easy last year for Atkinson in many ways. The lineups came easy, the adjustments came easy because you had so many pieces and so many people that were doing well, and now you're seeing him with his back against the wall, and he's just not hitting any of the right courts.
Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com. We'll talk the Browns coaching search, and then there were 4, but there could be more. We'll also get his take on could the Browns really draft a right guard with the number 6 pick? Looking at you, Mao Ignoa from Miami. Lance Reisland in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Got to get to that Jesse Minter hire. Also, in case you missed it, coming up in just about 40 minutes. You know I don't like confirmation bias.
Yeah,
so
you're big against that.
I can tell you, I don't love the Ravens search. If it was just, like Ollie Connolly, one of the great NFL writers and prognosticators out there, on January 6th. This is about football, Mac. Mac's eyes lit up. He got very excited. He must have a big fan of that date. However, Ollie Connolly had tweeted out Minter to Baltimore. And people are like, Ollie called it. It's not like he was like Stefanski to Atlanta. It's not like
he was the odds-on favorite the entire time.
Robert Saleh to Tennessee. This was like the most obvious thing. And again, it doesn't mean it's a bad hire. I would have liked Jesse Minter here because I liked the Harbaugh adjacent feeling. I can't get John Harbaugh. I'll take Harbaugh adjacent. At the same point, it just feels a little on the nose for the Baltimore Ravens.
Now I do wonder, and I think this is the most important part of this. Do they hire somebody for the OC that is going to be Lamar friendly? Is it somebody that Lamar is interested in, or are they going to go a different direction?
Because Cliff Kingsbury.
Well, and that's so. Diana Rossini says that Kingsbury is who Lamar wants. Do they make that hire to appease Lamar Jackson? Do they? I mean, I would have thought they'd make the head coaching hire to appease Lamar Jackson. I don't think they did that.
I do think two of the biggest, I don't want to say this in case one of them ends up here. Two of the biggest frauds that I think in terms of like the love that they get across sports. You already know Cliff Kingsbury's one. Joe Brady's the other one.
And he's the other name that's being mentioned in this.
And maybe it's because I saw Joe Brady get hired to the NFL in Carolina, and I saw how woefully inept he is. Sorry,
people loved him. They loved him at
was.
LSU.
Yes,
that LSU did a lot of the heavy lifting in this.
Yes. So that's he's never erased that for me. Like he failed in Carolina, then became the quarterback coach to Josh Allen, then became the offensive coordinator to Josh Allen, and lo and behold, people start talking about him as a head coaching candidate.
I don't know if I'm them though. I lock in on Kingsbury. I do. If it makes Lamar happy, but I would have done it. I would have bent it over backwards with the head coach to make Lamar happy. So what do I know?
Would it even be funnier if they end up trading Lamar this offseason after this?
Well, this is like the domino effects of this, right? Like if Lamar doesn't get the guy he wants, and then they go completely rogue with the OC, like maybe Lamar hates Joe Brady. Is that what finally forces all of this?
I think he needs Brian Daboll. No, just kidding. Because I actually
send him to Las Vegas.
I actually think Brian Daboll would be a good OC hire.
I think Brian Daboll's going to get the Buffalo job.
That feels like such a hot take to fail that poorly with the Giants, and then go be the. You're not wrong. He's a popular candidate there, but we'll see.
I think if you ask most Bills fans who they want, the number one choice right now is Brian Daboll.
I think the number one choice they want is actually Sean McDermott. That being said,
yeah, if you could just unfire him, can you unfire him?
Some people suggested the Browns should do that with Stefanski.
Or you do the Costanza, where he just shows up again and everyone just forgets it all happened. Everything's all right.
Listen, is it better than being the Browns head coach or Raiders head coach? We'll find out. But we're going to go out to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, as we do every single Thursday at 6 p.m. and welcome on of Cleveland.com. Lance Riesland. Coach, welcome to the show.
What's going on, guys? Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday. So we had the Succulent Six earlier this week, the 6 candidates that were getting second interviews for the Browns head coaching job, and now we have the final 4. There's no Jesse Minter. There is no Mike McDaniel. What do you make of the final 4, and should the Browns open it up to more candidates?
Well, obviously they're going to have to open it up with the Rooney Rule, right? So they're going to have to go out and interview, a minority candidate, and I think they should, and I think they should open up even more. For me, it makes sense to hire Schwartz just because right now their defense of players are their best guys. And that's the only, you go out Jesse Minter. I'm not mad at all about the Jesse Minter not hiring. He's a 3-4 guy. He's a multiple guy. That changes the whole philosophy of this defense. Guys like the good guys will be good, but guys like Devin Bush and Tyson Campbell, they won't be as good without Schwartz. The scheme really fits them. So it makes sense for me. The amount of stuff that a young guy has to know as a CEO coach does not make sense for me to hire Udinski or Shieldhouse. I don't care how smart they are, and they are brilliant when you go and look at all what they do offensively and who they're with, all that kind of stuff. But there's so many responsibilities, and the mess that they're kind of getting into and the lack of talent, it just makes no sense. And you're setting those poor kids up for failure. So for me, it makes sense. You go out and get Schwartz, let him handle the CEO stuff, hire one of those guys as your offensive guy. Let Schwartz bring somebody who's going to kind of run his scheme with the one hi-hat. And go from there because I don't know what other option they have at this point.
All right, so Sean McVay was hired at 30. If it ends up being Udinski, he's also 30. And I get the CEO side of things, and I get why it's obviously a big ask. You're not breaking anything new to us here. We're right there with you on that. But if they go that route, what do you think would be some of the first things that Udinski would have to learn?
Well, you got to learn, for example, he's got to learn what is the vision and what is the vision he wants? What's the leadership he wants? What's the off-season evaluation? What's the staff management? What's the scheme and philosophy? What's his roster and personnel alignment? Where are they putting their money in their roster? Free agency, draft, player development, quarterback oversight, practice, how you're going to schedule practice, your off-season, all this stuff. And the reason I bring all those up, OTAs, minicamp, those are non-football stuff. Right, those are non-scheming stuff. So for if you get a guy like Udinski who seems to be brilliant, and he obviously he did really good things with Trevor Lawrence. He's the O'Connell kind of guy. I really I like what he's done, but all those other things kind of are going to really struggle. And when those things struggle, that's when when things aren't organized and people don't understand. That's when that's when they struggle. That's when people start to turn on the coach and things like that. So just the idea of the enormity of the enormous responsibility of that job worries me with a young guy. Not that they can't do it. McVay showed that can be done, but I would say he's more of an outlier than he is the norm.
All right, Coach. Let's get to some quarterback options, some draft thoughts here. Earlier in the show, we talked about the ESPN prediction that Kirk Cousins would actually be Kevin Stefanski's quarterback in 2026, and that might open up a market for Michael Penix Jr. If the Falcons decided after 2 injury-plagued seasons, I think just 12 games in the NFL, they'd be willing to move on from Michael Penix Jr. Would that be a sound decision for the Browns to try and add him to this quarterback room?
I say no, and the reason why is because I don't think adding a quarterback before you address the offensive line and you address the skill guys. At this point in time, I don't know how much better Penix is. I know he's really good from the pocket, and he can really spin it. The kid can really spin it, especially in that 15 to 25-yard range. I always loved him at Washington when he did that. In fact, I loved him back at Indiana when he did that. But their offensive line and their receiving core, I don't know what else you're going to get out of a quarterback if you don't invest in those two positions. The idea of pass protection and run game and the ability to run after catch when you throw it to a guy, those things are so lacking right now. I just don't know if quarterback is the right way to go. I think you got to start on the inside out. Go with the quarterbacks you got and see what you can do in the draft with some of these linemen and some of these receivers. And for me, it's a really good draft in receivers, especially guys that can get easy yards.
Did the Browns trade Dylan Gabriel this offseason?
I don't think so. For me, obviously, JB, you know how I feel about Dylan Gabriel. I think he's got to be in the right system. He proved that, his height did hurt him. But when you talk about a guy, and I know the supercomputer thing has been thrown out there, but you can see the value in having even if he's a backup, the guy who can understand, who's a kind of a film guy who understands what offense is, whoever they bring in, obviously he's got to be more of a West Coast guy. You've got to move the pocket. You know what his limitations are. Don't set him up for failure. But as a guy who can win some games as a backup and a guy who could be really beneficial to a starting quarterback and kind of, I think, push a guy. I don't think you trade him unless you get value, especially at those other positions. But you got to figure out what people think of Shedeur Sanders and what he brings to the table.
All right, Coach. I know you're knee deep in the draft prep right as we get ready for April. Give us some names. What are some of the names that you've been looking at recently, and why you like them?
Maybe some offensive linemen or wide receivers, coach. Some names.
Or maybe Caleb Downs.
Well, I'll start with Caleb Downs just because I know JP loves the idea of going defense at 6. So, here's the thing. If Caleb Downs, he's number 1 on my board. Mason Graham was number 1 last year. And the reason I say that is just because when you watch the film, he's the best player on the field every week by a lot.
All right, so he won't be there at 6 is what you're saying.
He might not be that, but you never know. But the Maligoa kid, the right tackle out of Miami, I think he's a legit kind of like Penei Sewell. I mean, his feet are phenomenal.
Is he actually a right tackle or is he a guard?
I think he's a right tackle. In fact, I think he can play everywhere. I think he can be a very versatile lineman. Obviously, depending if you're going to pull those guards, if you're a zone team, I think he can play guard or tackle. If you're more of a drop back team, I would see him. I think he's a good right tackle. Usually they move down to the guard because laterally they don't move very well. I didn't see that out of him. Spencer Fano is a kid out of Utah. I love his nastiness. A kid that no one talks about that I really like, and I started watching him today, is a kid named Jennings Dunker. He's a Iowa kid, and I always love Iowa offensive linemen for pass protection and for the inside-outside zone. So, again, who are they going to go get? Leone is a true guard who's really good out of Penn State. For me, he kind of fits that Wyatt Teller mode. He's kind of a mauler. Pregnan's a guard center kid out of Oregon, great feet. I really like him. And then you go receivers. Obviously, Carnell Tate. I have 2 different types of receivers, guys who go get it, right? Carnell Tate, Denzel Boston's a kid I love out of Washington. He's all of 6'4", and he's all arms and legs. I really like him. Mekhi Lemon's my number 1 receiver on the board just because, and he's especially my number 1 receiver for the Browns because of his ability to get easy yards in the slot. He can also play outside. He's a little bit undersized, but he kind of gives me some St. Brown kind of vibes. And then a guy who, Jordan Tyson is a super talented guy, but he's a guy that comes off injury. He had a collarbone. He had a knee. You worry about he plays pretty violently, and he's only, 5'11", he's 6'2", but he's only like 190-ish, 200 pounds. So he'd have to add a little bit of weight. But there's some guys. Casey Concepcion's a really good receiver. A guy that no one talks about that has just always made plays is the Surratt kid out of Indiana. I love him as a red zone threat. He's a guy I think will be around late day 2 into day 3. So, Jacoby Lane, Malachi Fields. It depends if they go outside or if they go inside in the slot. But there's a lot of really good receivers, offensive linemen. And then again, I say that not to be funny, but Caleb Downs, if he was available at 6, if you don't have somebody else as high as him on the board, I think he's a Ed Reed type of guy on film. Now, I'm not saying he's Ed Reed yet, but you get those vibes and you watch him on film. He's so much better than everybody else. He's a guy that, I know they need a lot of help elsewhere, but he'd be a guy hard to pass on.
Rustic Browns fans would love Jennings Dunker.
It's a great name.
He's a absolute mauler. He's got first of all, he's got the best mullet in college football. Let's put that out there right now.
Strong mustache game too.
Yeah, everything is really good about him, but he's going to grow into it.
Oh, he's a redhead. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
He's like a baby deer kind of thing, but he's so good on inside zone, depending on who they get. He's outstanding in pass protection. He's got great feet. He's just a guy I love on film, and you can tell he's only going to get better. He looks like he's just getting started with his development, how big he's going to get. I think he's going to be a guy around 330 when he develops, but he's a guy that will be around. Obviously, the Manoa, Proctor, the Fano, those guys will be maybe gone. But Jennings Dunker is a guy that will be around when the Browns need a later pick, and I think he's really good.
Yeah, he looks like a Steeler, if I'm being honest, but that's just the Iowa jersey. Don't let it fool you.
I thought he looked like somebody I'd see at the Medina County Fair.
Yeah, that too. All right, so let me ask you, because I asked you about Dylan Gabriel for a reason, because I do think we're going to end up in a spot where it's Shedeur, it's Deshaun Watson, and I haven't quite figured out who the third quarterback is, but I think they're trading Dylan this offseason. If we go quarterback at number 24, or even in the second round, what are we looking at? What's your board say as of right now? I'm sure you got Mendoza at the top, but does it go Ty Simpson, and then who do we have? Give me like a top 4 here.
Well, Ty Simpson's not in my top 4.
Okay, good. Yeah, I knew you'd be out there somewhere. Okay.
So Fernando Mendoza, I have to stand corrected on him. So I wasn't super high on him. I thought he was a really good player. He's really good and he's tough. And obviously the interviews are a little bit much for me, but he's super talented on the field. Nussmeier's a guy that LSU has fallen off. I'm not falling off Garrett Nussmeier. He's a coach's kid. He had a tough year. LSU fell off the walls came crumbling down on them. I still got Garrett Nussmeier as my number 2. Trinidad Chambliss comes out. I got him as my number 3 because I just think he's a guy with a lot of intangibles, can move the pocket. He's kind of that new age kind of quarterback. And then, I changed here, but the tools, I like Carson Beck. I moved off him a little bit after the national championship game, but I try not to make emotional decisions. I like Drew Aller as well there just because of the physical tools. And then Ty Simpson I got right there too with Aller and Carson Beck. But for me, it's Mendoza. And I really, really think Garrett Nussmeier is going to be a good NFL quarterback. He's got all the, from his father, and just when you watch him on film, he can make all the throws. He was in my top 5 last year. So I think he's a really good player. And obviously when things go bad, everybody comes off him, and that's part of the emotions. That's why you got to kind of stick to your guns and stick that's how I try to do it. Just stick to what I see on film. A guy like Carson Beck, he bothered me the other night in the national championship game, his body language a little bit, but he's got a lot of really good physical tools. So we'll see.
Bella Danger agrees. Coach, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys. We'll talk soon.
Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com. And the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say about the Browns situation. And Joe Thomas weighs in on hiring a new coach in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
we've got you covered. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
In case we missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes, Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Jesse Minters, the new head coach in Baltimore. I brought that up because there was something else I hated about that hire.
Is it Kingsbury?
No, I like that because I think
make them worse. Yeah.
Actually, I think it's this. This is the problem you want to have in the NFL.
Okay.
If you get hired to be Lamar's head coach or Josh Allen's head coach, you get the best fighting chance you can, which is you're getting a franchise quarterback, right? Now, here's the downside. Jesse Minter's got about 3 years to win a Super Bowl.
At that, I mean, potentially.
And Josh Allen might even be just as gun shy even in Buffalo there.
There's been coaches in the past that have legitimately, like part of their consideration is they'll take lesser jobs because the understanding is there, if you can go into a spot and make them an 8-9 win team right away, then all of a sudden you look good and then you just build on that.
I think it was kind of why Peyton took the Denver job. Like I think Peyton saw to himself, like there were better jobs open when Sean Payton took the Denver job.
For sure, yeah. I mean,
now,
and
they didn't have Walmart money. In fairness,
the highest paid player on the team is still Russell Wilson.
So I don't know. One of the things that I don't love is when you are an exalted organization. You just and Baltimore is one of the few that get this kind of treatment. It's not like it's a half the league or anything, or even like a quarter of the league. But there's 4 or 5 teams, and 2 of them are in this division, that it doesn't matter who you hire. You're going to get credit for hiring them. Mm-hmm. Baltimore's one and Pittsburgh's the other. And it's like, guys, every time you have a new head coach, you're basing the success of this new coach because you liked the last coach and they had a lot of success. And in the case of Baltimore, because the quarterback, he's still a first-time head coach and there's a lot of risk there.
Well, and this is the hard part. This is like it's same thing with Josh Allen as you bring up. Like they're both smack dab in the middle of their careers. And in the case of Lamar and Josh Allen, the way that they use their legs, you can make an argument that they're definitely on the back nine, but they're closer to this whole round being done than anything else. And so, there's a lot on Jesse Minter to get this thing right. I just think I'm not surprised because he was the front runner from the beginning, but I'm curious to find out what kind of role Lamar Jackson had in all this. Mm-hmm. I'm curious to find out if that was really somebody that Lamar was in favor of, or if it's the Ravens just did their thing and they sorted out from there. Because you don't want to always cater to Lamar, but he's such a fickle human. And he seems like he needs this in such a way that I could see this turning poorly if, in fact, it wasn't a Lamar hire.
I just think when you have a Lamar or a Josh Allen, the OC job seems to be so much more important than the head coaching job. Now, if you hire an offensive head coach, those two things correlate. I know that. And that's maybe the one way I'm surprised with Baltimore is that they didn't find an offensive guy they liked just because of Lamar and the urgency of this. But I think,
Jackson Dart is getting 2-hour meetings with Harbaugh.
Yeah, that's true.
So why is Jackson Dart getting this, but Lamar's getting nothing?
I do think it's interesting, though. Like, I think if you hire a head coach that the player either doesn't have a feel for or maybe is just kind of apathetic to, as long as you hit a home run with the OC, I think you're good.
Yeah, and honestly, that's where the end of this whole thing started, right? Todd Monken and Lamar didn't vibe. It didn't work together. And that is the person you got to deal with day in, day out. It matters in a great deal.
Like, it wouldn't surprise me if Buffalo goes off board, meaning it's not Davis Webb, it's not Brian Daboll, it's not Joe Brady. If they bring in somebody that maybe Josh doesn't have a relationship with, especially on the defensive side of the ball, you can bet your sweet bippy that Brian Daboll's going to be the OC, or at least Joe Brady's still going to be the OC.
Yeah, that would be the idea.
So, but again, that goes back to the idea. I do think it's interesting, though, about, how much – because I think we have this here with Miles. How much does the veteran matter? And in the case of the quarterback, that matters more than any other player.
It should be the most important thing.
But at the same point, honestly, Davis Webb has no business being the Bills' head coach, not because he's not qualified or talented or well-regarded. He actually has a little bit more of knowledge around the NFL than like a Grant Udinski or Nate Scheelhaus does.
Yeah, he's one of the front runners for the Raiders job.
But he shouldn't be the head coach of the Bills because he's Josh Allen's best friend.
Well, you know who the backup quarterback is? It's because he's one of Josh Allen's best friends. I mean, like, it's kind of how it's operated, and everyone's kind of been cool about the whole thing because he is Josh Allen. And so I agree with you. You got to, I mean, at some point, you can't hire a head coach because he's your best buddy. At some point, there's got to be an adult in the room, and there's got to be somebody that can say no to Josh. But at this point, I have a hard, especially with the way they didn't consult Josh at all with the firing of McDermott.
Yeah.
That is one of the leaks that came out of all this. And it's like, how did you not even think to ask Josh Allen what his thoughts were here?
I did rewatch the Terry Pagula press conference where he talked about Josh
Said
Allen
it right
wouldn't
there.
even look me in the eye in the press or in the post game.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, that's also not a good sign.
No. Well, I don't know.
When he's ignoring the owner.
He was inferring, I think, that Josh Allen was embarrassed with how the game went, and that was like he was almost embarrassed. He was embarrassed that that's how that went down. But the whole thing isn't good. The whole thing isn't good.
Oh, this is interesting. So Jordan Schultz on the Minter hire saying, just to double down on this, it sounds like the Raiders made a very strong push to get Jesse Minter over the last 24 hours, and the Ravens recognized that. That's how the timeline sped up today.
Well, that's good. It'll make Kubiak or Davis Webb feel really good when they get the job.
So the Browns were like the third guy in line for
I
Jesse
don't even
Minter?
think we were third in line. I think
Were we a courtesy second interview?
Probably at best. I think it was just one of those. I'm going to do it because right now, until I have a job, I'm going to take all the interviews I can.
So we can all agree. This is just not a good sign for where the job search is. When the only two things I know about your search is two of your final 6 candidates, or who were thought to be your final 6 candidates. Now it's got to be more. Have pieced out. If the initial second round interviews had been like 10 guys, I don't think I'm sweating today. I think it's a fact that it seemed like they really went like, we're so confident in those first round interviews. I think if Mike McDaniel doesn't back out, I think these were the succulent 6.
Yeah, but they never expressed a lot of confidence in either McDaniel or Jesse Minter. Like, even like when we were talking about McDaniel, it was never because so many people were like, "Whoa, McDaniel and the Browns, what a connection this is." And so I don't know. And we don't know in general anyway, because we're not getting any inside info on any of this stuff when it comes to these guys. But the reality is that like no one thought Minter and the Browns were the connection anyway.
But at least with McDaniel, I mean, Mary Kay's reported since before he got fired that the Browns have been fascinated, I think, with McDaniel, rather, his offensive mind.
Yeah, but that was very much a one-sided street if you trust what Albert told us on Tuesday.
Well, I believe we found that one out to be true.
Yeah, and Albert was like, Albert basically made it seem like you guys were dumb for even thinking he'd ever come here after the PowerPoint presentation.
I think a head coaching job's a head coaching job.
I think so too, but clearly there was enough bridges burned in McDaniel's mind that was what it was.
I think if the Browns had offered him the head coach job, I think he'd be the head coach right now.
Albert had some snark to it all. He was like, "You guys didn't really actually think that there was a possibility there, did you?"
Yeah,
did a whole PowerPoint presentation.
Albert's
I was like, all right. It's easy in hindsight.
Albert's
it's very
also
easy in
coming
hindsight.
from a point where I don't think it's the worst thing to have the Browns don't know what the hell they're doing vibe.
Well, it's a very easy narrative right now.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are taking advantage of that very easy
it
narrative.
kind of fired Albert's guy, in fairness.
Well, yeah. I mean, I still think he's got a guy there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Albert kind of knows everybody.
I saw that Ohio State photo with him and Andrew Berry.
But I think Kevin Stefanski was more his guy than Andrew Berry.
They're both kind of his guy. He's kind of plugged in.
Got a lot of guys.
You're right, though, and Stefanski's definitely one of his guys. But he's got guys.
He's got guys.
That's why it's good to be Albert. He's got guys.
It's good. It's good to have guys. Dustin always had a guy. You'd be like, "Where'd you get those shoes?" It's like, "I got a guy."
They got a guy.
But he had that for everything.
We all know those people in life. They got a guy for everything. I don't have a guy for everything.
I don't have anybody. I've got my wife.
That's where I'm at too.
I purposefully have trimmed the pool of people that I deal with on a daily basis to really only be people I really like. Like, if you're on this show, guys, you have to understand, I really like you.
That's good.
All right? Like, my cabin boys. I got like 3 dudes on the planet. My best friend, Nate, who we've been best friends since we're 14 years old. It's about 4 people right there. Then I have my family. Everybody else, I like.
Yeah, but the people that...
But I like at a distance.
Yeah, the people that have guys, though, if you're in a pinch, you need some illicit somethings. They're the people that you know will get the job done. I'm not that guy.
But, this is why, like, there's a lot of people that like, get shamed in one spot, and then it's like they show up in this other spot making more money. It's the fail-up principle, right? You and I can't do that. We just have to succeed up.
I'd like to try to fail up.
Because we don't have those guys.
Yeah,
when
no.
you have those guys.
Is that how failing up happens?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I've never been able to fail up.
Yeah, like if Bruce Gilbert really liked me, I might be able to fail up. I don't. I just don't. I could go be the Savannah Bananas, like play-by-play guy. Or like
the Savannah Bananas and the Locked On.
Oh, that was too close.
What?
I was already flying close enough to the sun right there.
What?
This is taking its Drixie toll on me. Come on now. However, my point
this is why we don't have guys.
Yeah, this exactly.
We just take too many shots at people that might actually end up being our guys.
Nick, Jonathan, we'd love to be your guy.
We just can't help ourselves. We enjoy the jokes more than being your guy.
That's actually what should inevitably go on my tombstone.
And you wonder why no one from Atlanta called you for your Stefanski perspective.
He just couldn't help himself.
Yeah, that's it. That really is it. That's the first line of the obituary is going to be Nick Wilson. He just really couldn't help himself.
Yep. I'm horny.
Well, that would be odd for an obituary, Mac. I mean, come on.
Well, he couldn't help himself.
But here's the thing.
It's just a photo of a Bella Danger.
That's Carson Beck's obituary.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was Jack's.
Hey, he's not here to defend himself.
Whoa.
Also, he's got somebody now. You don't put somebody on blast like that when they got somebody.
And Mac, there's a line we don't cross.
Yeah, this is why you're not going to have any guys or girls.
Jeez, new Mac doesn't get it. He doesn't get it at all.
Yeah, you don't. When Jax was single, we could make that joke. We can't make that joke now that he's, cuffed.
Like how we just did 3 minutes.
because you're the one that abides by the line.
Yeah, like how we just did 3 minutes of us burning bridges down and just doing things that are reckless, and then to turn it on Mac and be like, Mac, you reckless.
Well,
just reckless.
because you're not in a position to do that yet. You've got to succeed up to this point where then you can take the reckless shots and not really care about the repercussions.
Could Mac fail up anywhere?
There's an organization that kind of tangentially
the Savannah
works
Bananas
for.
and the Locked On Network.
There's Mac. Mac doesn't just work for 92.3 The Fan. Might work for a team in town as well.
Oh yeah,
He could be the head coach in 10 years. At this rate, no one else is gonna. When Grant Udinski fails out, and like the quality control coach for the New York Jets is like, I can't take this job, guys. I'm sorry, it's just not worth it.
I love you, Mac, but you got the organizational skills of Freddie Kitchens. I just don't know that this is going to go well. He's looking like, wait, you just cost me the Browns coaching job.
All right.
As if he was a serious contender.
I was going to say something, but I put the safety back.
All right, that's a different show.
Pittsburgh started
and
it.
I'll take the safety off if you
I think you do a better job than Freddie Kitchens.
Well, I sure as hell hope so.
But not that much better.
Are you really offended? You've never coached a day in your life. You should do a worse job than Freddie Kitchens.
You never coached a Pee-wee game.
Sure, but
you
I
haven't
always
coached Streetsboro's sixth grade team. I don't know what you're thinking about here.
4 levels of football have not asked you to be a coach.
Yeah. And you just think you could just waltz in and be better than Freddie Kitchens?
How many Glazer clinics have you attended?
Yeah. Zero.
Zero
That's
by my
the
account.
answer.
Yet.
You haven't even attended a fake Anthony Lima Glazer clinic.
That's true. Lima.
Best thing I heard on the station all day.
Lima.
That was really
Great
funny.
job reporting on the Chris Shula thing.
Oh my God, he's going viral with all these different like big mega NFL accounts that he's like reporting this with Shula.
Yes, he is.
That's wild. No. The Glazer Clinic riff that he had was the funniest thing all day today, though. That was legitimately great.
What could I'm going to report right now.
He's getting false credit for this Shula report like you wouldn't believe, but that was the bit he did later was great.
I'm going to report right now. Glenn Kubiak turned down the Browns as well. Yep.
Bum, bum, bum.
Brian Flores.
Whoa. ML football, get on it.
Turned down the Browns as well.
What?
Yep.
I got news for you.
Geez, don't let anybody aggregate this. Might go crazy viral. Don't let anybody aggregate this.
Doug Peterson turned down the Browns.
Well, actually, we might need to scratch that one because we might need to have him come back into the mix here.
Rich Kotite.
Yeah.
Turned down the Browns.
Who? You said who?
I don't know who Rich Kotite is.
This is why you're not as good as Freddie Kitchens as a coach.
Yeah, Freddie Kitchens knew damn well who Rich Kotite was. Thank you very much.
Is that before or after drink number 3?
Mac, you can't take these shots.
Man.
You haven't gotten to the level yet to take those shots. Freddie can take those shots, and he did.
And he did, yeah.
But you can't take. Come on now. Have some class and decorum.
Have some Senka.
I think we fulfilled a bit here. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Keep us locked in all day, every day for the latest on the Browns' search for a new head coach. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. Timeout! Timeout! 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest on today's show. 4 o'clock, Ryan Radke. He's going to be on the call for Pats Broncos this weekend. In-depth look at that game. We got Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com. Maybe the Cavs aren't that hopeless, but also be better, Cavs. Just paraphrasing the general conversation. And Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, said Francis Mauigoa is a right tackle in his opinion. I think that gave me a little hope there. But
now I'm worried about that Iowa kid you guys told me about.
Oh,
now.
Jennings Dunker, what a unit.
Well, yeah, but I know. But some people are saying now he's not even a right tackle.
No.
He'd actually project out as a guard.
No, I think he's a guard. Yeah. But I think he's a left guard. You get him
He played some right tackle though.
No, he did. Yeah, no. In college,
but he's a guard, and he's a guard in the NFL.
But if you could get, let's say, either 6 or 24, you get a left tackle and then Jennings Dunker, with the second round pick, and then you find 2 others starting off, you could have a great offensive lineman. Jennings Dunker is nasty. That being said, let's get to quick hits.
Not a fan of Ty Simpson either. Didn't see that coming from Coach.
Yeah, I just don't know what to make of Ty Simpson.
I don't either, and I think the next couple weeks or so is going to be big. Nussmeier, by the way, at the Senior Bowl, I think is going to be big too. I think his stock is going to come back into the right spot.
Nussy.
Classic Nussy.
Then all of a sudden you're going to start doing that quarterback Deadpool more. It's a weekly bit again.
Nah. Sorry, Mac. You started winning, and we just got to get rid of the bid. That's all it is. It was too much winning for you, and we just didn't need that in our lives.
No, it's fine. I'm expecting us to kill the playoff predicting bet coming up.
Oh, we never did one of those.
Hey, so Travis Kelce, New Heights Pod, he talked about Eric Bieniemy and the idea that now Eric Bieniemy is the OC, and a lot of people are reading into this as if this is Travis Kelce saying he is in fact not retiring and he'll be back next year with the Chiefs. Tell me if you agree. Here we go.
I think it's great. I can't wait to see him back in the building, man. He's one of my favorite coaches of all time. One of my favorite people of all time. I've had so many unbelievable, growing moments under him as a player, as a person, and I just love the guy, and it's going to be awesome to see him back in the building.
Okay.
Hey, he grew a lot.
Yeah, he grew a lot as a player
did he grow,
and as a person.
Did he grow more with Taylor?
Under him as a player and as a person. So, I mean, it really sounds like he's coming back again, and he's not, in fact, going to retire.
Yeah, he shouldn't. He's got a beautiful fiance. Aren't they engaged?
Yeah, they're engaged. Although there's rumors out there that the wedding plans are being halted for the time being.
Maybe because he's trying to spend one more year there. Travis, just knock her up, okay? He's out kicking his coverage. A lot of people think that. You trap her with a baby.
A lot of people think that. Do you think that?
What do you mean?
Well, do you think that he's out kicking his coverage?
Yes. Yeah, she has more money than you. She's more successful. I would say she's the more successful, talented one. She's quite attractive as well. Trap her, Travis. I give that advice to Anthony Land all the time.
But trap somebody?
Yeah. But no, just somebody much more talented, successful, and better than you. Yeah.
We just call it marrying up.
Yeah. Well,
not really even a bad thing. He's just marrying up.
And Lance not going to be able to get the nuptials unless he does the trapping. I think that's more what I'm saying. Travis might not be able to get her down the aisle without a baby. And at which point, she pretty much has to.
Oh, you think like a baby before marriage?
Yeah.
Out of wedlock.
Yep. Well, what you do is...
I don't know that Taylor rolls that way.
You slide one past the goalie, and then you're like, let's get to, we want to make this baby okay.
Or we do what some people do is you get it out of wedlock, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we got married at the courthouse.
Yep. That's exactly what you got to do.
Really, you had to beat something, didn't you?
Yeah.
You had to make sure you got out before.
I'm reading Chuck Noll's book.
Same thing with him?
Chuck Noll. Yeah, him and his wife. They ended up being soulmates. And she found out 3 months along.
Did you get to the part in his book where he, I don't know if it's in his book or not, but big against white wine guy, Chuck Noll.
I know he's a wine guy. I didn't know he's against white wine.
Guy, but like anti-white wine in particular. That's like a whole thing about it. It's a weird thing with Chuck Noll. I hope he put it in his book.
I want to know more about it.
I hope he put it in his book.
All right, the Buffalo Bills looking for a new head coach, yada, yada, yada. But Bills fan Gina called WGR to keep the conversation where it belongs.
I wish you well, Sean McDermott, because wherever you go, you will be a success. And I hope you win a Super Bowl. And to you, Brandon Beane, you better show up. You better show up because the wrong man got fired, in my opinion. You better show up. All my eyes are going to be on you. You think you got in Terry Pagula's ear? You may have, but I don't have the rest of my life. I want a Super Bowl right now.
It's Lady Fanta. That was incredible.
I don't have a topic there. I just would listen to that. I've listened to it like 6 times. It came out like 2 days ago, and I've listened to it like 6 times, and every time I end up in tears laughing.
It was the perfect call.
And
Are you
for
blind?
you! Like, what does her voice do when she just loses her ever-loving mind? God.
That call alone tells me I'm glad she's not my mother. I would not have wanted to grow up in that household. That would have been a miserable existence.
And for you, Jonathan, to think you didn't do the dishes after I birthed you for 14 hours.
Passionate, though. Gotta respect the
So
passion.
you'd like to be her husband.
Easy now.
She sounds like Luna Vachon.
She sounded so hot, Nick. It just sounded so hot.
For like a 65
She sounded like a pack of Menthols is what you sounded like.
I'm horny. Don't knock it till you try it, buddy.
Yeah, I bet her face looks like a catcher's mitt at this point.
Max down to clown.
Hello. Trapper, Mac. Trapper.
He keeps trying. She just doesn't get pregnant.
It just doesn't work. She's actually way less successful than he is. She lives in a trailer park.
She's also postmenopausal, but Mac just doesn't get it.
All her gifts come from the Marlboro catalog. He still can't lock it in.
It's like I keep trying to get her pregnant.
Can't lock it in.
Just keep trying and trying and trying. Great job, Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. And for you, Jake Murrin, we say thank you. Cam Manna on the 2020s. Good show.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
Still not the most out-of-pocket 6 o'clock hour we've had this week by far. And for you, Cleveland, we'll see you tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.